Street fans, we're in for a good one.
They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
This is bound to be a spicy series. Let's find out, ladies and gents. Oh! Dad just making them pay. Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Here he comes. Oh, it's Shotzzy!
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Oh my word! The BT pounces.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. And that will be the game. It is over.
It's the freaking weekend, baby. Welcome into headquarters, everybody. Your one-stop shop for all things Call of Duty League. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat. Nameless, I want to start with you. You're grinding ranked until 3 a.m. after Ant-Man. Are you in Crimson yet?
About to be there. I got as much time as all these people, man, but I'm gonna be top 250 by the end of the week.
And Allie, we have a side bet that you're going for top 250 by Texas, our Major 3.
My first day was literally playing ranked yesterday, so yeah, I think I could do it by Texas.
We've got some new names in there. Drazah was the first pro to break into the 250. Dave Patty, I'm told, just did it as well.
I don't know if it's a real Dave or not.
A few of our pro players who are making moves today, but we got a lot to talk about. Let's start with our schedule, because we're coming in. It's a Saturday. It's a super Saturday with 4 matches, 3 o'clock, 4:30, 6 o'clock, and 7:30 Eastern. And that big one is coming up for me at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Allie, what else are you looking at here on this schedule?
Honestly, when I was taking my notes, what was crazy to me about today's schedules is 3 out of our 4 matches are first-time matchups for these teams, and that's going to be the first 3 that we have on the day. So I'm really excited for that as well.
I'm really excited for that one, and I know a lot of people are excited to see a team that didn't compete yesterday. I'm talking about the Florida Mutineers, but also OpTic Texas, because this is a squad that made some major moves. They finished 9th through 12th at the first event. Now they come in with a top 4 placing, and after that top 4, they drop iLLeY, and they bring in Dan Ghosty. Nameless, I know you've kind of been a critic of this move. After a top 4 finish, making a roster change.
Yeah, let's just rewind a little bit. I feel like people are too lenient with this OpTic Texas organization. I think back to last year when iLLeY had his injury, they bring in ProLoot. It's like, is this the move that you want to make to find a lot of success? We don't know when iLLeY's coming back. I feel like they didn't make the right moves then. And we come into this season, right? They lose their coach, their GOAT legend retires, and then they drop Dashy, which I thought was like unacceptable as well. And then he comes back and he is now the best player on the team. So I say all this to say, I feel like OpTic is taking unnecessary risks. I think going from top 12 to top 4 is a huge improvement. And now you're going into your home major and you're bringing in Dan Ghosty. Like, that's a lot of pressure to put on a challengers player, especially in front of the green wall. So you're adding risks that I don't think you needed to add. And I feel like this OpTic team would have been just fine if they had iLLeY, Ghosty on the bench, and then went to the next
Do you
phase.
still have iLLeY on the bench, or is he a free agent? Could someone like London go scoop him up right now?
I believe he's probably, if I had to guess, restricted free agent, because he did tweet out on the timeline. I don't think I hate this move, though. I do echo Ant's sentiment in the fact that maybe not the best timing, but I think maybe this will free up specifically Shotzzy a little bit. I feel like he's been wanting to get more vocal and take control a little bit more, and I'm hoping to see that in this split from him.
New generation here for OpTic with Shotzzy and Bruce, a.k.a. Dashy, at the helm. We want to catch up, though, with one of the other legends around the league. He's been crushing challengers for us once again. I hold Shift joining the show here at the CDL. And Shift, we got to talk about the new face here on OpTic Texas. You've been casting and looking at this guy since the very beginning. So where did he start?
Yeah, it's a really interesting story, right? Because I think most people that expect to see new CDL talent, it comes in one of 2 ways. Either they're not 18 yet, but there's a lot of buzz about their potential, whether it be through streams or locals, or the other is they're just really good in challengers for a number of years. You kind of look at Simp on one side of the conversation, or more recently Joe Thieves, or people like Scrappy, for instance, in the kind of second of instances. But Dan's story is not that. It's purely unique because Dan comes from literally the most humble of beginnings. beginnings, earning scholarship status at the University of Illinois as a true freshman during the Cold War year, he kind of stumbled upon the Illini COD team that was competing in college COD. He joined in the spring semester, and we very quickly, the team, the production team, we all knew that Dan was going to be something special, at least in the college COD season, and that was absolutely the case. He ended up finishing top 6 with the University of Illinois, but the funny thing about that is, after beating almost 180 different schools, he only walked away with $390 as his first year actually competing in a COD title. So that's definitely unique in that instance.
That is a lot of burritos for a college kid, but $400 wasn't enough for him. Tell me about the next stage going into Vanguard.
Yeah, so he kind of then makes the move away from college COD, steps away from Illini COD, and then just purely dedicates himself to playing in Challengers, where the year didn't start off necessarily great for him. It was a top 48 finish in Minnesota, but this kid is the definition of determination. He got better every single week. He was stepping up in a major way every single roster he found himself on. But the curious thing about it was every time that you saw Dan Ghosty and his team play well, the next major event that would come up, he would get dropped and replaced by somebody else who was coming usually out of the CDL, until he made the decision to leave campus and move in with Doug Sensor Martin, where this Boston Academy team would finish top 6 in Toronto and then improve upon that to eventually finish top 4 at their own open in Boston. It's definitely an interesting story, but the motto started to become kind of this mentality of don't drop Dan, because as soon as you drop him, he's going to find a new team and then beat you. He was finding revenge against all of those teams that would previously drop him, and definitely kind of made himself a name in Challengers throughout that Vanguard year.
All right, so top 6 in his collegiate career. Then you see him make a run in his early Vanguard for Challengers. But what's it been like in Modern Warfare for this guy?
He's just different, man. He's finally come to the point where the rise, the ascension has been very rapid. And it's funny because that Boston Academy team that he finished the year out with, he once again got dropped in favor of Beans getting pulled in. But it wouldn't take him long to beat that team again and then eventually find himself on that Decimate Gaming roster that everyone was following along with during the Boston Open in particular, playing with players like Fellow and Yuli and Too Real. Dan was unbelievable in both Season 1 of the North American Challengers Elite. He dropped a near 1.3 KD, which was second best internationally, and earned him the mark of at least our unanimous North American MVP, even though his team finished second. But again, revenge is the name of the game. This kid doesn't lose twice against the same team. At Boston, he would then play up against Røkkr Academy, who just beat them in the North American Challengers Elite Grand Finals, and he would drop a 1.35 KD, Chris. This kid is unreal. I mean, there is no one else out there that I've seen start at College COD, quickly rise through Challengers, and now have a chance to win a championship. And I think the overall thing is, I agree with both other Valley and Nameless on the desk, where it is a lot of risk when it comes down to Dan overall, because he's unproven, he's won one Challengers event, but I think as an audience member and a general fan of COD, you can't help but love this story, because to sit there and say he came from nearly nothing is not too far of an over-exaggeration. Starting at College COD, then finding a way to move in with Sensor, rise through Challengers, and now all of a sudden he finds himself setting up at the Hex Quarter and starting with one of the most storied teams in COD history. You really can't help but love the story, and I think be a fan of what he's about to do today.
An exciting start here for Dan Ghosty. I hold shift. Thank you for giving us a little insight behind the curtain.
My pleasure. Have fun, boys.
Thank you so much. That's Shift. Make sure you're checking out all of his work on Challengers. And we got a lot of Challengers players to talk about. Dan Ghosty, the first one. But let's talk about his competition, because now you're coming in as a rookie in the middle of a season, and you have an insane strength of schedule here coming into Major 3.
Yeah, OpTic's strength of schedule is nothing to sneeze at here. I mean, they're starting off against an LA Guerrillas, which is probably going to be their easiest matchup. No slight to the LA Guerrillas. They've been looking better since they brought up some Challenger players of their own, but they're rounding out the end of the Major 3 qualifiers with the Major 1 and Major 2 champions to close out heading into LAN. So I'm glad that they're starting with LAG as the starter, but it is a very big feat for Dan in his first showing here on the OpTic Texas squad.
All of those teams were in the winner's bracket back in Boston. Here is a look at the numbers today. Does OpTic have the edge? Should we ignore those stats on the screen, Nameless?
I mean, I guess you could ignore them a little bit, but when you look at LAG, they had 3 close maps against the home team where they got bumped out there at Major II. And for OpTic, like, they were a championship team with their last roster. You know, talking about Dan Ghosty, I did watch a lot of his gameplay. I think he's a great player. I think he'll bring a lot to this roster, but man, it's scary with that schedule. Like, you lose this first game, you're in a world of pain.
On the other side, you have the LA Guerrillas, and this is a team that underperformed, at least if you ask them how they played in Boston. They got knocked out before they could break into our top 4, and this is a team that's going to be looking to continue to climb after a hot start to the qualifiers last time around.
Yeah, LAG is one of those teams that's really difficult to get a read on. During Major II qualifiers online, they looked like their respawn was really, really good, which is not usually the tale when it comes to challenger players coming up to the team. Usually it's to add to your S&D prowess, that games 2 and 5. But on LAN, I mean, it was just a short stepper. They really didn't accomplish a whole lot, and definitely not what they set out to do. So I don't really know what to expect from them heading into Major III qualifiers at all.
That is our third match on the day when OpTic plays LAG, but let's move on to a match featuring our returning champions from Boston. Atlanta FaZe is back in action, and they're taking on a brand new look from the Florida Mutineers. The Mutineers, they're coming in with the 11th seed overall. They needed a change, but when you're looking at FaZe, this is a core lineup that now has at least 7 trophies across the squad, 3 of them with 9 trophies in their case. Talk to me about this squad from Atlanta.
I mean, the squad from Atlanta, all you can really say about our Major II champions is that their S&D is just phenomenal. And, you know, it's one of those teams that there's so much talent across the board. They're bound to steal one of those respawns, and it's the totally opposite tale from last year. Last year, for some reason, their search and destroy was seriously struggling, and that's why they fell short time and time again. And it is completely flipped into this year, and that's why they are such a scary team moving forward.
They hadn't won since end of 2021. Now they're walking away as our Major II champions. On the other side of this matchup, we have a squad that has been looking to find their footing. They were the most clutch team, I'll say, getting a number of Game 5 victories at the start of the season. But Havoc couldn't do it alone, and they benched Brack for Dave Patty for a while in the last major qualifier. Now we're seeing Dave Patty, Vehicle, Major all put on the bench, and we've got some new faces coming in. What are we looking forward to from seeing from Florida?
Yeah, I like this change. What do you think about the Florida Mutineers? They've been terrible at hardpoint, worse than league, 5-22. You're not going to win series. You're not going to make it far in tournaments if you don't win hardpoints. And talking about their hardpoints specifically, we've seen them making good plays. They just didn't have the slaying ability or the impact plays they needed on rotations, and that's what they're hoping to get out of guys like Capsule and Fellow. Like Fellow, he structures teams and challengers. It's hard to do that, right, with those guys who are new to the game, and he does it exceptional. And then you got Capsule, who now is in his 2nd year, who had a good year by all means last year as his rookie, and now he's on this team where he can make plays in hardpoint. He needs to be that superstar player in the respawns. So for Florida, I feel like they're in a much better spot than they were with their prior roster.
Capsule had some really good numbers in those 2 games he played for LA.
And that's usually the biggest question mark, right? Especially when he was just subbing in. But, I mean, it looks like the vibes over on the Florida Meteor squads are high.
What's the history here? Has Fellow and Capsule played together before? Because they're already on a yacht together. Florida treating the boys right.
What is that?
I believe that is a young Brack trying to get people to drink his goo. Brack and the Kraken for you'll understand after Ant-Man. Yeah. Brack and Florida coming up here on the main stage. They're taking on Atlanta in our 2nd battle of the day. But when we come back, we're talking the big one to open the day. Boston, Beans is back. He's taking on London. We'll see if the Royal Ravens can get the best of him today.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back.
One of the band, a few more points, and then we'll be
Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
Welcome back to the headquarters crew. We've got Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. We're talking about all of today's matches, all 4 of them, and it starts right now with Boston taking on the number 12 seed in the Royal Ravens. And the Royal Ravens are one of few teams to not make any changes. They're keeping the same lineup from Major 2 coming into Major 3. But Boston, they had a new face make his appearance for the first time, replacing Methods. The man goes by the name of Beans, Alley.
Yeah, and Beans, you know what? I mean, maps 1 and 4, we do have to talk about it. Beans, unfortunately, his opening showing for us was a little bit underwhelming, but definitely a bounce back in that maps 2 and 3, and Boston come up with the win. I mean, he did have a 1.4 in the search and destroy. Those numbers are a bit skewed because it was only 1 matchup and 1 search and destroy, but I'm excited to see what they do today, because you got to think, you don't put those kinds of numbers up more than once. And when we talked to him yesterday, you know, the vibes were still pretty high. He obviously was incredibly self-aware, so I'm excited to see what he brings to the table.
Beans also giving us a great interview, but some major news after that. Boston forces a team change, it looks like. Chat is all on it. Standy is benched is the new word from Toronto unofficially.
Yeah, we got to talk about it a little bit, right? Like, that just threw me for a loop. Like, what's the deal with that? Boston, like, check. Beans comes in, drops a 0.5, and they end up still beating Toronto, and Toronto's like, nah, we got to make it. I even saw Scrappy on Twitter, like, chirping Beans, too. So I don't know what's going on with Toronto, man, but, you know, bad performance yesterday. Boston able to capitalize on it, and now they're making rosters.
Beans brought out a sniper rifle. We haven't seen a ton of it from Boston. That's what I'm looking forward to today, especially in the search and destroy game 2. But we'll see if this one can go the distance, if London can cause some problems. And before we move on, I do want to give word that Toronto just tweeted it. It is official. We've confirmed it with our League Ops team as well. Standy will be on the sideline, and we'll talk about the replacement Hixie when he gets into the mix. But let's keep this moving now as we highlight our number 12 seeded team, Boston, the favorites. London has to come in here, and they got to win these maps and modes. Allie, let's take a look at it. Where do you have your best chance to strike against the Boston squad today?
Their best chance to strike against Boston is maybe that hotel search and destroy. They're 2-1 in it, probably one of their best, but this is a London team. I mean, they're bottom of the barrel right now. They have been struggling across the board, so not many opportunities for them to bounce back.
Vegas beat LA Thieves yesterday. Anything can happen, and we got our casters ready for this one. Again, it's Lando and Study. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yes, DJ. We had this very same team yesterday. Boston Breach. They ended up taking down the Toronto Ultra, which, as we know, there's some things going on over in that camp. But today they face off against the London Royal Ravens. We jump into Hotel Hardpoint, and I hate to say it, man, but there was definitely a favorite in this series.
Oh, yeah, without question, because we saw what Boston Breach were able to do yesterday. They basically won 3v4, and that was an insane series, especially versus a team like Toronto Ultra, who are no slouches, so they got it done. And everybody was just slaying. So on the opposite side for London, it hasn't been the best season for them. They've gotten 2 wins during week 1, one win ever since then. They just haven't found any success, man. And going into this map, number 1, they are dead last in rotations, dead last in breaking. It all just comes down to this lane, because Boston Breach, they were winning 3v4, and they did a majority of that by outslaying. So London, guns got to be hot early.
Yeah, they absolutely have to be. And I think if you're a Boston Breach fan, a little sweat off the brow. It's like, okay, Beans tossed his opening nade, and it didn't hit big weight.
That's
so
great.
We're already off to a better start. We'll see if they can continue the lockdown spawns over at P2. As we said, man, the Ravens, questionable call. Bottom of the league. They're 1-10 in their last 11 series. A lot of teams were hot to make a change. I mean, OpTic Texas, who just got top 4, decided to make a roster change. Jay, I think I know where you're going to go when it comes down to this, but were you surprised the Ravens didn't make a move for anybody?
Oh, yeah, I was definitely surprised. You know, when you don't have a lot of success, when you're sitting dead last in the league with only 3 series wins, I would think something has to give. But they decided to keep the team together. They probably want to keep the chemistry going and just build on top of that. So into the P2 we go. You have one player towards the back, which is aBeZy. He's going to set up the pinch. Unfortunately, can't win the gunfight on towards Asim. London doing a great job of just holding it without maintaining spawns. But Boston Breach, they have the numbers. They find the breakthrough Shandy.
For the moment, currently it is London with those close spawns, but Beans there to try to knock them all down. Catches another. That's 2 in a row. Now for Big Beans. Jumps right into the line of fire and eventually does get cut down. 30 seconds still to fight for. And now it is Boston with the more preferred side when it comes to spawns. It has been all-out chaos so far at P2. Vivid finally able to finish off that kill before he does hit the dirt. So with that, a minor advantage for Boston Breach as we get ready for P3. And currently, Jay, it is the Ravens running back with their tail between their legs, focused up for new.
Yeah, we have to rotate now. If you are the Ravens, you have to make sure you get a nice little hold on this kitchen hill. Very difficult hill to break indeed, my friend. But 2 players from Boston, they're going to try to play for these spawns. Trying to push around towards back plat. Asim is at least able to spot one. Great trigger discipline to not go for the challenge, but Awakening is able to get taken down by that nade. This is where Asim can strike. So far, they're holding on strong. 60-30 in the scoreline.
A great gunfight victory there from Asim, now on 4 in a row. We saw yesterday, man, it was Boston Breach doing a phenomenal job on this very map and mode at breaking, especially even in hard points like this. So far, the London Royal Ravens doing a great job of locking things down. However, this fight for Scrapz is going to be an important one. He eventually does drop. 25 seconds still to contest for. Paul X, now the next line of fire. The new wave right now from Ravens has got to hold strong. Asim now extends his spree to 6. And I believe in that process does earn the cruise missile. So needed to be a solid hard point from the Ravens. It absolutely will be that. And now they are threatening to take the lead.
Yeah, that's a great haul right there from the London boys. They were able to basically hold it for a full 60. Nastie now finds himself on a 5 spree. And you do have a couple players early off the rotation. Asim is just flying around. No hesitation on the gameplay. He's got the dead silence. So he's trying to be a superhero. This time you got to slow it down, though. You know your team is going to be spawning towards bedroom. The spa spawns are going to come in for Boston. Eventually he does get cut down, but Boston Breach, they do a great job of just maintaining the map control, finding the kills, and hold on to the hill.
And really for Breach, goodness sake, great shot coming in from Nastie. I was going to say for Breach, you just want a moment to breathe for a moment.
Yeah.
That the Ravens are just hunting you down. Straight beams coming in from Nastie. Big Byron eventually will fall, but you've got some streaks to work with if you're the Ravens. Regardless of how this final 20 seconds goes, you can be pretty happy with the fact that you do have some streaks throughout the remainder of this hotel hardpoint. 15 seconds still left. It is an unfortunate team kill that we've seen. Means you got to be careful, buddy. We saw it yesterday. But now rotation's about to be in for Restaurant, and Ravens are there early.
Yeah, Ravens are there early. Boston decided to fight for that remaining 15 to 20 seconds. All 4 players are trying to get all that time. Now they're going to be late off the rotation. Viv is going to be the only player here. He gets gunned by Paul X. Great shots from him as London are winning in the trade battle. Only 1 player up is going to be Big Wake. He gets taken care of, and London hold the first push.
So far for the Ravens, they have really come alive throughout these last few hills. We'll see if it can last, as this is going to really be a big hard point to kind of tell us exactly where both teams sit right now. Are the Ravens just not going to fold? Are their holds going to be solid? Or will Boston finally be able to get their break? As right now, Nero helps lead the way, and his headshots all the way around. Ravens with close spawns, but finally, the London hold will eventually evaporate. Good opportunity here for Breach.
Yeah, Boston, they're putting a lot of pressure on towards Kitchen, but Scrapz, the cutoff man, trying to maintain the spawns for London, while his team is still putting pressure in towards Diner. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player on the point is Beans. They can't sniff him out. He wins a huge one-on-1, but at least if you're London, you maintain the better side of the map going into the next hill. Back and forth hardpoint we have here, Lando. London, they're really stepping up early.
Yeah, I mean, and one thing too is that, you know, it would be understandable if like Beans is still having
there goes the team kill.
Another team kill for Boston, by the way. That's like 6, including their series yesterday. But Beans is playing well, and keeping all things in mind, the Ravens don't really seem to mind. Their holds have been fantastic, and it feels like after the first 2 hardpoints, man, they have been on a mission. It's been nasty. It has been a scene. Scrapz has had his moments, and Paul is trying to get back into the game. London once more reclaimed the lead, but here come the Breach once more.
Yeah, Boston all trying to flood through middle jacuzzi. You have one player in Nero trying to work his way through bottom. Does he spot where Scrapz is playing from the hill? He gets some assistance from his teammates. Now the spawns flip. all of the Ravens. Going to be swanning out towards front bedroom with only 15 seconds left. You probably just want to chalk this one up. Let's rotate. Let's properly set up around P1. This has been a great back and forth game. London, we're the last team in rotation on this map. You win a couple rotations, you get some good holds, and that's why you see the scoreline that we currently have. 6-point game going to the second rotation of hard points.
And I think one thing that we can absolutely talk about, Jay, when it comes down to the London Royal Ravens is, whenever you are obviously, ranked the worst team in the league, the players know that. And I feel like given the fact that we don't see any roster changes, I mean, an early start, whether it's maps or even just in series, I feel like it has to be there because it can quickly turn into a spiral effect where the franchise knows it, the players know it, that this is just not going to work out. I think it's fair to say this hardpoint means a lot more for London than it does for Breach.
Yeah, 100%, man. London needs something to bounce back off. They need some kind of confidence because they just haven't been having a lot of success, especially throughout stage 2. The only victory they had was versus the Vegas Legion, and that was at the very end of the online qualifiers. But other than that, they get smoked at Major 2 by NYSL, but they have been showing improvements in this hard point. Boston Breach, they won it 3v4 yesterday. With Beans playing the way that he is right now, they are keeping themselves in the game. They are maintaining the spawns over towards next. They're just playing a step ahead right now, Lando.
They are. We'll see if they can keep it up. Again, a big hard point up and ready to go over at P2. We head toward the lobby. And right now, Awakening, not having the same performance he did yesterday, but just give it time. Big Wake will begin to erupt. Right now at 8 and 11, Nastie, no problem. He's able to drop both Nero and Beans. So now Big Wake has got no teammates to work with, and he's going to continue to watch that score begin to rise for the Ravens as they'll be inside of that objective. He tries to jump on through, trying to be clever with it. The movement rather was solid, and can it open up an opportunity for Nero? Not going to happen, but Beans is still here.
Nastie just took over. He just wanted a 6-3, make it 7. Earns himself another cruise missile. He was holding down that small push and middle single, all forcing Boston Breach to try to overextend through Shandy's side. That's a flawless hold right there from London. This way you put your pedal to the metal. We got to start to rotate. Asim, unfortunately, he's going to get cut down, but Boston Breach got a lot of time to make up. You need a good hold on Kitchen.
We had our questions about the Ravens, and right now they are having a fantastic start to this series. Let's step aside as the streak will come in for Nastie and go to Liston with the Ravens.
I'm going, okay?
Wait, deep back kitchen on the brown van, Paul. 2 in time.
On the stairs, absolutely behind this wall.
I need it.
He's behind that wall, he should be there.
Here. He's shouting. One shot now, Paul, stun him. Nice. 2 in time and then one spawn.
I'm in the back door, yeah. I'm in the back door.
Actually, you spawn mid.
Side door fast. Go into the back, Maddie, back. That door dead.
Nice, just 2. We have numbers, just push.
Boxes, tag. I have middle, they're all spawning front.
One shot, B.
Boxes, really weak. They're all spawning front, guys.
One shot,
boxes, one's in boxes. They're all spawning front.
My side.
I have it.
I'm on my own. Boxes at a time.
Inside the point. No, I'm dead. There's 2 there. Alright, need to be, bro. It's out new. I spawned now.
3 at all.
You knew, yeah?
Yeah. Missing Nero. 3 at all.
Yeah, I'm in gold. No one's got top bed. No one's got top bed. I only have bottom. He's gonna hop up top bed, brother.
We get that better now. I'm just playing gold,
top bed.
One gold to me.
He's top bed.
He's one shot, choked. He's one shot in gold, okay, Nero.
I'm gonna need help here, guys.
Nice, big win bed. Play on the side.
And the Ravens are spitting hot fire, Lando. This is the dead last thing that we have in the CDL. They are trying to come out with a statement. So far to start off Major 3, they currently have the lead. They're getting the time. The only thing is Boston Breach have more players in position to try to execute this break.
They do indeed. Scrapz and Paul X will come away with 3. Now make it all 4. Boston Breach falling by the wayside as Ravens are within 25 points of calling game 1 theirs. They've been doubted by everybody in the league, and right now they're trying to prove that they still deserve to be a roster together. Boston are able to break on in. If they grab every single second left, we've got ourselves a tie game. And right now, Jay, the only player who's out of the play is Beans, the only man who was thinking about that rotation.
Oh yeah, Beans the only guy here, and with London picking up that 3 kills, now they're gonna have the numbers off the rotation. So Beans has to now change his positioning up. He has to play his life, play for the kill, try to hold down this kitchen control. As his teammates are going to go for the strike through the middle of the map. Scrapz is able to take down Beans. Nastie and Paul X combine for 3. London, they find the break. The game's about to be over.
It's about to be over. Vivid and Co, they've got to jump on in. Nero able to do a bit of damage.
Oh, wow.
Beans. It could be Beans. Boston able to jump in for the moment. It's only 2 seconds left for the Ravens. 1 break and this game is theirs, Jay.
That's all they need. That's all they need is 1 break. Let's play it patient. We need to find these kills. 2:30 and counting. Scrapz finds the first. Here we go.
Oh, and Owakening has a few players entering toward his reticle.
Oh no! Oh no!
Once more, who's coming out on top? Boston, they can win it here as the panic begins to set in for the Ravens. Now they're the ones who have to get a move on. It's a tie game, and Boston done it, and yes, they have an unbelievable comeback as they rip the hopes and dreams away for the Ravens. We couldn't give them anything but props throughout the start of that hard point, but Jay, we called it, man. We were at bar with like 20 seconds left. The only guy who had rotated was Beans, and he sees that play through, that comeback through all the way. Let's watch this again.
Oh, we gotta see it again. It was trades back and forth, but Beans at least takes down the last player in Scrapz. So once Boston know that it's all 4 dead, players spawning towards kitchen, everyone turn around. We know that they are coming from Shandy's. This next wave of kills are the biggest ones, as it all starts off with Scrapz finding that first. There's only 3 players left. Beans, Owakening, and Vivid. Awakening gets traded. Vivid finds 1, but Beans is able to find 2. Hold down that push. It's still only 10 seconds. London still have 1 more chance. They just need to open up with a kill. Nastie finds another one. This is where you have to go, go, go. You have the numbers. You have to play the trades, but too many angles you have to check. Boston Breach did not get nervous in the moment. They were able to hold strong. After a very sloppy hardpoint from them from start to finish, London were winning a majority of those rotations, but they clutch up at the very end of that hardpoint, and that one's got to be devastating for the Raven boys. You saw Asim. He was instantly out of his chair, man.
And I don't blame him. I mean, my goodness, it was just... It looked like it was theirs. I mean, for sure. Oh, my goodness. That is a frustrating loss if you are the London Royal Ravens. A 2-point hardpoint game. And today, a much better performance coming in from the rookie. Beans, 26 and 22. As we said, does a great job at going for that early rotation toward Diner. Gets the most hill time really across the entirety of this scoreboard. More than Paul X by a second. A great job all the way around for Breach to stay composed. But that has got to tilt you, man. We were talking so highly about London. Like, they looked fantastic. Yeah. The comms were excellent. Nastie was going on streaks. Just a fumble indeed.
That's definitely a fumble, my friend. Like, now you just got to go back. I know Asim was instantly out of his chair. You got to take a breather, man. You got to let this one go, because that's a map you guys should have won. Communication was there. The game plan was there. Winning a majority of your rotation just came down to those final moments, those key gunfights. You couldn't win the trade battle and hold on for the last 2 seconds to close out the map number 1. So obviously in this situation, Boston Breach, all momentum on their side. What an insane comeback in that map number 1. But going into this map number 2, we heard the desk talk on it. This is where Ali thinks they had the best chance at taking a map versus Boston Breach. The only thing is, we saw Boston play this yesterday, and they pretty much dominated Toronto Ultra. The SMGs had a really big presence. It was Vivid and Nero back-to-back 3 pieces on multiple rounds, and then Beans, he puts up a 1.4. He did have that sniper in hand. He was hitting some crazy shots. Boston Breach had the ability to go up 2-0 here, but London, they need a response now.
Jay, how did you had a situation like that happen whenever you're up in a game and then you lose it in a heartbreaking fashion? How did you regain moving into the next map?
Oh, brother, you're just sitting there like, it's all good, guys. That one should have been ours. We've been putting a lot of time. We should have took that map number 1. We should be up 1-0 in this series. So that's how they all have to look at it. We should be up 1-0 in this series. Let's go into the search and destroy, and let's plan to potentially have gone up 2-0 and tie this one up, because you got to just completely forget it. That's a devastating loss in that opening hard point. Obviously, the team hasn't had a lot of success, but search and destroy is where they usually are able to bank on to try to get back into the series.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's just so funny that you said that. It's like, guys, it's all good. All right, it's fine.
It's all good,
it's
guys.
Fine. We just had a total collapse. The timeline's exploding at the fact that Beans was able to stay alive. It's fine. Yeah. Let's just rebound coming into the search and destroy. But like we said, man, these early maps, these early opportunities for the Ravens are huge, considering that everybody is now taking an even closer look at them. I think it was Puckett who touched on it at the top of the show. We had 4 teams make roster changes coming into Major 3, and it felt like London should be the first team on that list to actually make a roster change. They decided to roll with it moving into Major 3. You start off with a hardpoint loss like that, you definitely need a rebound nice and early. But if there is something to take away, again, going back to the comms, the listening that we had with the Ravens, I really liked what I was hearing from Nastie. I feel like that guy was really stepping up in a major way. I know we've seen glimpses of him, throughout his year in the CDL, rookie last season in Vanguard. he's really the last man who's been a part of this OG London team, and maybe recognizing, Jay, that he's got to be the in-game communicator, the big voice for this team moving forward.
Yeah, he's got to be the big voice and the big slayer. I remember in the beginning of the season when London went 2-0 during week 1, Nastie was one of the best players in the game. He was doing whatever he wanted with the VASNEP, with the TAC 56, the M4 at the time, but he's a guy that has that takeover ability. We saw a little bit in that map. Number 1, multiple threes, like you said, picked up 2 to 3 cruise missiles throughout that entire hard point. Just couldn't find that last hold. So I'm really looking at Nastie to keep that pace going into the search and destroy alongside Asim, because Asim has been their guy in S&D. We saw him drop 17 on a map. Unfortunately for him, it's not the map that we're going to be playing in this map number 2, but still good for him. He has a 1.85 on hotel search and destroy. So really look at Asim to set the tone.
Absolutely, man. I mean, there's been so many tweets talking about, unfortunately so, but it's like, hey, can we get Asim some help? Like, can we get this guy something? Because there's been so many people who have talked about the Ravens, and it's like, it feels like this guy is really the bright spot for them. And I know our stats team did a phenomenal job of trying to break it down, almost give us a chance at like, how could London come away with this series? And as you called it, partner, he's had some unbelievable performances in Search Destroy so far throughout the season. And I believe he's got like a 1.85 KD on Hotel Search Destroy specifically. So couldn't agree with you more. He is definitely always the guy to look out for, but specifically at Hotel Search Destroy, he has been the beacon for their success.
Yeah, man, I really do love Asim as a player, man. He's a guy that just simply wants to get it done however it has to be done. If he has to sit on the hill, he would do that. If he has to slay in certain situations, he will do that. He's a guy that would just lay it all out on the field for his team to try to get a victory. You see the stats so far this season, overall 1.05 KD. They've only won 3 series, guys, and he's still maintaining the 19th best KD in the league. The guy is just a great player, a phenomenal player, Mr. Do-It-All, man. I really do love his gameplay. I'm excited to see what he's able to do in the search and destroy, if he's able to drop those bombs like he usually does.
Yeah, without question. We've been talking a lot about the London Royal Ravens. I did want to transfer the conversation, though, over to Boston Breach, right? You're off of a great Game 1 victory, and then you're moving into, as we said, a Hotel Search Destroy. You saw this yesterday, right? And what they were able to do on it, Jay, was fantastic. There was a lot of people who came in saying, you know what, Beans could fit in very well with this roster, and a lot of that focus was around Search Destroy. He could take that sniper away from Vivid, and we saw him very early on yesterday versus Toronto doing a very good job now with that role.
Yeah, and it's so difficult too, because a lot of these angles that he was taking are very, very tight angles with that sniper, but the young man is confident. Very energetic guy. I really do love the character of Beans. Yesterday we saw him in his interview, man. He was so talkative, so energetic, man. I'm so excited to see this young player prosper into developing into his deeper career, into his pro career. The guy is just hilarious, man. I really enjoy his gameplay. Obviously not the best performance in his debut, but he bounced back in that map number 1 nice and early.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, it's understandable, too, because you just got so many players who are coming into the league now with so much pressure. I mean, we could have a totally different conversation, and you and I will, about Dan Ghosty and OpTic Texas, but there's a lot of people who are saying, Beans, he's the future of EU COD. He has got the chance to be one of the best players in the game. You don't hear those conversations a lot, especially as a rookie player who has pretty much zero experience when we talk about the professional side of things.
Especially coming from the European side. That's no shade to my European players, but it's usually not like that. It's always usually an NA player. One player stands out from somewhere else, like Pred with Australia. Like, the guy's a demon. Like, we know this, but it's so great to see Beans, where he was able to level up from coming from challenges, playing with Doug Sensor Martin, getting those reps in. Like, when you play with Doug, good friend of mine, you can basically go out there and get every single kill you want. So he was putting up some insane stats throughout challengers, and so far he did it. Not the best yesterday, but in that map number 1 he did in today's series, he did a phenomenal job. Just in this search and destroy, you got to make sure that you're getting those first bloods. That's the biggest thing that stood out for me yesterday. 63 versus Toronto. You close out the game 6-3. That has to be a big factor for Boston.
Yeah, man, honestly, I'll be honest, the number one thing that I took from what you just said there is that Sensor is doing something right in challengers. Like, we're talking
Mr.
about
Do-It-All, another guy.
How Dan Ghosty was like rooming with him. He like invited him to his house. We're talking about he was playing with Beans. He just knows how to manifest talent. I even saw somebody yesterday, Jay, back in like Ghost. They're like, yeah, I mean, Formal's first player that he really teamed with was Sensor. Or first team that he teamed with was Sensor back on like one of those FaZe Red, FaZe Black teams. So I'll tell you what, man, Sensor, He just knows how to do it. I'd definitely be looking out for some of the teammates that he's got rocking right now in Challengers. They could be next on up. But guys, we are going to throw it to a quick little commercial break. We do apologize for the bit of a delay, but don't worry. We got Hotel Search Destroy between Boston and London coming up right after this.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in. We got a jam-packed house, and it is gonna be an epic day of Call of Duty.
Planes get canceled, luggage get lost, but it don't matter, okay? Because I got the hottest fans in the game here with me.
Can you hear my heartbeat pounding?
Y'all ready to get the matches going?
OpTic, without question, have the edge.
What have we just seen?
Joey D, what can you tell me about the Thieves right now?
They are world champions for a reason.
Minnesota, when they get dialed in, they will pull out their sneaky tricks. FaZe group, a squad that everyone would always just put automatically into the final. It's been bitter cold out there in Boston. But Mother Nature's got nothing on these Call of Duty loving Homo sapiens.
Here we go, threads the needle. Here he comes!
What a ridiculous storyline we've had here.
Down and down we go.
Thieves lose to OpTic in the very first match of the tournament. Now we see them 9 straight victories.
I don't forgive, I don't forget, I don't regret. You do me wrong, I'll tag along. Like a hit song, you can turn on.
This is going to be an epic rematch, a chance for redemption if you're the LA Thieves.
You can run, you can hide.
2 seconds, 1 second, and LA Thieves will move forward in this tournament again. Revenge.
Atlanta FaZe, they've been booed, they've been the villains, and yet they still are putting up win after win.
We've checked the forecast. The drought has ended. It has been an entire title since Atlanta FaZe lifted a trophy. And my God, how good it must feel for these players to have come so far. Atlanta FaZe, your Major II champions.
I'll give you bad, God, give you bad.
How's it going, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the first series of the day. By the way, major shout out to whoever made that video. That was absolutely fantastic, highlighting some of the greatest moments from the Boston Major. Texas, we're coming, but we got some work to do before we get there. Jay, I want to highlight our maps and modes before we jump into this Hotel Search and Destroy. Talk to me, man. I mean, after a loss like that for London, is there hope that they could make a comeback considering the rest of the set that we got here?
Well, the thing that really scares me is that they've only found success on one map in Control, and that's not in this series. Hotel is not going to be there. El Asilo, they're sitting at 0-1. And then as we go forward, if they do force that map number 4, Mercado, they are 11th in rotations. On a map like Mercado Hardpoint, if you're not rotating, you're not going to win the game. So you have to make sure you fix that. They showed a little bit that in that map number 1, but you just have to get some energy back because you saw what Boston Breach were able to do, man. Obviously, a little bit of break here, so momentum is not going to be as high, but you got to be feeling really confident still getting the victory that Boston Breach was able to get in that map number 1.
Yeah, and you got to be happy as well as we take a look, at the new roster coming into Major 3. The Beans was able to at least have a solid hard point, right? We know that he was great in the S&D yesterday, but the hard points weren't so good in his debut. Finished with like a 0.54 combined overall KD in the hard points yesterday, but like we said in the Search Destroy, he was lighting it up. 7-5 performance in those opening duels, oftentimes with the sniper out. He was the difference maker, and that could be something where if you're the Ravens, you're looking at trying to have an answer. And like we said, Ali talked about, this is their opportunity. This is London's best chance to get back to the Search Destroy. Beans could be the guy that steps in their way.
Yeah, because Beans is the guy that usually is solo playing over towards that B bomb. You probably have a player that's sitting towards bottom bedroom in Vivid or Nero, but usually those guys are taking that mid-map control. So if you can solo out Beans, you know he's going to have that sniper in hand. Just try to get super aggressive towards bedroom. Take him down, get that bomb down as fast as you possibly can, and then play your setups correctly. He's a big impact. You cannot allow him to pick you guys apart, especially when you're jumping on these head glitches with that snipe, because then at that point, you're going to slow down. You now have to even up the numbers, try to make a play, and at that point, there might not be that much time left on the clock since you were still so worried about Beans. So he's a big impact on this map, but it has to be the SMGs as well, man. Vivid and Nero, like I said earlier, those guys are getting 3 pieces left and right on this map. Like, Nero put on an absolute clinic with that SMG in hand versus Toronto. So I just think if you are London, momentum has to be on point. Asim and Nastie really have to set the tone.
Yeah, they definitely do, as we'll see. A quick little look, actually, at the ending of that last hard point. We got to take a look at our scuff play of the Cammy for just joining us. You missed a good one. You missed a good finish here on Hotel Hardpoint. Jay, I tell you what, man, it just feels like Hotel is like the new Tuscan. I mean, in terms of just the crazy and wild plays. We're talking about how, you know, the crazy P1 finishes. This year it is Restaurant on this very map and mode. A crazy, crazy comeback here for the Breach boys.
And the thing that I was just looking at is that they open up with the first kill, right? They all have mid-map control. You have connectors, you have Shandy's side. When you get that first kill of the player on top catwalk, you should probably pinch towards kitchen so that you can spawn Boston all the way across the map so you keep that man advantage. But since they did not decide to flip those spawns, not decide to pick up that pinch, that's what eventually allows Boston to spawn up towards kitchen, instantly flood forward, and just consistently play those trades. I think if you're London, probably in the heat of the moment, communication is very high. Everybody's probably talking a little bit frantic. But in that situation, you just need one break. We need to all come down, execute this one play, and the map would have been theirs. But they couldn't do it. Boston Breach. Still, we're able to clutch on up.
Yeah, they were indeed. Solid W in the books there for the Boston Breach. Again, chatting about the Royal Ravens. You know, one of the more questionable moves throughout the off-season, or not the off-season, but I guess you could say the off-season that we had in preparation for Major 3 was the fact that this team does not make any moves. We talked about it. We stressed it, Jay. This 4-man lineup, if you're going to keep it together, that early success has to be there. Job number 1 is closing out hard points. They don't do that. A loss here in Search Destroy. I think it's fair to say, man, could very well spell disaster.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing, man. It's because, like, London, okay, they're like 50-50 in hard points, overall record of 10-11, but the S&D has been their best KMO control. They basically stand no chance if it's not Hotel. So you have to be able to win your Search and Destroys versus some of these teams, especially some of the higher echelon teams that we have in the league. Boston Breach just coming off a roster change. Their strats shouldn't be on point that much. They played the map once with this new roster. Obviously, we don't know what it's like on the back end when it comes to practice, but you have that one rep where you're able to go back, do your homework, see how they like to play their setup, so you can basically try to fully blind counter it. Solo out a certain player, just make the game a lot easier for your team.
If there's somebody that you're looking out for the London Royal Ravens, I know we chatted about a few different guys for the Boston Breach side, whether it's Beans or it's the, you know, fast-paced SMGs for the Breach and Nero and Vivid. Is there somebody that you're looking out for in this Search Destroy or throughout the remainder of the series to try to lead the charge at a comeback here for London?
If you think about when London picked up that victory versus Vegas, the main guy that really set the tone, that took over the game in the respawns and in the Search and Destroy, it was all about Scrapz, man. Like, Scrapz is a guy. He was an MVP caliber player when he first started to play Call of Duty, when the CDL first started. He was that guy, man. And now we saw what Asim and Nastie are capable of. But if Scrapz can take his gameplay to a whole different level, he's a guy that can take over the game. So I'm looking at Mr. Matty Marshall, my guy, to turn it up a level.
Without a doubt, man. I mean, we know the level that Scrapz has been on previously. This guy has, you know, one of the more storied careers throughout COD history. Excited to see him back in the CDL, and we'll see if he can try, as we said, and lead the charge to a Ravens comeback. Before we do that, folks, we got to take a look at a few things. If you have not already gone to the CDL shop, you absolutely need to do so. And Jay, if you're picking one of these hoodies out of these 4, which one are you grabbing? I know what it is.
Come on, man. Come on, man. You know where I'm going. New York, baby. Hold up. I need to get this. Where am I getting this from? Shop.callofdutyleague.com. Oh, yeah. I got to go get that, brother. Those are clean, man. These are the first time I see these.
I know. These are looking great. I heard Bryce talk about how he's already ordered like 8 of the London Royal Ravens sweatshirts.
Nice.
So, Bryce, Feel free, buddy. You know my address, potentially. You can go and toss me one over. That would be fantastic. Also, we got to talk about this one, too. Make sure and grab those team packs. You can look like the guys, you know, outside of the game. You can also look like them inside of the game. Jay, are you rocking any team skins in ranked right now?
Oh, yeah. I recently just played some rank with my guy Nate Shot, so he hooked it up with a code for the LA Thieves. So I've been rocking that LA Thieves. You know, they had a crazy run at Major 2. Could have closed it out in the final. But then yesterday, they also slipped up, man. They're just not an online team. But their skin is clean, man. Clean.
They are, man. They are indeed. I got shot by somebody using a Minnesota Røkkr skin earlier, so
nice.
I'm not using that one right now. That's on that guy who was with me in bronze too. I hate to shout out my rank, but that's just the way that it is, folks. We do apologize for the bit of a break that we're having right now, but we will have that Search Destroy up very soon. Thank you for your patience. We'll see you in a moment.
gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty League Major 2, coming at you from Beantown alongside the Charles River. It's going to be bitter cold, so keep your gloves on, stay in your car until last minute, and then we'll welcome you all in, and we'll have our corn dogs ready, right, Joey D?
Yeah, we're having corn dogs?
Yeah, and little chicken nuggets, dino nuggies.
This is a great update.
There's a lot of watch parties going on. Sethy Poo, I saw you. That mustache is looking good. I just want to take my fingers and tickle that thing. Little caterpillar. Is that too much?
Do you want to tickle it, or do you want him to tickle you with it?
Yes, that part.
Can you pass on a message to him? Say to aBeZy, he's looking great today.
You as well. You too.
What a guy.
I know.
Can I yeah, just get one more of this.
Water. Josh, don't roll your eyes at me.
I'm going with the purple team because I like horns.
Okay, for me, I'm a...
Straight up, what did you eat for breakfast? Because I'm trying to be like you.
Tacos, to be honest. I mean, I was munching.
I don't understand anything.
I'm not really a hype man anymore like the old days. I used to be. I'm starting loud. Dad!
Safety first. It is 4 degrees. It is -4, it feels like, with the wind chill, so be careful.
I've never been late to an event before with the weather in Dallas, the ice and stuff. I just got here last night. I know you were missing me.
You should have walked, dude. Your patch is just not there, I guess.
They wouldn't let me out.
That's what I guess. I don't know.
I thought I was going to be the only person going for this team, but it's a full desk. I'm going for Boston Breach, too.
Here we go.
I would pick Boston, and yeah, you know what? I'm going to stay on it. That's what I'm doing, because I like my security guard, but I don't trust him.
No, I think he heard you. I just don't think he heard you. No, I heard you. I just didn't hear you. Yeah. He heard, but he didn't hear. I heard you, but I didn't hear you. I was kind of locked in.
We're partying right now. The lights went out.
Oh, wow. Felt Joe's mustache. So,
London, oh my God.
Well, you better say it officially, because it's going on a graphic. You guys are so loud.
That's good. I want you to hear me. That's a name and a half. I'll be the one to say. Whose name is that? It's MC's. The unkillable demon's name. Also known as Frank.
You have a slight mistake there as well. Boston Breach, don't plant the bomb in a position that can be easily spotted. There's a stretch on it.
Mercado. Time to take this tape off. HyDra.
What's up?
I just want to say one thing too. I can't wait to save Ben's head, so I'm excited.
Boston, you all were incredible. Thank you for the vibes. You set the tone all weekend.
guys, and welcome back. It has been some time, but we hope that you all are still doing well. Boston Breach, London Royal Ravens. Let's get that hype back up. Game 2. Search and Destroy is about to come up. What is it again, Jay? I forgot. Hotel, I think?
It's Hotel. Yeah, we're back at backstage at the hotel, man. But yeah, get the energy back. You know, we just had an insane hard point in that map, number 1. A little bit of delay, but we are finally back. Here we go into the game 2. Search and Destroy. London need to respond to make it a series.
Oh, I like your vibe.
Like that?
Now, Jay.
That's energy, baby.
Nice and spicy. Wish my teammates had that kind of excitement right now.
I don't think you're having good. Bronze 2, brother. I don't know if you're getting teammates at all, brother. Oh, good, man. We got to grind a little bit.
Jay, I think I have a better chance of winning the lottery than at any point hitting top 250. That is without a doubt. Anyway, let's jump into round 1. Hotel Search Destroy. Here we go. Boston Breach, they're up 1-0. As we said, after a crazy Hotel hardpoint victory. Into the round we go. And it is Scrapz starting things off, cutting away a very, very pesky SMG in Nero.
Yeah, that's a very big kill because we know Nero likes to set the tone nice and early into these S&Ds. Taking him down now relieves a lot of that pressure, but London, so far their game plan is just to fake their way over towards B, get them to rotate towards that side of the map, and get a free bomb plant over towards A. So this is a flawless game, flawless play call as the bomb is going to get down. Now Boston have to retake 4v3.
Yeah, Boston pretty much play breach and clear over at the kitchen to nothing. Yeah, absolutely nothing. So with that, London, a free plant. They've got man count advantage, and now they've got the timer working in their favor also. We'll see what the breach retake can look like. If Vivid is tagged up and dropped, it's going to make it that much more difficult. Asim focused up, ironed up as well. Is he going to be ready for the gun engagement? No, he's not. First pick, able to go to Vivid. Here come Boston once more. However, it's all down to Beans and Vivid, 2v2.
2v2. Scrapz is trying to hold that flank through single. Paulux is going to be on you to check this site. Dead Silence is going to get invested by both players. Take down the most important one, and that was Beans on towards the site. Scrapz eventually finds the second. Almost got scary. I don't know how Asim didn't spot him go to his right. I thought he saw him cross from the mid connector, but just doesn't react to it as Vivid. He was able to take him down, but the rest of the defense for London, they were ready for the push. He got the bomb down. It was only 15 seconds left, so some player from Boston had to commit towards the defuse. You take that player down, eventually find the final trade. London take round 1.
Solid job for the Ravens. I mean, as we said, they find an opening pick on Nero. They bait as if they're going toward the diner, and then from there, as we said, for Boston Breach, totally faked out. Solid opening round here for the Ravens. Talked a lot about composure. They definitely had some time to refocus coming into this search and destroy. However, Scrapz gets beamed off the rip. So we're trading in first bloods. Now it is Boston starting things off with a nice and early double. Nastie, realizing such, has to quickly get out of dodge.
Yeah, 4v2, Nastie and Paulux. Paulux trying to spot these players, rotating back towards middle. He's able to at least make it a 2v3, but now they know his positioning. This is where you have all your players go for the challenge. You just have to find the trade. Paulux is at least able to take down Bees, but Nastie in the 1v2.
Oh, and they have done this perfectly. Yeah, I was going to say he has dead silence for the moment. Now it's time for the gun engagement on to Nero. Is this about to be a 2v4? Nero has not moved, and it will be. Perfect work there from Paul X and Nastie. And you can tell by the smirks on their face, Jay, they know how big of a clutch that was.
Oh, that was a massive clutch out of Paul X and Nastie. Paul X did everything he can to find all the kills through the middle of the map. All the players from Boston knew exactly where he was. They just couldn't take him down until he took down 2 of their own. Then once you find it in 2v1, Nastie with the dead silence, able to get behind enemy lines, find the first kill on the flank. Puts a couple shots on Nero to keep him stagnant, to keep him standing still, focusing on one angle. Dead silence pop. He's able to find a final kill. London, great in the 2v4.
A great reply so far in this S&D. As we said last time around, it was a fake over at B. Boston bit. Will it be the same case this time around? Is Nero happy to play a bit more passively as he'll be hanging out inside of the kitchen? Here come the stuns. Here come the tax, the utility, everything tossed. Nero doing his best to try to distance them back as far as possible. All 8 players still up, and Ravens, they could be going for the rotation now.
Oh, yeah, Ravens, they knew. There's multiple players in towards B. It's not going to be easy to break in towards kitchen. So should I wrap this one back and have a player play on an island, which is Asim, waiting for anyone to try to push through on the side of Boston. As Beans is the only guy over towards the safe site, gets a little bit of assistance from Vivid, but is he's able to spot that player on towards the bomb. Can't get it down now.
And you see to the top side of the screen as well. This has just been a 1v1 for the last 30 seconds. Both players not looking to engage. Beans, first line of defense. now over at that A site. Continuing to keep the Ravens off, and now the timer begins to come into effect. Nobody has yet to drop. 25 seconds left to go. Vivid's able to poke away at one. Meanwhile, Asim, who was out of the fight, now looks to get involved. But Jay, the bomb has been dropped. This one's got to get planted soon, and Boston have constant eyes everywhere on Overwatch now as Nastie will fall. Boston Breach are able to answer finally.
Yeah, Boston Breach, they just read the game plan right there from the London Royal Ravens. They put 2 players over towards that B site. Nero did a great job of backing him down with his tax. Then you force them to rotate, run right into the pre-aims of Vivid and Beans. Eventually sets up Awakening to find the final 2 in the final play. Boston finally get one on the board. London, they just wasted a lot of time right there. I felt like they wanted to wait for Asim to try to make a play on the flank, but Vivid just did a great job of just making sure no one could make that play happen. He held the flank, was able to take him down, and eventually secured the round for Boston.
Vivid looked great yesterday in the hotel search destroyed. Now with that sniper out of his hands, feel more confident, ready to aggress nice and early into 3 rounds. He is currently tied for the most kills right now in the lobby, most for his team. See if he can keep that up, as right now it is the new guy, Beans, with the bomb on his back. And right now, those green arrows are pretty much scattered across the map. We've got a little bit of noise being made over at B, when in reality, the plant's about to happen at A. Will KleanX check this in time? Yes, he does. But Beans, clever with the movement, manages to stay alive.
That's good moves right there from Beans. Stay alive in this situation. And Nero, it's your turn to strike. Was almost able to take down Beans off of that bomb. Asim's trying to get an angle, but cannot pick it up. A trophy is going to be planted. So in the 3v4, page it to your mini-map. As Nero finds a second, you have one player in Vivid all the way out the play. He's trying to be the safety net, working his way all the way to the deep flank.
You got 2 players on flanks. Oh, with the snap out of Awakening. Didn't have a great hard point, but he has turned it up right now with S&D. Scrapz of 1v3 clutch. Not going to happen this time for the Ravens. And I got to say, Jay, that was just very, very good work out of both Beans and Nero on that bomb site.
Yeah, the teamwork was flawless right there from Boston, because once you got Nero pushed up towards the plat steps, Beans, with the great movement, was able to get that information of where KleanX is playing. KleanX tries to reposition towards top bed. He eventually gets picked. So then you can get the bomb down. You have 2 teammates who are working their way through middle. One player in Vivid knows that no one went through the late flank through Diner. So you take that side of the map. You work your way all the way around. Now you get all the information where London are attacking from. Someone has to be flanking. Someone's playing solo towards bed. You pick them both apart. You win the round. Boston 2-2.
Far. Surprising start for Asim as the beams are out. Well, for Beans. Great work there for him, as we'll see if the Ravens can try to rebound right now in the 3v4. One of the worst teams in the CDL in spots like this. But thankfully, team is able to get on the board. He'll cut away Nero so that difficulty becomes that much easier. And meanwhile, it's KleanX who finds a streaking Vivid. So that will help things out dramatically.
Yeah, once you get that information, taking down Vivid, you know no players have to be over towards this B bomb, as London are able to make control of the middle of the map, find the final 2 kills. Great in the 3v3 to just play it super patient. You know Boston are going to try to make a play happen. Right there, if you are the Breach, just force them to plant, man. Hold your sights down. You had 2 players over towards the middle map, over towards that B side, 1 player towards A. Vivid, let's just calm down there. You find yourself towards top desk. You got a great position just in case they decide to rat back. He decides to just push on forward. KleanX takes him down, and then everybody else crumbles after that. London respond, now up 3-2.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of teams, making adjustments. Obviously, with the Boston Breach, they're doing that with a new team. We've already talked about it for the Ravens. Not sitting great in a lot of game modes out there in terms of certain situations. As we said, 3v4s not great in historically. They're able to clutch one out there. Now up 3-2 in our search destroy. As it's back to attack for the Boston Breach, but Asim has found himself quickly on the flank. I didn't even see him on my mini-map, Jay, and Boston had no idea that one was coming. Asim has come alive.
Yeah, they have realized that Boston like to do the 2-2 split, so you take mid-map control, you pop your dead silence, you're able to get it behind enemy lines and find that first blood. And the 3v4 just forced them to bomb plant. You see that Scrapz is playing all the way deep towards back plat. As Vivid, eventually the player on flank is able to line up 2. Can't find the 3rd, but at least makes it a manageable play. 2v2 now.
He does. I think for Boston, they were just looking out. Where is everybody hiding? They're all in the middle of the map. As now it gets brought to a 1v2. Nero, with a bit of information, needs to find Scrapz, get away with his life. Job done. But still has that bomb still to attain. 20 seconds to go. And for Asim, who's been so solid in situations like this so far, can he keep it up? Time continues to tick. He's got to lay down this objective. Is Asim going to check this, or is he going to allow for the plant to go off? Can the timing work out, or will Nero manage to escape? He does. He's able to escape, but goes for the gun engagement, and it is once more Asim coming away with the kills. An 0-4 start. Now has won his last 4 fights. It starts with him. It ends with him. Ravens on top again.
Great patience right there from Asim, man. He knows that he can only commit towards one bomb. That dead silence runs out right there for Nero, so you get a couple sound cues that he's on that side of the map. Use that nade to force him to reposition from behind that box and make the gunfight a little bit easier. Great patience, great awareness. Way to control that round from Asim. Now London, 2 rounds in a row, up 4-2.
You said Asim needed to turn it up, and, well, he absolutely has, Jay. I think it's fair to say.
He's a game changer.
Awoken. He's awoken. He got up from his chair a little earlier in the hard point. He is regained, and he's feeling good. Ravens with the opportunity to go up 5-2. We'll see what the strategy attempts to be. Beans has brought out the sniper. Oh, and he got the snap from him.
What a shot right there from Beans to snipe him through the drapes. Like, that was a crazy shot. Already a 3v4. At least they find him, take him down, and Nastie evens it up. What a shot from Nastie to make it a 3v2. Bomb is getting planted. Boston have their hands full. 2v2 now.
I got to see that from Nastie's POV. That was
nasty.
Objective down, however, I was going to say, beautiful red hair has been spotted. Awakening, he's got some information in his sights. However, he has lost Nero. But Awakening, it just feels like he has a new level of confidence in situations like that. Get some tags in, but the Ravens continuing to roll. That's now 3 rounds in a row. And once more, man, it is Nastie making the crazy, crazy plays.
Nastie with some great shots to find that 2-piece. I just think if you're in Boston in that situation, Beans hits a crazy shot to get that first blood, forcing the bomb plant. No one should be overextending. No one should be throwing shoulders at anything to give up their life for free, because now you have everything that you want. First blood, they have to plant towards either side. You know that they're definitely not going to commit towards B, but just force them to make the play. Force them to push across through your crosshairs, make the gunfights a little bit more difficult. Nastie just picks them apart, and now London are at game point.
Guaranteed, we're about to have a good old headbutt in the middle of the map, and it's trades across the board, but it's working out quite nicely for the Ravens. It becomes a shooting gallery, as now it is all up to Vivid. A 1v2, however, he is now
Wait a minute.
to a 1v1 versus Scrapz. It will be a 1v3 clutch if he can manage to grab it. Dead silence, as now he begins to run on in toward the kitchen. Is he going to be expecting Scrapz? He spots him. Oh, but Maddie is able to take it. A near 1v3 clutch, but it's frustration is all that you get if you are the Boston Breach, as Ravens close it out in game number 2 with 4 rounds in a row.
That was just a perfect game plan right there from the Raven boys, man. Taking map control. You saw Boston, they had success on it. One attacking round where they just flew out towards middle and were able to win all those gunfights. But London said, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Not going to happen again. Fully prepared for that mid push as they all ironed up. Found every single kill. Almost got scary because Vivid in the 1v3. He's had a bunch of those in his career so far, but Scrapz plays it beautifully. Both players had that silent Scrapz rap sack all the way towards back. Kitchen reads the play beautifully and eventually takes down Vivid to close out this search and destroy. London tie the series up at 1, man. You gotta be feeling good for the London boys. Very close map number 1. Clutch up in the search and destroy. They've shown some improvements so far.
I mean, they should absolutely be up 2-0 in this series.
Without question, my friend.
Considering the way that Hotel Hardpoint ended, they should have came into this search destroy with a point to prove, and regardless, they lose the opening hardpoint, but they answer back in the S&D in a dominant way. Scrapz able to help, as we said, lead the team to a nice game to victory. We saw some great moments. We saw that crazy 2v4 from Paul X and Nastie. Asim, after starting off 0-4, managed to go on that 4 spree. And I don't know, Jay, I mean, as you said, he started to learn. He started to adapt by the things that we were seeing from Boston, the 2-2 split across the map. And it makes you wonder if London was up late last night watching a bit of the VOD for the Breach boys.
Yeah, definitely watching a little bit of VOD, but also understanding that mid-round adjustments need to come on in. You get those early couple of rounds to get a feel of how they want to play the map. But then you see on their attacking rounds, Nero's the aggressor towards B, followed up by Beans with that bomb. And the other two guys, you haven't seen them on that side of the map, so it has to be a 2-2 split. They read the setup beautifully. They perfectly countered it. As Asim pops that dead silence to get behind enemy lines, Boston just simply didn't have a game plan. You saw that last round? 4 mid. Let's try something, man. London was just completely blank counting them the entire time. Boston were not prepared for it.
Yeah, a great answer for the Ravens. We'll see what they have prepared for us when it comes down to this next control. We said the sense of urgency has got to be there. They need early success. They have a crazy, crazy opening hardpoint loss, but they rather have a great performance in that search destroy. We come back after the break. We're headed to control for some of CeeLo. Make sure and stay with us.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Howdy, COD fans, and welcome back. Our first series of the day is getting ready to jump into the swing mode. Control on Elisila between Boston Breach and the London Royal Ravens. We had to wait a while to see what the result would be in Hotel Search and Destroy, but the Ravens came out firing. As we jump into control now, Jay, what are your expectations? What's the result going to be? I need a prediction.
Well, Boston Breach, they have a nice little record on this map, sitting at 3-1, the second best attacking team that we have. And on the opposite side for London, they've only played it once, and they got slammed, 0-3. So it's the stats are saying they're dead last in attacking rounds and defense. But the series has told us anything. London came to play today. They are being able to keep up in the sling, so majority of that all in control. It's all about these kills, 30-30, and already starting off hot as Paul X and Nastie are able to find 2.
Well, you're telling me there's a chance, and that makes me excited. Ravens will kick things off on the attacking side. On Elisila, really, it's pretty much a mixed bag. You can go toward A if you want. You can also hit up B. That's the beauty of it. Not a fortress by any stretch of the imagination. You can win attacks. Believe it or not, it is possible. Scrapz, oh, he just got the best timing in the world, just acting like a statue as he tries to lead the charge now over toward that B zone. A few players in ear's distance. What it specifically is going to be Vivid. But thankfully for the Ravens, you'll take a pretty slow effort right now as you desperately try to grab some map positioning. Scrapz able to find one, cannot find the other. But as we said, does make a bit of a dent in the setup, and now it's up to Nastie to make some plays happen.
Nastie's trying to make plays happen with that SMG, putting pressure over towards this B side, but London, they had all the map control, but nothing to show for it. Boston Breach, they cut them all 4 down. Now with only 20 seconds left, all the spawns for London towards back white. You have to sprint forward. You have to be able to stop this clock as they're trying to get over towards that B point. Vivid's just trying to time this flank. He gets red, and this might be the opening. London have the potential to stop the clock. We just got to get on one of these points, man. Go to one of them. There you go.
Okay, he gets cut down. We've got a few Ravens players now making a bit of a surge toward that A zone. It looked like nobody was going to get there in time. But thankfully for them, the clock has been paused, Awakening has been flanked, and that objective begins to fly. They managed to do it. Another minute on the clock and a chance to close out our opening attack. As we said, Jay, got a little worrisome, got a little scary right there for Ravens. Things slowed down and really nobody was there to make a play. Thankfully, they're able to do it now, but they got to be careful because that time is running fast.
Yeah, it's only 45 seconds left. At least you have 2 players pushed up on the opposing side of the map. Just have to play for your kills if you are Asim. Trying to dance around the map in towards BS, and D we go. Just gonna play his life, but he eventually gets sniffed out. And you see the map positioning right now from Boston. You pushed out towards white. You have full tank control. You're getting those close spawns to make sure you save B. This has been a flawless hold on the defensive end at this B point.
But I gotta say, Jay, I mean, our observers are doing a phenomenal job, but I don't feel like we should be seeing every single gunfight for London. It feels like there's not a whole lot of team shells going on right now. Lots of solo fights.
Yeah.
And with those final 10 seconds coming about, we'll see if the Ravens can maybe start to put things together. There's no time like the present, but if you're Ravens, you gotta go. Somebody thankfully hops on the point, but okay, all 4 of them will drop. Great job for Boston to be able to regain, and at least if you're Ravens, what started off as a horrible round, at least they'll walk away with 3 segments.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Like London, they did a great job of just fighting for mid-map control, but in those final moments, they were able to at least complete that 8 point, take those 3 segments going forward into this map. Now, if you are Boston Breach, you need to respond, and they usually do so on the attacking round. Second best team that we have on this map. Let's see how they get it done. Awakening so far, he's sitting at 6-2. Didn't really have the best map, number 1, but this is a map he's really comfortable on, 1.4. And already sitting with a nice stat line to start this one off.
I say 1.4, goodness sake. So yesterday he was Gig Awake. We're looking for Gig Awake to show up again. So far he's just been normal Wake. So we'll see if he can begin to increase. Nice shots at range. Strategies are known, however, for the Ravens as they will work from their high up positions, the top of the tower, as they will just continue to swipe away at Boston players. Beans on a bit of a streak. We'll see if he can get something going. Scrapz, meanwhile, takes the largest dolphin dive, maybe of the season. Somehow manages to stay up, and right now for Breach, working for the back of their base, in need of a pick, and a pick they will find.
That's a big kill right there from Awakening to take down Scrapz. Now you're going to force a couple players to rotate over towards that B side. Just gonna be able to open up this 8 point. Great positioning right there from Vivid to take down Scrapz off spawn, but the pitch is able to come in from Asim. Now, if you are Nero, the farthest player pushed up, you just want to try to play your knife, finesse him around a little bit. Try to open up a lane for your teammates to attack from. They're still going to be putting pressure on towards A. You take down Paulex from top, and now the sack is going to come in. First segment already done.
However, Nastie has revealed his position, so Boston definitely got to look both ways. They've got to be prepared. London can jump in at any moment, at least. Rather, when you least expect it, and they will. Nero, the sole man alive, watching all of his teammates drop, but cutting away the Ravens at the same time. 30 seconds still to go. And right now for Boston, they have yet to get that third segment in over at A. Positive being is that you still have Nero alive.
Yeah, you still have Nero alive. He's just trying to find that opening, but he's going to be able to stop that clock. He gets the information onto a player, but can't win the gunfight onto Nastie. Asim trying to go for the trade. He can't find it, and now that's 4 dead. If you are Boston, this is where you keep one player on the point. You all transition. Try to hit that rotation early. Try to trap them in towards the back of this rock spawn as they have field control. They have their spawn control. London need to find these kills now.
Yeah, it oftentimes comes down to the opening engagement, and Big Wake is able to find it. Nero, some long-range shots. That's going to be 3. Last player alive is Nastie. Boston can absolutely stack the point. Can Byron do anything? No, he will not. And watch that zone begin to fly. They are lighting up right now for Beans, as that's going to be 5 in a row for him, hanging out toward top party, and all London can do is watch from afar. A great ending to that round there from the boys on Breach.
That was great work right there from Boston. Once they find a clean 4 dead in that final moment towards that 8 point, they knew we got to transition over quick because they're all spawning out towards back rocks. You trap them in towards that end. You get a clean 4 dead. Everybody hops on the point as Beans was slain from top party. Kill after kill in the feed. Boston Breach able to take that round. Now up 2-0.
You can see in a moment like that for Beans. He's just like, yep, just feed me. Just feed me. Having a great time just watching everybody up from London spawn. He is pixel perfect with that tap from range. And now instantly for the Ravens, you're put in an awkward position. Felt like you were going to secure that second round. Now you're looking at a 2-0 deficit. And now you're going to have to come in with an instant reply off the start of this round number 3. They've got to play their numbers carefully, though, Jay. We know for either side on Elisilo, a quick 3 or 4 down can spell disaster as Breach continue to fly.
Yeah, Breach are continuing to fly as Nero's trying to hit the snap in towards bottom pool. Can't find the kill. But at least you do have one player in Asim all the way pushed up to Boston Breach's side of the map. He was going to be spotted. London is trying to get out of the base. Is trying to go to one of these points, but the defense is so strong right now from Boston. 2-2 split. Everyone is winning their one-on-ones, and even if they're losing it, they're instantly finding a trade. Great shots from Beans. Still hasn't dropped on a 7th spree.
That's a free gunfight victory for Awakening over at that B zone. So at least you are able to break through the setup for the moment. If you are London, as we said, we've got a few players on sprees. Awakening's one away from his cruise missile. Right now, Beans is looking to call in his. And this is pretty healthy, especially if Awakening can find that second cruise missile. You already get off the point. Nero's hitting snaps. If you earned that cruise, I mean, you've got a lot of map positioning that you could use to your advantage. Awakening will fall, so no streak for him in that moment. And now for London, Asim has managed to find the lane, and that A zone looks like it will belong to them. Extra minute added.
Now look at that with number 1 on your minimap. Vivid wrap it all the way back to make sure no one's trying to play for some spawn kills, but eventually he does get taken down. So this is where the kills come really important for Boston. You're going to get those close spawns over towards rocks, but you don't have any white control. London, they could not hold on to it in the previous defensive round, but now it's going to be London's turn. They're going to strike. Boston, you need to get these kills.
And Nastie, you need to find the gun. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
That was so stressful watching his POV. Falls away with the knife, but Breach able to answer. Nero comes like, oh, what the? Okay, Asim just hits a wild gunfight. Everybody's hitting some crazy shots, but as the dust settles, Nero and the boys from Boston remain alive and remain in the driver's seat. And right now for London, you're looking for the window of opportunity. You're looking for an SMG to open up a lane. As Nastie at least is able to take down one, it now could fall into Asim's hands. But as we said, the Ravens continue to fall by the wayside. They need a special moment right now, Jay.
Yeah, it's only 30 seconds left. You need one more good push. Asim, the farthest player pushed up. He's trying to execute this flank. You have one player, Nero, who's reading the play, able to take him down, and now it's all on the kills. PaulX is at least able to find one. 15 seconds left. You just got to be aggressive. The gunfights are huge.
Gunfights are going to be massive. Awakening just peeks through, able to cut away for one. Great work on the assistance in that gunfight. And now for London, they're starting to drop like flies. Asim, it's a crazy shot, but he's not going to be able to hop in the objective in time. And that will be a dominant game replied by an even more dominant one. A 3-0 here on aBeZy Control. That's really what you wanted to see, man? For the Boston Breach, come back with an answer. And that was absolutely one of those. And for the Ravens, Jay, well, that's 2 times on aBeZy Control, 3-0 both times. I think we see that one get vetoed moving forward.
Yeah, that's the game mode that's been holding this Ravens squad back, man. They have not been able to find a lot of success in Control, anything other than Hotel. Now they find themselves under the CeeLo, and they got nothing to show for it. Another clean 3-0 in the books. So that dead last in attack and that dead last in defense is definitely going to stand out a little bit more now, but that was just a map that we knew Boston Breach were going to be able to take away. You had Nero 22 and 13 just putting on the pressure with that SMG. Awakening and Beans only die 7 times each. The ARs are holding down their power spots, getting the kills, earning themselves some of those cruise missiles. Boston Breach were just in control of the map the entire time they needed to be. As they clutch up in the Control, now go up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, and I feel like, man, too, I mean, the London Royal Ravens, they definitely looked like a team that has only played aBeZy Control one time. I know, obviously, scrimmages are a totally different story, but at least in terms of CDL matches, it just looked unorganized. Like I said, our Observer team is incredible, but we shouldn't be able to see London's each and every single fight. Like, we should see a little bit more cohesion, and at least in that opening attack, it just did not feel like things were all that coordinated. Like, it almost kind of forced them to go toward that A zone, and then when it came time to these crucial and clutch situations, it just felt like players were getting found out individually across the map.
Yeah, that's the thing that's difficult about a map like aBeZy Control, is because a lot of this map is all about their one-on-one gunfights. When you're able to win your one-on-ones and then chain them to like a 2 or 3 dead, that's when you're usually able to find a lot of success, but that's not the recipe that you want. You want to have a little bit more teamwork. Like you said, a lot of one-on-one gunfights, everyone splitting across the map. I basically thought we saw Asim every single time we were on his screen in the enemy lines, all the way pushed up on the opposite side by himself, just trying to make something happen. And at that point, you got to at least wrap back and get your teammates out of the base, knowing that Boston are already pushed up, playing all these corners. Like you said, it was just one-on-one every single time. Boston just had a lot better teamwork on this map, and that's what it showed at the scoreline at the very end.
Yeah, it's like, as you mentioned, like, it comes down to those one-on-ones, but at the same time, like, you do need a level of teamwork where trades can happen, and it just felt like for the Ravens, you just didn't see that all that much on that aBeZy. But as we said, another frustrating loss at a respawn. We'll see if they can try to turn it around as quickly the momentum now swings toward the opposite side. It's been all over the place. It started with Boston, then it went to London, and now we're back to Breach as they walked away with a solid Control here in a 3-0 fashion. Jake, talk to me a bit about Mercado Hardpoint. That's where we're headed next. For Boston, for London, what do you expect to see here? What do the records show you?
Well, Boston, they're sitting at 0-1. They've only had the opportunity to play it once, and it was versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, who are one of the best Mercado Hardpoint teams that we have in the game. It was basically an 100-point club. And then on the opposite side for London, 1-3 record. But the thing that really stood out for me is that they're 11th in rotation. You played the map 4 times, and we're not rotating on a map like Mercado, where there are 7 hills, and a majority of them are money hills. You need to make sure you're there early, because they're super difficult to find breaks if you're not finding your kills. So we got to see what London were like on their rotations in that map. Number 1, you have to do that in this map. Number 4, to try to force that game 5, because you know Boston, they struggle on game 5s, baby.
That's a very good point. I was getting ready to mention that. I was like, okay, this is a huge game for London, obviously, as we've talked about numerous times throughout this series, to start off well. But if they then win this Mercado, it then puts the Boston Breach in a situation where it's like, are they going to eventually find the ice? Are they still going to lose those game 5s? We'll see. We can't get there just yet. London, you still have a job to do when it comes down to this Mercado Hardpoint. But I don't know, Jamie, I feel like as we look throughout the numbers of this series, you know, if we're talking about Search Destroy, they're last in 3v4s, they're last in this. If you're last in rotating, it's never going to treat you kindly. I feel like for the Ravens, we've very much been able to pick apart what the small mistakes that they're making are. Turn those things around, you could have a totally different looking team. But We'll see what they can do on this Mercado HP, as they absolutely should have won our first hard point. They came out firing. We'll see if Nastie and the boys can get us to what would be a very, very interesting 5th map in this series.
And now it's going to be Boston Breach starting off on the better side, so more of a difficult attack for London. Try to break out from this 10 area. He's going to send 2 players all the way around towards street side. Vivid's going to try to be the cutoff man. Big first kill. Now all your main focus is just keeping them off this time, but you also want to flip those spawns because you know how impactful that P2 can be.
Well, this was a very, very passive start for the Ravens.
Very slow, very slow.
They eventually jump on forward, but we'll see if it does pan out. They actually do have somebody who does spawn inside a cantina. That is Paul X. So with that in mind, Breach are going to not be able to focus any attention over at P1 until they find those kills over at Next. They're able to do so, keeping those spawns in their favor, at least for the moment. We've got quite a few Ravens players with that map positioning advantage trying to cause a bit of havoc.
Yeah, you have Paul X, though, who's still in this position towards green, and that's going to be a clean 4 dead. Perfect time for London to find the break. Now Boston Breach have to execute the game plan, how they want to break in towards bottom cantinas. It's looking like 4 through the barbershop alley. It's all going to fall into the hands of Paul X. You want to try to get one, or at least give the information to your team that the pressure's coming here. Awakening's able to find that first blood. Boston Breach already the numbers in the trade advantage.
Yeah, Big Wake, it just feels like he's always going to win you gunfights like that. The opening pick, however, seems able to answer with 1. Nero now is going to be able to answer back with 2 of his own. Trades aplenty, but it is Nero clearing the way inside a cantina, doing what he can for the team, as now it all falls onto Big Wake and Vivid. A break that leads to another, as Nero will help clear the way and give Boston back that lead.
And now it's only Nero off the rotation by his lonesome, and there's one player who's setting up on the flank, which is going to be Nastie. Nero's not able to get anything for his early rotation, as London are able to find 3 kills in the feed. So this is where London have to respond. That's a good chunk of time off of P1. Change to a little bit over towards P2, but Boston were able to take the lead with the remaining 30 seconds. Now Boston Breach need to find another break. 2-2 split. You're playing it patient. Beans opens up with the first.
Oh, but this is a lead you can't afford to squander. Ravens just had a fantastic start. They cannot allow for a break to happen. Now inside of 10, doing a great job up to this point. However, Nero looks to strike. He eventually does get found out, and now all the focus goes in toward Awakening. Wave 1 cleared for London, but Boston very, very eager to knock on the door once more. Nastie, he will drop. Paul X, he does too. 30 seconds still to fight for, and Boston have found the break.
Oh, Boston found the break, and they have 2 players already off the rotation. You're stunning, using all your attacks towards back alley. This is where Vivid's gonna fly, runs right by Paul X. Could have potentially picked up 3, but great job from Boston players to find a couple kills off the rotation. London do have 4 players in this position, so it's gonna fall into the hands of Awakening and Nero. Can they win this rotation?
So this just gets to be all-out chaos. We've got gunfights happening everywhere around the map. The spawns are up in the air, but thankfully for London, they win the fights that they have to, and now they absolutely have preferred positioning when it comes down to the barbershop. Scrapz with a nice little fade himself. We'll see if he can continue to cut away a few of these Breach players. Remaining toward the top side of the cantina. Boston looking to make their way through the front. Scrapz able to win his fights, and Paul does too. Great work once more for London as they take down Boston in stride.
That was great work from London, especially Paul X. He went massive with a 2-piece in towards Hill because Boston had a lot of mid-map control. Looked like they were about to break it, but London with a flawless hold over towards barbershop, and it's finally going to be Boston Breach winning a rotation early on to a hill. Now it's all about these gunfights. You have to win these. Nastie opens up with the first. Asim is going to slip right on by, find the second, and already it's a 2v2 off the rotation.
Don't allow for this man to cook. Right now with Steven Scrapz, just engagement magnets right now. You're looking at 24 and 12 from those 2 men combined. We'll see if they can lead the charge, trying to poke away at Nero off the start. It is picture perfect work as Alex now has his opportunity. 1 away from the streak. Soulman, here is Beads, and he will drop. The Ravens keeping up that same level of work that we saw in the opening hard point.
Ravens are coming out swinging, man. Winning your rotations, winning breaks when you need to. They're holding down the power position. So far, playing a great hard point. Boston Breach haven't had a great setup so far, but they're still getting a little bit of time off of this P5. But you're thinking about it. 25 seconds left. That top canteen is going to be crucial. It's going to be Boston Breach early off the rotation, fully set up. Remaining 20 is going to go to London. She's going to be able to put them up by 60. But this is where Boston have the opportunity to respond.
Yeah, right now for Breach, man, I feel like you're just looking for a moment to catch your breath a bit. It feels like a Asim has been flying throughout the map. Paul X is just finding 2 pieces left and right. The same thing can be said for Scrapz. Right now for Breach, as the time will begin to go your way, you're hoping to catch a few of these Ravens players out, find a few picks, and start to lead the charge back into this game. As we said, made a wild comeback in that first hard point, and now find themselves down by 45 points. At least Nastie is able to sneak his way through the setup, and he'll make a decent dent in it. Both Nastie and Asim, the SMGs, trying to lead the charge and give it those spawn outs for Boston. Right now for the Ravens, they've got numbers again.
Asim just made such a crucial play. He finds that first blood through tunnel, then he wrapped back to Hedges to now influence the spawns for Boston's Breach all the way towards Barbershop. What a beautiful break out of the young man, sitting at 18 and 10. It's Nastie ready for the attack, but eventually they get 2-piece by Beans. So it's a good 15 seconds. You're able to maintain the better side of the map. Boston Breach just need to have a good hold. We need to start off a new hill by winning that first gunfight, so you're already winning that trade battle.
As we said, it just feels like the pace right now for the Ravens has been hard to handle. We'll see if Beans can maybe start to lead the charge right now for the Breach. As we said, did not have a great hard point performance yesterday, but absolutely did in that hotel. He was the guy to make the clutch plays, and right now on 1 HP, he could be in threat of earning a cruise missile. However, he still has to go through Asim, who is really the player that they are looking out for right now, as they walked away with the first 20 seconds, and now it's time for the Ravens to arrive. Beans finds his pick on the top side of the map, and the rest of the Breach will be able to win theirs. Last man up is Nastie, as we'll step aside and go to a listen with the Boston Breach.
Yeah. He's back out, One's back out. Yeah. I'm gonna try to go get it. One's close. Yeah, on the wall. Mid-heady and Barber. Yeah, there's 2 there. Huh? Mid-heady and Barber and Hill. On the wall. Okay. How's it close to me? I'm trying to go back out.
One shot.
We're going low.
He's hitting, I don't know.
There's like 3 of them.
Probably take house.
Yeah, they might be on us already. I still Barber. He's short sun, right corner. Yeah, short got away, he's on me. Yeah, he's in the right corner, run the right corner. Hold on. You didn't go banana. Go right corner, I had him once. Run me. He's dead. He's mid-ready. He's on me. I'm getting wallbang. I'm saying hi. They could be on you. Yeah. He wants to me on me. I get your house. Top house. Going back probably. Let's go back. Yeah. We have a short. I'm one shot. Alright, he's weak. Nice, another one. Tunnel one short. Corner hill. Okay, I spawned back alley again. Yeah, I'm gonna go dark down. Banana. He's sitting banana watching. Alright, Barber Chuck, banana hill, and looking for one.
He's not above Charles.
He's mid, I think. Can't
see him.
I was thinking, he's shouting up. He's dead. Nasty's banana, only 1 health.
Great check in there with the Boston Breach. Comms are fast as you like. Especially on a map like Mercado, you're going to need them to be that way. And right now for Boston, you are in need of a break at the Cantina. Beans has been looking to make the play. And we'll see if the strategy manages to net successfully for him. He's got quite a few teammates who can clean up some of these weakened players, but Beans decides to take matters into his own hands. Nastie able to shut him down, as now it's all going to be on to Big Wake. SMG in hand. Can he find 2? Yes! They start to light up. Oh, and he'll find the third 2 right when Breach need to break. They're able to find it.
But now we need to rotate if you are Boston. This is a good 20 seconds, but now you're going to lose that rotation over towards 10. We got to go. You got to put the pedal to the metal. We got to get to the next hill and win a couple gunfights. Beans opens up with the first, so already in the trade advantage, as one player is going to spawn all the way towards garage. Asim's going to be ready for the pinch. This is where you invest that cruise little, get the information for your team, so you can potentially find that first kill to try to execute this break.
And threads the needle. Beans able to drop the first. You can see those arrows right now for Breach begin to collapse inside of 10. Scrapz trying to give it the communication, looking to find everybody that he can. The door open.
Shoot, teammates
firing at his own teammate. But Breach are gonna fall by the wayside. A clean 4 down and 20 seconds now to go for London.
Boston Breach spawning all the way across the map. Only 15 seconds till London call game. Boston Breach going for the 2-2 split. These gunfights are big.
They mean everything. Awakening and Vivid able to combine for 2. They've got numbers as they run in toward 10 for what could be the final team fight.
Oh!
Give them every single one. And just like that, we've got a game 5.
Mr. Matty Marshall steps up in that final play. Finds the final 3 kills to now force us to the game 5. The Ravens just knew what they needed to do. When Boston Breach were set up at hills, they took it nice and slow for their breaks. At certain money hills where it looking like Boston should be able to set up properly and get a full 60 hold, London were able to find breaks, win a majority of their rotations. When you find in those rotations, the gunfights are a lot easier. Look at the slaying on the side of the Ravens. Everyone positive. Obviously, Scrapz and Asim really set the tone, but they just took over the game, man. Obviously, Boston Breach, they only played it one time before this, and it was versus Atlanta FaZe. But you gotta make sure you're rotating, man. You can't be playing for junk time at 30 to 25 seconds left, because then at the next hill, you're already playing from the back foot. London, they get great holds, they win rotations, they force game 5.
Yeah, I feel like in that situation for Boston, it's like you can't really, I don't know, man. It's like you don't really want to give up the time at Cantina, but at the same time, you just kind of have to cut your losses at a certain point, regardless. We could talk about it all day and night, but really for the Ravens, it was all about the lead that they established at the start of the game. They got out of the gate top. They were breaking hard points effortlessly. And I'll tell you what, man, it felt like off the rip, I was like, okay, is this going to be a very slow-paced London team, given the lack of a preferred side when it came down to Mercado? And from that point forward, once they got Cantina control, for P2, they just flew. They absolutely just flew. Impressive stuff for the Ravens, as honestly, this series should be over when we talk about that first hard point, but we do have a game 5 on our hands, and for Boston fans, it hasn't treated you kindly previously. We'll see if Beans can be the difference and who will walk away with what is sure to be a thriller. Embassy Search Destroy when we come back after this.
Dark, 2 dark.
Nice.
I got one. Last three front door.
I'm hitting all the time.
One more. Last hit. Behind you. Nice. He's been behind you. Down there. You went off that.
Oh, well, there are the comps. There are the comps for the London Royal Ravens to close out that hard point. The boys are feeling good. You have to imagine, Jay, considering that, as we said, this series should be over already, considering how that opening hardpoint loss was for them. But it feels like so far it's just been one team answers, the other team replies. We've got ourselves a game 5, and I saw the Boston Breach Twitter. They're sweating it out right now, Jay. Why is that?
Because they're 0-6 in game 5s, man. No ice, brother. That is tough, man. You are great at your search to destroys in game 2, but haven't found anything to close out your series all the way into game 5. So Boston got to put it together. Brand new roster. We know what they like to do on this map. They're a great team on the defensive end, but a little bit better on their attacking rounds. And then on the opposite side for London, they're sitting at 0-2 on this map. We have had the opportunity to watch them play this versus Toronto. They lost 4-6 by getting 2v4 clutch, 1v3 clutch. A lot of clutches happening. So if you're London, you cannot allow that to happen. But they also recently played it versus Florida, and they got slammed. They got 6-2'd on that map. So if you are London, it all has to start on the defensive end. Don't give up that freebie bomb plant. Make sure you're watching that cross and making the rounds difficult for Boston.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about, the map 5 records. We know what it is for Boston Breach. You called it out, Jay, the 0-6 performance. However, something to be said about the London Royal Ravens. They have also lost their last 4 game 5. So they have also not had the ice. We talked about a few of those game 5s. They go differently. We're talking much differently about the Royal Ravens so far throughout this season. As we fly in for some good old aBeZy, we're talking about players to watch, but that is the stat. That is the one to take hold of. The KDs. Oh God, that is... Those have not been close game 5s, apparently.
Yeah, that's not good, man. Not good. But I think the 2 players that I really want to focus on is the guy on the side of London who dropped 17 kills on this map before, which is Asim. What enough of that? Nastie with a beautiful 2-piece with that Kobe up in the air. Already going to set the tone as Boston Breach try to get aggressive towards B, but no trophy system to work with in round 1, 4v2 now.
If you're Boston Breach, like, okay, guys, listen. New roster. We're jumping into a game 5. Things are different. Boom. 2-piece by the nade. Beans, good night. Awakening. Quick little 1v4 for him. Thankfully, he's got plenty of time to think about what it is that he wants to do. Surely does not spot the head of Scrapz from that far away. And yeah, he just gets absolutely overwhelmed. A solid start for the Ravens, and it absolutely helps when you find a nade 2-piece off the start.
Yeah, that was beautiful work right there for Nastie. I'm pretty sure one of the players gets pegged in the face with that nade. So they're probably both running battle hardened. They're probably thinking we're going to get stunned off this cross. Let's try to get across a little bit quicker so we can make the plays happen. No flak to work with as they get 2-pieced right off the rip. And eventually London secure the defensive round. 4 up, 4 down. Now up 1-0.
Watch those nades again.
Yup. Oh, there goes the numbers.
We'll see if Boston can avoid. They're watching craters begin to form here on aBeZy. Scrapz eventually grabs the bomb. Now we focus on bomb handed over now to Paul X. They just begin to toss that objective around. Vivid, the first one to expire a few shots. Meanwhile, it is the other SMG in Nero, who's found himself quite comfortable as he can quickly enter in toward a line of sight at any point. Nastie able to find Vivid regardless of it. And now for the Ravens, they begin to look for another pick. Oh, he's able to find the first. Asim eventually drops him. Awakening puts in a few bullets toward the end. However, it's the great cover fire for London that will keep this 3v2, this man count advantage once more intact. A bit of an easier situation this time around for Beans and Awakening. Now a 2v2. Beans able to put in a few bullets. Oh, and he answers back. Has got some word for Scrapz. Nastie 1v2 decides to invest that silence. And with only a few seconds remaining, is he going to be able to get this bomb down? Oh my word, there is Beans. Plants down the objective and had no idea that he was right there. Great job there at aBeZy, and eventually ends up dropping him. Oh my word. That is... Jay, I don't think the broadcast can hear you right now, buddy. I think you may have to reconnect. Maybe it's all good. Yeah, we'll see you in just a moment. Jay was just breaking everything down perfectly. He was breaking down everything perfectly, folks. Don't worry about it. It's all good. 1-1. Oh, and Beans nearly lines it up. Jay, I'm being told that you're back. Thank goodness.
I think I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened. I guess my PC just didn't understand how Beans was able to get that bomb guy right next to him as London are able to find the first 2 kills onto the round. Beans is trying to line it up with the snipe, but nothing is going to be able to connect. So now in the 4v2 with a minute down, with a minute left, bomb is going to be down. Tall task ahead for the ARs.
For the 3rd round in a row, it is Beans and Awakening left to try to clutch it up. Unsuccessful in round 1. They do it in round 2. Can they do it in round number 3? Beans continuing to snap with the sniper. Regardless, though, not able to connect. With that being the case, 35 seconds to go. You still got to get a move on when it comes down to that objective. So a lot of work still to be done here for the Boston Breach duo.
Oh, yeah, it's 30 seconds. And we're nowhere close to the bomb. So now if you are Nasty, you get that information that bomb is down. They can't do nothing on the round. As Scrapz rotates his way towards the middle of the map. Now it's all left up to Beans with the sniper pistol. Does have a Vaz net to work with, but not enough time for him to clutch up on the round. London with the complete blind counter, super aggressive in towards Embassy, find the first 2. And just played super patient, knowing that they can't get that bomb planted. Now up 2-1.
What about you, Jay? I'm just kind of noticing a bit of a pattern, right? It feels like Vivid and Nero are just not alive in the later stages of these rounds. As we said for Beans and Awakening, they've been the last 2 alive so far. They're in every round here in this game 5. As you absolutely need those guys to win their fights off the rip and really just to be alive toward the later stages of these rounds. Vivid 0-3, and currently for Nero, only 1 kill to his name. So 1-6 between your playmakers on this team. However, Nero eager to get back into the fight, get involved in the fray, cuts away 1, and also destroys that trophy. So it's going to increase that lane and continue to cause a bit of damage toward that part of the map. But for Ravens, your bomb carrier's down, and now things begin to get that much more difficult. A second pick found now.
Yeah, now in a 4v2, Nero in a great position to take down Nasty. All left up to Scrapz. Into 1v4, bomb down at B. Boston are ready for it. They know exactly where he's coming from. It's been all defense from both of these teams so far. As Boston Breach respond with a very clean round. It all starts with that first blood from Nero, because you can see the game plan right there from London. Let's try to put this trophy down. Let's get this bomb down instantly, and let's hold down our embassy building. But once that player drops, everything is in shambles, as you now have to work your way out with Boston having a great setup. As Boston Breach was strong with the round, now 2-2.
You're just living on the edge, right? If you're an SMG in the spot like that, you know, front PD, you peek out just a little too far, you can be spotted on the cross, but at the same time, so often you can see quite a bit of success in spots like where Nero was last round. Breach now back on the attacking side as they've got pretty much full control over at that B site. Regardless, though, there is 1 player here, and right now that is Scrapz. He's got his hands full, really, with the gunfight versus Awakening. Meanwhile, it is Beans on the other side who's able to drop one. So bomb down, London 3v4.
Bomb down, and now look at the setup right now for Boston. You have 2 players who are committing towards their flank. 1 player who's watching top embassy, so no one's going to be able to execute that side of the map. Scrapz is able to take down Vivid. As Asim trying to work for this player, Beans takes him down with a great positioning. PaulX makes it a 2v2.
And Beans in the back. He's going to win this fight. However, at the same time, he can just stay alive. PaulX, he's got to be the one to aggress, and he will. And now it is all up to Awakening. His position is known, and PaulX has got to win this gunfight. Not able to do so. Awakening will get the checks in this round, regardless of if a kill is found or not. It's going to go the way of Breach. Bomb will explode, and Breach, just like that, reclaim the lead.
Yeah, my guy Scrapz is up towards that top AC for the entirety of the round. Never jump down from that positioning. It all falls into the hands of PaulX. If he wins that one-on-one versus Awakening, obviously the defuse is able to come on in. But with only 15 seconds left, Awakening had to win that one-on-one, throw a shoulder here and there, make sure he wasn't defusing. As Boston Breach secure the round. Just good work from them to dodge those nades, get that bomb planted, especially after Beans got that first blood.
I will see what the look is for the Ravens. Scrapz does get a bit of information. So Nero does not find, I was going to say, really the angle he wanted, but he spots somebody on the bomb. Meanwhile, Nastie's there to bring out the sniper. And it's trades aplenty through the middle side of the map. Currently, it is favoring the breach. All up to Nastie and Asim, as now he will drop as well. Trades continue to favor Boston. A sniper and a pistol in hand. Can Nastie come away with a clutch? He's able to spot somebody through middle, though.
Yeah, the information is there for Boston. They know they has a sniper in hand. As Awakening was able to give that information to the player crossing back over towards Embassy. So if you are Beans, just play your life towards Embassy. Do not give him an angle. He's going to pop right on up. Catch Nastie off guard. As Boston breach. Flawless so far on the defensive round. I think it was a big play, though, from Nero. Because he gets stunned from top window. So right there, he knows that the aggression is going to be towards the site. He uses a stun of his own to slow down Paul Lex, get that first blood, and that was the biggest kill of the round. Boss of Breach, now up 4-2.
Yeah, it just looked like in a moment like that, it's like, okay, London, they finally got him, and no, not at all the case. Able to spot somebody on the bomb, walks away with that gunfight victory, and from there, strategy from the Ravens, walk away with that first blood. Not successful. Nades are tossed out for the Ravens, but this time it's Boston who've got the trophies. And it's Beans who's having a phenomenal game, bringing out the sniper once more. As it is all-out chaos right now in the middle map. It just feels like continually, Jay. It is Boston going up in numbers early. Another pick now for Beans. Asim in a 1v3.
Asim in a 1v3. Beans is able to spot him, throw a couple shoulders, hit a couple shots with that pistol. But now, if you are Boston, this is where you know his positioning. You just try to play for this trade. Don't give him one-on-one gunfights as they're just trying to locate where he's trying to exit from. He's going to rotate his way all the way back towards a 45 seconds. Boston breach into 3v1. It's time to get that bomb down.
If there was one player, there was one player from the Ravens that you want to be alive in a situation like this, it is Asim. Gets a few tags in on Vivid, but no kill confirmed. But it's Beans, I believe, with the sniper. Watching that cross, the cover fire successful there for Boston. And it is the new addition, inching them ever closer to their first Game 5 victory of the season.
Oh, man, you saying that 0-6 in Game 5s? Maybe if you get yourself a little bit of Beans, you have a good chance at winning that Game 5. As he's sitting at 9-3 stat line right now. Just took over in that round with the sniper, holds down his angles, able to find 2 kills in that one. But now Boston breach at game point. London, need to chain a couple together. It all starts with this fast bomb plan. You need to get across because Nero's been able to shut it down every time.
He's not been spotted. Nero has been spotted again. Thankfully, no!
No!
Heavens, I thought he had the kill.
Oh, my.
You go. The ice has been found and the Beans is letting them know. The streak has been ended. And how about a round to close it out? Boston fans celebrating. As not only do they find the W here versus the Ravens, Jay, but they start off Major 3 with a lovely 2-0 record.
Oh, man, Boston breach, man. They just came out swinging. Obviously not the cleanest in the hard points. But in that game number 5, the new addition to the squad, 10-3, took over the game with this sniper in hand. Even in 2v4s with Awakening, when he was getting pushed, he was beaming you across the map. It's a great game plan from Boston. I just wish London would have shut down Nero at least once. Their game plan was trying to get that bomb down over towards B, but every single time Nero got to that side, he was able to take down that bomb carrier and then completely break the game plan on the side of the Ravens. That's just a tough one, man. You think about that map number 1, 2 points away from taking that. The LSE control, obviously, that one wasn't close, but London, they fought. They fought in this series for sure to force it all the way to a game 5. The Boston breach just a little bit more icy in that final game. Close it out in a 6-2, and they take the series.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? I mean, if Boston doesn't make a wild comeback in that opening hotel hardpoint, the Ravens, they win this series, right? Yeah. They win this series in a 3-1. We're talking about them totally differently. Boston clutches up. They walk away with the game 5, and I'm sure for them, man, obviously with the new roster starting things off 2-0, it's got to feel good, but it's also got to feel amazing to know that you can win game 5s now. The curse is over.
Oh, it's got to feel great, man. Just hope beans, man. Yo, pull out the sniper, dog. Do whatever you want on the map. You got us in the back pocket, and he did it so well in that game 5.
Incredible stuff there for the new edition. My mask is somewhere. I'll have to find that before we come back here in a little while. But that's going to do it for myself and Jay for this series. Desk, Puckett, take it away, guys.
Thank you so much. We are done. The first match is over. We still have 3 more to go, and while the next one's getting ready, let's revisit how Boston gets their second victory. And we should mention, this is exactly what we saw at the start of Major 1 qualifiers, a 2-0 opening week, Allie.
Yeah, and I'm going to get a little bit nitpicky here with the Boston Breach, simply because, to me, this was a 2-point hardpoint series, to be honest. When it comes to that map number 1, right. 250 to 248, London was in a position here to possibly take this series 3-1. And I think my biggest issue right now is the fact that maybe Owakening and Beans play a little bit too similar. You know, Boston didn't really need that additional slaying. They just needed somebody who's going to be playing the time and playing that rotation. But regardless, it's a fantastic win. Their search and destroy with the addition of Beans and that sniper has clearly made a complete overhaul. We saw it in this embassy search and destroy, where previously they were heavily struggling without having a main sniper on the squad. So a huge bounce back out of Beans today.
Nameless, last night we saw Beans finishing about 1,000 damage behind his teammates in that final game 4. Tonight he finishes 500 points higher in damage in search and destroy. A 10-3 from Beans.
Yeah.
Was he what Boston was missing when it comes to game 5s?
I mean, maybe, right? That was a fantastic game 5 with the sniper. You know, we were talking about it, like his impact there would be huge because previously they had Vivid using the sniper. He's just a dynamic SMG player that you don't want sniping in search, so it definitely helps him in that regard. So good search performance out of him, but also in the hard points as well. You can see the energy there. He had some really good moments. Even on the Mercado that they lost, he was really the guy who was taking over mid-game, keeping them in that game. So I think by all means, Beans had a fantastic bounce back today in this series. And, you know, to Ali's point, it is a, you know, closer game versus, you know, the worst team that we have in the league currently, but still we saw a lot out of Boston throughout the series. Hardpoint control looked fantastic. Nero had a hell of a performance in that control, and they closed it out in game 5, so improvements across.
Nero, we were talking about in the green room, is he your MVP still for this series, or did Beans steal it at the end?
I mean, I think we gotta all show Beans some love for that performance, but for me, it's what Nero does for the team on the map, man. Like, you go back and you watch that Asilo control, what Nero's doing is insane. He's winning the impossibles bucket on the map, and then in that search and destroy, every single time getting pushed up towards hedges, somehow finding the kill. Kid's a monster.
But Allie, we have to revisit game number 1, because this is where it all started to unravel for London. You could have had a win this week. Instead, game 1 goes the opposite way. This is our scuff play of the game. Walk me through, how did Boston battle back into this?
This was insane. This was just a lot of clutch plays by some individual players in the Boston Breach. Vivid actually finds an opener here, and this was a situation that they shouldn't have been able to break in. We're a couple steps behind right now when they already got that break. Beans will find 2 kills, and then it's just a hold from here on. They read the flood through middle. You know, everybody gets their trades and their kills, and London just isn't able to clutch up in the end. And again, like I said, this was a 2-point game from possibly London winning this series 3-1. Personally, I think with the talent on Boston Breach and what we've seen, they should have won this map much more comfortably in this series, much more comfortably. Not to take away from this wins at all, but I think their hard point could definitely use some VOD review from that map 1 and 4.
You beat Toronto 3-1 yesterday. You go the distance against our number 12 seed today. But Boston giving us some highlights to kick off a Super Saturday. Let's check in on our standings and update everyone where we're at. Because reminder, we're halfway through the season. You got to be in the top 8 if you want to play at champs. And the Royal Ravens, they are deep in a hole, still sitting on 30 points, and they had 20 after opening weekend.
Yeah, man, it's looking bad for Royal Ravens, man. I'd have to go back to last season, look at like Major 3 where teams are at and like where the cutoff was, but it's looking grim, man. You got to get some wins right now. Like, you start in losers bracket, you don't get many wins online, you potentially put yourself in a spot where you can't even make champs. That is just unacceptable at this point in the season.
I do want to call out Boston as well. You see them now above Surge. Surge going out 9th through 12th in Boston after a run in Raleigh. Interesting to see Boston in control of that 7th spot with 90 points. We got the man, though, that earned our MVP honors. He's joining us right now. Mr. Nero, how are we feeling about winning a Game 5, baby?
I'm feeling good. We broke the Game 5 curse. Holy crap. What are we, 1-6 in Game 5?
It wasn't pretty.
It was bad. I guess all it took was a sniper.
It absolutely just took a sniper in that embassy search and destroy. I mean, it looks completely different now, completely new dimensional for you guys. So it's great to add that to your map pool. I do want to ask, though, where did you think you guys found the struggle there in map 1 and 4? Because typically you're a really strong hardpoint, you're a really strong respawn team. We saw it in that control. What did you guys feel like the struggle was when it came against London?
Well, if you look at the score, we obviously it was close, but when you look at the kills category, they outslayed us by a crap ton. So I think we just need to focus harder on our kills and then push it, like do a team push together.
Yeah.
But then we also got broke a lot, so we need to work on like setup wise too.
Nero, I want to ask you, obviously Method's retired, you guys were teaming for a while. One, how was that for you seeing that happen, especially right after your guys' tournament? And then also, what was the discussion like after that, talking to Beans, getting him ready to come into the squad?
It sucked personally because obviously I went into the pro league with him. He was sort of my mentor of the league, and he showed me the ins and outs of how to be a pro and what to do, how to speak technically. Yeah, he's my day one, ride or die for that, man.
How was it?
I miss you, bud.
There we go. How was the discussion with bringing Beans in, talking to him and trying to fit him into your system?
So basically, well, he also had different callouts for us too. So it was just trying to get him prepped for every map. We gave him like spreadsheets of what Zin did and told him to pretty much just study that and copy that. No, seriously, and he's doing pretty good. I'm glad he played with his hands today.
He definitely used all 10 fingers. Can we talk a little bit about your performance, though? Everyone's talking about the Vaznev getting nerfed. Didn't seem to affect you much today. How has this been for you as an SMG player?
Well, the nerf really didn't do much, but I don't know. The Vaz is a god gun. That's a do-it-all gun. So you just I don't even know.
We're just watching some of your highlights back here, and I got nothing but smiles on my face. Nero, you were just lighting everybody up. Great to see Boston starting off with a 2-0. Final question before you go, though, is who's controlling the comms? A lot of people thought Methods may be a shot caller. Who is the person commanding the troops in game these days?
It's I would say everybody, but it's mostly Reese. Reese is our like in-game leader now. He mostly was the in-game leader too. Zin did a lot too, but when it wasn't Zin, it was Reese. So now Reese is really stepping up with the comms as well.
You and Vivid doing work today, man. Congratulations. We'll let you go. We have 3 more matches to go. Do you think Atlanta beats Florida? Yeah, I think so, maybe. Sorry to cut you off there, Nero. We'll get our official predictions in here in just a moment. Chat, get ready and lock in. 3 more games coming your way today. After the break, we're going to have a good one for you. Atlanta, the reigning champs, taking on the Mutineers, who have retooled. They've brought in Capsule, and we get a chance to see Felony from the Championship Challengers team. He's up next on the main stage.
racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Welcome back, everybody. The headquarters crew breaking down match number 2 of our 4-match day. We're about to see the returning champions after winning their most recent trophy in Boston. Atlanta FaZe is now facing off against the Florida Mutineers. And the Mutineers, they're at the bottom of the totem pole, sitting in 11th seed. They needed to shake things up. They made some huge moves. Will they help them today, Allie? That's the question.
This was easily my favorite move in our mini little roster mania that we had. Florida bringing back Brack, which again, I think everybody agrees that is what needed to happen. Brack needed to stay on this roster. He was one of the better players of the original starting lineup. And now we also have Fellow and Capsule, which I think is kind of some impact players that Havoc desperately needed.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes here, and I know we don't have any stats here on Florida, the new team, so let's look purely at Atlanta. Do they have any holes in their game across these 5 maps?
I mean, well, they do have holes in hardpoint, right? So, I mean, we see in this one, like Florida, they go ahead and they get rid of Mercado, so like they're scoring up on Embassy, you got to pick your poison there. The Asilo is a really good map for both these teams, so that's going to be a banger. And then for Atlanta FaZe, they've been working on their Asilo control. It's been looking a lot better lately, most recently with that win over Thieves, so it'll get interesting.
Predictions, 3-0, 3-1?
I'm going 3-0.
She's going Florida. I'm with her. Let's hand it over to the casters. They're ready to go. We got Miles. We got Chance. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, exciting to see how today goes down, Chance. Big changes in the Florida camp. And, of course, Atlanta FaZe coming in this one, the clear-cut favorites. But, hey, we will see what happens. Because let's face it, here in the Call of Duty League, anything can and will happen.
Ali might be correct. A very bold Florida pick coming in those final seconds there. That certainly threw me off. And I think one thing that stood out to me just for the maps and modes, Atlanta FaZe purposely chose Team B, which isn't super uncommon, but they also picked the Outbagger Fortress Hardpoint for the map 4. So Atlanta FaZe chose the map that they banned the most in the previous stage. And Miles, we're accustomed to this. When Atlanta is on top, they flex the map pool. They work on things. They try out the new maps. And always make those improvements, but Atlanta FaZe, I don't think, are particularly threatened by Florida.
Oh, classic FaZe. We'll see if this itty-bitty roster mania pays off for the Florida Mutineers, but on the other side of the board, size matters not. Atlanta FaZe, here we go. First plays on the hard point, kills out and a bound, but as you know, friends, the first doesn't matter too much. Here comes the fight towards second, and FaZe already trying to get in there. Mutineers holding it down.
Yeah, nice little opening break as well. The observers did a nice job catching the nades off the rip to try to open up the left side of the map, but so it goes on P1. Not easy to collect time for really either team, and you try to keep things under control as much as possible. And Brack, so much emphasis put on trying to find Cellium. He really took his time trying not to make noise, and it just does not make any difference. Atlanta FaZe have dominated the bottom side of the map, getting set up for P2.
Fellow wins a big one, though. That's 3-0 for Tyler Fellow, back into the squad now, finding himself in the lead for the first time in a long time, and already looking all right. Can he take care of a few more? Slasher indeed. Eyes towards the back line now. His teammates are all over it, and this is a good look from the Mutineers. They had a tough run of things to start things off. They do lose those spawns for a Mo. Holding it down now, though. Fellow still alive and kicking in the feed also.
It's beautiful and meaty, right? I think Atlanta FaZe at the bottom side of the map, and Tyler Fellow opens it up and tries to take over, but as is typical on Embassy, neither team able to get any semblance of control. We've only had 9 points scored, a minute and a half almost into this game, but finally Atlanta FaZe, you see aBeZy getting the 5 spree. Actually, the dude hasn't died. He is the team has 10 points. He's trying to outkill the total score for his team. Doing an okay job, and finally some semblance of control. You're able to stabilize, you get the back spawns, and FaZe can finally start to accrue a decent chunk of time.
All big work there from Havoc. Opens the front line up now. Cellium drops over towards Simp now. Doing what he can to stay alive with the point. 20 seconds remaining here. Rotation's already done. We're going to split the difference right now for the Mutineers. A couple of players trying to stop the bleeding over here. A couple of players trying to set up for next on the other side of the map. And there we go. aBeZy 6-2. Still getting things going. Slasher 4-4. All things considered, nothing too wrong with the performance right now at FaZe. Mutineers, let's see if they can get it going here on P3.
And this could be a painful moment unless Capsule goes large. And, well, you see in the feed, Capsule does exactly that. I think the final stun is maybe looking for Slasher. All those Florida arrows are searching for him, so they have an idea of what they need to watch, but it's covered the ladder. Brack has it on lock.
Oh.
I think it's just about the pistol. Can he make it work? He cannot. Cap has it covered. And Cap going on a 3 spree in this moment is keeping his team in the game.
Trying to make it sneaky up the ladder. That side comms with their good coverage from the Mutineers. And again, it's Capsule on a 4 spree now. Keep the kills going. Anyone to be had here? Indeed, from the hit. Simp, though, who flies by that doorway. Snaps in from Brack. Good shot. Slasher stops the play for a moment. Good work out the Mutineers, though. Holding down this hard point. Havoc running amok here on Embassy. Looking towards Nu, though. That's where Capsule is now. Sneaky. Can he hold the fight? He does. Get himself 1. Oh, nearly the 2nd. Great work, though. His teammates now trying to reinforce over towards Nu.
And you see Florida going to take their time, though. They got the outer lane. They have the closer spawns, and maybe Capsule will just be the first man in the mix. He was the first one to die, and now he's the first one back in, and a flying Havoc moves in. And Florida on rotation. I mean, that's 2 for 2, where they've been pretty on point until Slasher, the anchor for the team, is going to soften up the blow. So right now, doesn't have too much help inside of the hill, and the contest is already in, and he's going to be spinning in circles looking for these kills as Slasher delivering for Atlanta, keeping things under control.
Guy, when he's played any form of ranked play so far, knows it's not an easy hard point to get involved in. Guns up, get those submachine guns firing, and here we go on a Cellium, who's going to turn this attack 56 into a sub at that kind of range. But it's Slasher, the man on the mission. 10 and 6 for him. 5 spree comes to a close, holding it down, breaks in for the Mutineers.
This is just a lot of pressure I think the Mutineers have been able to bring to the table, and they're going to be able to collect those final 20 seconds as well. So Florida, who now have been, what, 2 for 3 on rotations, at least able to get the final 2 hills. This is a moment where they can manage to break this next one. They will set themselves up in prime position, but aBeZy's got one side cover, and you see a very tight setup. All 4 of those Atlanta arrows on the bottom left corner. They know exactly the setup they want. They have exactly that.
Here we go. Into the kitchen. Cafeteria is going to be up. The Slasher now is finding the kills. Simp's going to pick a corner, get himself a nice booth. Not a lot of tables available in this tiny space. He's going to take what he can get. 3 players now through the backside. They read the back sign that says private. They don't care. In come the Mutineers. They're cleaning up. The trades are there. Simp, though, wins a couple more. Reinforcements from Cellium now. Oh, but it's Havoc. Oh, it's Havoc again. It's Havoc. Oh, my God. What was the knife punch? You bring a gunfight to a knife and the punching and the kicking and the screaming and the Simp.
That'll be your Black Ops 4 world champ, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, for the old shot punch. Simp pulling an old trick out of the bag.
Wow, what a run, son. 6 and 0 for Simp in this life alone. Wow. I don't know. I don't know what happened. We're over 100 points now for FaZe. What an electrifying start to the series.
I mean, still, though, only a 14-point game, so a run like that can only get you so far. And, I mean, back towards P1, well, Simp is the man to stop. If you can't kill him, then you're not going to have a good time. And at least they're finally able to get a trade. But on this P1, you go back to sort of that TAC 56 standoff sort of battle. Those top lanes to top lanes. But I guess Cellium worried enough about the pressure, trying to keep things under control. He's not chowing the hill just yet. And this has been a good chunk of time on P1 Florida have been able to get. Admittedly, all just for a nearly tied up game, but certainly Mutineers have some fight in them.
We got a lot of fight left in us here on Embassy. What a map 1. Slasher, though, looking for that top side control. Very, very important. Keeping these players at bay. Brack, though, is not going to have any of that. Takes clean care of him. P2 spawn still sweet. Fellow, though, looking to be the man to make the play happen. Self sniffs him out. Shots at range. Stops any damage really happening. Oh, boy. But wait, the next fight's up. And it's Capsule. Toe-to-toe with Cellium, one of the best to ever do it. And now he's on a 5.
You gotta love the evolution too, right? I think once the league stepped up their snaking game, Cellium had to figure out a way to evolve, and now he just snakes the air when he's on the top platform. So he is a demon, and if he's on the map, I'll be going a different direction. And good news for Florida, the direction Cell is not. It's towards the hill. They have to contest in, and all these 50-50 gunfights trying to get him through, and so far just trades back and forth.
Yeah, wonderful trades, though. Again, great work here from the observers. You're able to see all these different angles these teams are taking here. Mutineers, though, they're starting to hold the numbers. Reinforcements coming in through the back. Cell's tagged up. Slasher still trying to keep him safe. And his fellow keeping the play alive, keeping the guns up, keeping them smoking hot. A few more. Tyler Fellow can only do so much alone. Good work, though. Havoc now from the back, trying to clean these players up. FaZe with a slight lead going into the top side of the map.
Yeah, well, at least the situation last time, Capsule had to pop off and make a big play to get this rotation. This time, their entire team is set up around the hills, so it should be much easier to lock down AC, and obviously a bit of a necessity to lock this hill down. And maybe is Slasher again gonna be the guy to try to open things up, because now you have Capsule so far away from his teammates. It's Fellow by himself in the hill, only has the attack to try to make this happen. And even you got the Hellstorm or the cruise missile softening up the blow, and just like that, Atlanta FaZe, they got the break they needed.
Well, Chance has got BO4 in his mind, but for now, we're going to get on the minds of the Florida Mutineers with a listen in.
Lay down watching his office.
There's one orange yet.
One time as well.
Make sure
I'm waiting down watching his office.
He's top orange. He's top orange of time. One top orange, one at a time.
He's behind AC. Behind AC.
One black box. One black box. Looking for you top office. Perfect. 3. We're missing one. He's in time. They're going to spawn office on you. Spawn office on you.
We sure?
Yeah. Side door office.
Got him. Got him.
I got one.
Slasher.
Yeah, we're looking for Austin. He's probably top.
Okay.
No. Maybe
he's
I'm
top
right now.
I got initial.
I'm getting P2 information.
I'm with you.
I have all your front hall.
One's coming left.
I
have the back cross. I have all the back.
He hit your S2.
Okay. S2 dead.
Nice, that's him.
I got him on I'm gonna flank P2.
Cell and aBeZy.
aBeZy cell.
One in S2, I think. Yeah, dead.
I have all right. He's top.
I'm all right. I don't have your S1. I do not have your S1.
No.
You can.
Okay, no, I'm just gonna hold.
Still top. He's holding top.
They're
hitting left. They're hitting left. Nothing went right.
Yeah.
He's hit us.
Okay,
Get your back door.
Hall 2.
No, back door to graffiti.
I have hall 1.
One shot at aBeZy. Is that planner? Back door. Austin, back door.
Got together. One's S1.
Yo, I
heard that, Priming.
I'm trying
to sign on me. I got one sign.
I have your S1.
One more sign on me.
To the back.
Sign dead. Two. They're gonna spawn out. They're gonna spawn out. P2.
Fell down.
No, top office. S1 stairs. Cellium.
You got
S1.
We're missing one. We're missing Slasher. Yeah, we need to go to the back
first. Nice.
Good job. One's hallway. He went from laundry.
Multiple new on me. I got one more new on me. Two in red. There's two.
They know we're spawning here. I'm gonna go.
One's laundry. Pushing you out now.
Remember, let's funnel them through P2.
What a hard point we've got here on Embassy. Great comms chance out the brand new Florida Mutineers roster. Good control, picking up everything. And now, a little bit of a lead for FaZe.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, the little lead from FaZe, if not for like a couple different pop-off moments from a few different players, Florida have been outplaying them through and through. It's just they got to stop the pop-off moments. And, well, Slasher has been one of the guys to make the plays, and he's the man backing down Fellow. But Florida Mutineers, for the moment, trying to swarm the hill. It does not look like this versus push is going to get them anywhere.
Well, we'll see. Fellow do what he can. Nades in. Trying to clear these players out. Bit of damage. Not enough for the kill. Teammates not enough for there. Trades then. They're all going to close out, and it's going to be Simp, the man up top. He's got everything now to deal with the push coming in from the Mutineers. Can he hold it? Backdoor cleaned up. aBeZy's not going to get pressured. Less than 15 to go on the point. You might send one more player in there to try to get a kill or two, but eyes are on the next hard point. That's the game plan, Florida. Let's see if it pays off. FaZe looking close to the win.
Oh, man. I mean, this is going to be the hill that just turns into the nightmares for Florida against Atlanta in this match. And, yeah, prime position now. 20 seconds away, and Atlanta gets the win. You're going to a P1 where, I mean, it is just going to be a few seconds collected by either team. And for the moment, Atlanta FaZe, they know their job just to slay, just to keep things under control. And if the game plan for Atlanta is to slay, you expect they'll be able to deliver.
Yeah, so far it's looking fantastic. P1, an iron grip on it for now. Mutineers fanning out across the map, looking for anything. Capsule can't win it upstairs. Up next, Brack. He's been taken care of. Simps on a run. You're looking at the victory here, but no one in the hard point just yet. FaZe, it's a matter of seconds. 10 for the win.
Yeah, just easy reads. Too much time. And, I mean, Florida in this situation, they just have to flood. They have to fly. And if you are sprinting in open lanes, you're going to get picked apart and chopped down and gone to bed. Atlanta FaZe, 2 more seconds to walk away with map 1. Someone get that time.
Somebody's going to get them cheeks in the hill, and there we go. Atlanta FaZe take map number 1. What a fight, though, out the Mutineers. Good looks from them, not only in the kills, but also in the comms. We'll see if they can keep that going throughout the series. But for now, Atlanta FaZe, it is another day in the office.
And I mean, this is a team that now is like afforded the ability to play with a little bit of comfort, right? Like the amount of stress that you have to feel after a year of just constant second place after second place. You'd want to put your head through a wall. And obviously, if you're like, you know, the talks of dynasty that were around the team and they said, screw that, we're making a roster change because we need the win. Now that they have that again, they can play with freedom and hey, a smile on Slasher's face. It's been a few years since we've seen that, at least consistently so. And with a performance like that, easy to understand why. 24 kills for him and Cell just able to do their things. And I think Slasher had a few pop-off moments where he's making the big play on hills. And of course, Simp, the cherry on top with the 6 or 7 spree where he just dominated inside that laundry hill.
Yeah, I think we sort of broke the rules of physics there. Simp took a knife, or blocked the knife with his fists. There's some sort of anime thing going on there at the man.
Steven Seagal could never.
Never, not even close. Chris Lair, though, all in a daze. 250-176, the final game scored there. Big workout of nearly everyone there on FaZe. A strong showing to start the series off here, that Embassy. That was a fun one indeed. Good signs of life, though, from the Mutineers. Chance. We'll see if they can keep things rolling in a search and destroy. But I think your point to FaZe, they've managed to finally rip the Band-Aid. They've finally got themselves back into the top spot. Will they relinquish it? God only knows. But for now, let's have a look at these highlights.
Well, this is the first one for Slasher where this is the hill he goes on a 5 spree on, and Florida should have been set up, should have had the control of the hill, and could have ran up the lead a little bit. And this is the other situation where if Florida get the break, there would be 24 seconds left on the hill. They have the opportunity, and just a couple of those moments where either Simp or Slasher is making a big play and just stuffing away so much of the time. So I mean, I would say all things considered for Florida, it looked good. Like, I know the score line towards the end wasn't ideal, and I guess maybe getting pieced up isn't a good sign, but I say through and through, their hard point looks strong. It's just key moments where Atlanta pops off, so how much can you really read into that?
Yeah, it's hard to game plan against, oh no, aBeZy did it, or oh no, there was just another Cellium moment. It's very hard to game plan against that, but I think for now, a FaZe smooth sailing there in the opening map. We'll see if the kills can keep going there from the Mutineers. Again, I was impressed by the comms, impressed by the sort of immediate turnaround. They kept it very close until they couldn't. But all smiles there across the board from Atlanta FaZe. And Slasher, indeed, a couple of key moments where he really cost that boys or helped them out pick up that big win. We'll see what happens now, though. Chance on our double dip of aLaCiLo. Search and Destroy coming up right now. After the break, we'll go to Control. And of course, we've got Hardpoint and Search and Destroy a bit after that. Fortress and Hotel, if we have to go the distance. I will be very surprised if we do have to go to that Game 5, to be completely frank, mate. But, hey, crazy things have happened here in the studio.
Well, I would say just for the fact that, like, for Hardpoint against FaZe, it's the first time we've seen this Florida roster. There's not too much we can really, like, glean off of that either direction. For the Search and Destroy, I think we can. Like, I think the old Florida roster, like, the expectation would be to go toe-to-toe against Atlanta FaZe. And admittedly, Atlanta on aLaCiLo look absolutely terrifying, and aBeZy is back to being, like, on his BS as the First Blood King. But I think Mutineers could have given him a run, and now we get to see, with all of the different roster changes that they have made, if they can still contend at the very top level in this game mode. Obviously, a lot of potential. He was an S&D kid like a decade ago, and it's still on point in that game mode. Havoc's still a playmaker, but it'd be interesting to see if they're going to have that same sort of spice in flavor when they had guys like Major Maniac on the team.
Yeah, the iciest player maybe of all time. Incredible composure. Wish him the best of luck. Simp's having a yawn on the bottom side of your screen. We'll see if he can't pep his step right up as we go into this aLaCiLo Search and Destroy. Chucks, we were talking before this was started. I think we've only played one game of aLaCiLo Search and Destroy and ranked together. Only one.
Yes, I don't know how many I've played. It has to be like 60 or 70 at this point, but this one just escapes me. So I don't have a ton of reps on it personally. Atlanta FaZe, though, does. It is not necessarily their bread and butter because Embassy, they've just absolutely floored the entire league on this map, but this would be their second best map with like a 7-2 record, and they were just in prime form at Major 2. And it's not like you don't know the game plan. Cellium is going to have a pistol in hand. He's going to be head glitching the wall, getting intel like over on the field side of the map. Slasher's going to have his TAC 56 over on like the radio tower side of the map. And the Terrors get to run the middle. But this is the square, because again, the expectation going into this with the old Florida roster, this would be a going toe-to-toe absolute bloodbath. We get to see if the Mutineers still have that same kind of firepower.
Yeah, we'll see. Don't forget as well, Atlanta FaZe, that incredible comeback against the LA Guerrillas on this very map and mode. We'll see, though. We've got another iconic, historic Search and Destroy map on its way. aBeZy clearing out the A-bomb site. Couple of bullets, stun check. Nobody's home. In they go.
And now you're just waiting for the trap to be set effectively, right? You're waiting for that double door hit to come through, and Capsule maybe waiting for the timing. I mean, you got a player on site, aBeZy stunned up, but no one's jumped us yet, but the double hit is through. First blood for Florida.
Tremendous amount of composure there out of Florida, and they're holding it down. Capsule will brag, find another one. Cellium now 1v4. Nearly impossible. Surely not. 30 seconds. Mutineers, what a great round. Fantastic composure chance. Patience paid off. They're first on the board.
Absolutely perfect. I mean, hey, no trophies going to be out in the first round. I think the information they were able to get with the stuns and nades of like, we know at least one of those terrors is going to be on the bomb planning. We know the other one's going to be right next to him. And Capsule, instead of trying to push in, make the hero play by himself, he waits for the reinforcements to come through. And as soon as they got that double chow in, the round just collapsed after the fact. So perfectly executed round one for Mutineers. Exactly what they wanted to have happen.
Amazing again just to see. We blessed with the X-ray vision. We can see the player outlines through the walls. The players can't. All they're working off of is audio cues, and albeit there's a lot of them in this game, but
you know, just because players in rank can see through walls, the pros cannot.
Oh god, that tickled me far more than it ever should. Speaking of tickle, Capsule pops Deddy. He's thinking about it a little bit more than tickling right now. Oh, he's going in. Did he spot that player up top? Slashy saw some shadows. Comms passed over. aBeZy's got the lined up here over towards this side of the map. There's the one-on-one, and it's a big win out of Capsule.
Oh, I was going to see, yeah, if you jump a little bit too high, Slasher's going to rip your head off, and, well, he does exactly that. So first blood doesn't make a difference, or actually Slasher got it, so it absolutely does. Man advantage for FaZe. The B-bomb site is open. You have so much map presence, at least for Atlanta. I mean, they've got these final two players at least contained in a section of the map.
Yeah, that Vaznev, Puckett brought it up on the desk. It did receive a wink-wink nerf. But as far as we're concerned here in the CDL on the size of the maps we play with, watch this bad boy cook. Simp, eyes on, knows something's up. He's the man watching that B-bomb site, but it looks like we might be going back over towards A. Cellium, did he spot Brack? No. He's snaking away. Definitely saw that. Fight's on.
Yeah, now Brack is just going to be trapped in between two different players, and he is going to be isolated and stuck, and maybe Havoc will have the opportunity to make a play, but how quick Simp is to try to make this read, but it's a standoff moment, and Havoc, the patience pays off for the 2v2, an opportunity to make it happen. I think Cellium is going for the wrap, so the bomb is going to get planted. Mutineers might have pulled this one out of the bag.
Unbelievable 200 IQ play there, Havoc. He's 2-0 so far. Brack's got himself set up over by Kegs. Slasher finds the first. Ah, there it is from upstairs. What a retake. Clean as you like. Squeaky bum time for a minute. Atlanta FaZe, though, bounced back magnificently. That's going to be all tied up 1-1 as we let the dead silence run out.
I mean, this is like, it's just Atlanta FaZe feels unfair at times, you know? There's a couple teams where, like, when your playmaker falls, you're like, okay, you're confident of these two guys in the situation. Never against Atlanta FaZe. Every single one of these players is able to clutch. All of them can deliver in any given situation. So, I mean, a 200 IQ play out of Havoc for the patience to not play it with only like 10 seconds left on the clock and to wait for Simp to jump in. Doesn't matter at all. Atlanta FaZe get the round.
Good stuff. Atlanta FaZe. Difficult situation to be in as they open up the round so brilliantly. But there we go. Tied up 1-1. Couple of seconds now for these two teams to get some play calls or ideas what they want to be doing, especially on these offensive rounds. We'll see what FaZe bring to the table this go around. Mutineers, a defensive spread. Pretty standard. One towards the top side of the map, two towards B, one in the middle.
And gets stunned as well. I think Capsule might have connected on a few different players in that moment, but here's Havoc, dead silence, thinking about making him play, and that is more ARs than you were used to looking down that lane. Instant first blood for FaZe.
Havoc's long gone in this round. Capsule not moving silently right now, but he's got himself a top position here, able to get into the fight in a moment. Cellium on the other side of that wall, he's going to be a problem for him. Tons of noise being made right now. Slasher, look at that peek. Here he comes, just over the crest. Catches out another. As the Mad Titan adds another to the pile.
Yeah, now it's just basically a hunting game. If you can kill Slasher quick enough and get the Deddy reset, you're feeling comfortable, or Slasher is going to just go for the ace and just play his game. Loves to play for picks and might try to collect all four. Cellium trying to bait, stay alive, doesn't do too much, but Fellow in a spot like this with a trophy of all things, it is hopeless.
He does have the trophy. No dead silence there. No problem. FaZe pull ahead.
The dual threat, I'm telling you, man. It's the terrors inside, it's the ARs on the outer lanes, and Slasher loves the pick style for S&D. And again, to talk about the dual threat, aBeZy the First Blood Reaper. If for some reason the action is not in his direction, well, this is when Slasher is quite literally at his best. So an incredibly well-rounded S&D game plan for Atlanta FaZe. Nice little advantage they have, at least on the map so far.
Little sort of perturbed, little perplexed look on aBeZy's face for a minute there.
Well, he hasn't gotten a first blood this game, so it's like it's foreign territory.
Is it me? Am I doing something wrong? Let's see what happens in this round, though. Who's going to get that first blood this time round? Simp dead silence now, roaming the halls of aBeZy downstairs. He might be able to catch out these players on bomb site. Oh, he does! What a snap. Can't get the second, though. There is the trade. That play, though, is going to give everything you need to FaZe to make the next moves.
Oh, I thought for a moment that door might have been cracked to actually peer through it, but Havoc playing a delicate game. Cellium, ooh, could have had a freebie. A little bit unfortunate. Hey, Fellow's going to take that every day of the week. Man advantage. And aBeZy's pouncing in with attack, looking for a Vaznev to pick up and can't find it. So, well, finally he's able to collect. Has the right gun for the job, and now you have Slasher on the flank.
Slasher could do no wrong right now, man. He can't do anything wrong. Look at him go. There's one. The next player's around the corner. A 7 spree now for Litigo. There's Brack. Finds himself in a tough 1v2.
And that is a repositioning from Slasher, where it's just, I mean, for Brack, where do you go? Wait for the dead silence and hope for it, but not easy to read these players.
Oh, no, he's never going to read this as well. Look at the spot. Whoa, maybe
hey, nope, there's your first.
20 seconds, dead, he popped. Now we get the go button.
This man is locked in. He has not blinked a single time in the duration of this clutch. Still has to pick up the bomb, though, and again, he knows it's aBeZy. Has to make noise, clears out all the corners, but now it's just about the timing. aBeZy just has to walk in. He knows where Brack is going to be.
Here it comes. aBeZy, though, makes moves around the outside. He read it perfectly. The door, the steps, all those noises. Brack could have held maybe the plant a second longer and got it, but aBeZy, just the fear. The ghost of aBeZy roaming those halls. Crazy rounds, Chance. We're in for a good one here in the search. Hey, it's a different roster. Things are still looking good.
I mean, not bad. I mean, the opportunity's certainly still present, but the actual score line, not ideal for the moment. 3-1 is certainly not insurmountable, but not fun. You feel like this is around Florida Mutineers, a little bit desperate to get the win.
It's tough to pull that 4-1 back. Let's see if we can make it a 3-2 instead. Mutineers now. Plenty of players lined up on the inside of the site. Simp's looking for something. Slasher invests the cruise. What can he find?
Hey guys, they're all inside.
Yeah, they're all inside. No one's out and about. Might be able to catch one out there. Fellow, though, Fellow has got Cellium's name and number all map long so far. And Simp, ooh, no hops. Brack takes him.
I mean, hops or not, I think he was getting cut down anyway, so that's a nice little aggressive play on the outer side of the map for Brack, and he might have spotted aBeZy as well. Not that the information is going to go too far. I think Havoc is going to stay with the exact same game plan, but now Havoc's put himself in a corner. aBeZy should win this 10 times out of 10, and a little moment where Havoc goes flying and just feeds the intel, all for another 1v2 for Brack.
Oh, I love this. So Brack puts himself in the right spot, able to take care of the player on bomb. That's going to be aBeZy. Dead silence popped. Right into the fight he goes, and he's got here quick enough. Can Brack pull something miraculous off? Here comes the fights. Spinning, gunning. Oh, the brain was there, the hands were there, but just not the luck from the COD gods. Atlanta FaZe once again proved to be a little too much.
Yeah, and that is just, I mean, absolutely tragic. I mean, that's a 2v3. I think Slasher finds his individual pick, and I think it is literally just for Havoc to go for the repositioning on the A site, and like his foot gets spotted on the Dolphin Dive by aBeZy and just ends up feeding him the free kill. So the smallest of little things can cost you a round, and Atlanta FaZe is certainly a team that will take full advantage. I mean, aBeZy, it's a map they love, 4-1 lead, pretty comfortable so far.
Oh, that's wonderful. With a search and destroy specialist, self-appointed Slasher, 9-2. He has been absolutely brilliant so far in aBeZy. Havoc eats that nade. That is going to really slow down the play. aBeZy trying to get them tags through the walls, and all those members of the Mutineers now lined up. Brack, the only one who's not going to be in this fight. And here we go. Stun check. Nades are in. Havoc. Oh, no! They line up for Tyler Ferris. They line up for aBeZy. 5 in a row.
The Greek tragedy has already been written, and I think for FaZe, maybe more of the comedy side of things. Slasher's making moves. aBeZy's got everybody tagged up, and he does get traded, but you see his teammates getting sent in for the kill. And again, Brack in a 1 versus 2. This time against the dual ARs for Atlanta FaZe. Round 3. We'll see if he can clutch.
Brack, you've got to get at least one. Come on. Put on a show for the fans. Something to add to the highlight reel and to get your boys on the board and stay alive. Keep yourselves off that map point. 30 seconds.
And I think the question for FaZe is how quickly can you trap him in on this A bomb site after he plants, or does he have freedom to actually try and move? Dead silence pop after the fact, but he opened the door. Atlanta, they have to know he got out.
Well, they've got the bomb site now, and Slash is going to be directly on the defuse. This is a reposition from Brack, and he's moving. But is he moving fast enough? No, long gone. He's been read. No problem. That's the defuse. FaZe dive right on it. A tough call. What a move from FaZe. Again, it just feels like they can do no wrong, Chance.
I don't even know how tough of a call it was for because they're over there just laughing at it. But this was the setup early on where aBeZy is like stunned up, has a couple players tagged, but I think Capsule was made weak early on and effectively gets a collat to set his teammates up. But even for the play call after, they heard Brack open the door. Brack might have popped dead silence after that, but they're like, all right, well, he left the bomb site. I guess we could just take it. And again, easy play calls, 5-1 lead. Nothing but domination for Atlanta.
And aBeZy's out. You've tightened up the defense now of the Mutineers. You have let aBeZy make the play. He's roaming now as the little goat climbs the mountain. He's got the backside of the map all open. I mean, this is a power position and a half right now.
And at least he's going to have the intel. Not easy shots to connect with, but he's gotten the information on 2 different players, and Cellium is able to clean up a player on the flank. So Havoc's trying to make a play. Cellium shutting him down on one side of the map. 2 other players aBeZy's able to spot out. And, I mean, just look at the positioning of where Florida have to go to hunt these players down. That is looking like GG to me.
Yeah, this is a real tough one. Mutineers stretched a little too thin. 25 seconds to go. aBeZy now, he is the predator. Brack getting some shots in. Knives up. Capsule can't win it. Fellow Cell Trazer there. Brack still keeping the play going. Can he catch out anymore? No, it's aBeZy from atop the mountain. Fellow, though, keeping the fight. 10 seconds left. It's a 1v2. Can you get in there, Fellow? Can you do something unthinkable? The answer is no. Search and Destroy comes to a crashing close. The Atlanta FaZe take the lead 2-0 here in the series.
Technically, many of those rounds were close, but in reality, not even a little bit. Atlanta FaZe, bread and butter on El Asilo. I mean, one of the maps that even in the grand finals, I think they were completely on point with, and no signs of slowing down. When they need aBeZy to make the big plays, he delivers. When you need Cell or Slasher to be watching the flanks and doing the AR things on the AR maps, they get it done. And I mean, hey, Slasher, back-to-back, 2 maps in a row, main Slayer on the team.
Big man, Austin Litigo. There we go. Great stuff there. 6-1, the final score of El Asilo. And I will say, Chance, are we looking at another Search and Destroy record in the making, maybe, for Atlanta FaZe? They went very, very clean all the way through the Major 2 over in Boston. And so far, things are looking great. Here we go, though, the halfway point of the series, or if you're a FaZe fan, hopefully, the very, very end. Let's find out, though, if the Mutineers can pull back something special. El Asilo control. It's the swing mode. Lando called it, and it's basically where all the shenanigans, everything hits the fan. We'll find out what hits the fan off this quick break. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Well, Atlanta FaZe find their 8th Search and Destroy win in a row, and no short in part to this man, Simp, as he had a fantastic run at Major 2 chance.
Yeah, and as is tradition, I would say with Atlanta FaZe, anytime they win a tournament and they like someone gets given an MVP, the entire community is like, no, this player should have gotten the MVP. No, this guy should have gotten the MVP, because they just keep trading back and forth. They're all elite, okay? This time Simp got it. It just is what it is. And obviously he's even making highlight reel moments in this series alone. So Simp, to the surprise of literally no one, gross at Call of Duty.
Gross Call of Duty. Look at these highlights. This is on local, boys and girls. Whew. Gross. He's got something special. That kid is something. Here we go. Bit of body shooting, you name it.
Yeah.
It all happened. Oh my God, what did he say? Language. There we go. Champions. Congratulations once again to Atlanta FaZe. That massive victory there in Major 2. But fast forward back to today. Up by 2 here over the Florida Mutineers as we roll towards that OpTic Texas major, but we're not going too far. We're staying on LSC low, playing control.
And just to further continue the questions for Florida Mutineers, obviously Respawn, more so hardpoint than control, but the control a little bit as well is certainly a focal point of why they're making these roster changes. The Respawn has simply not been cutting it. It has been dragging them down, where their S&D has been their shining light. Obviously a 6-1 loss on a map that they were previously undefeated on maybe could be a sign that their S&D take a little bit of a hit, and we just got to find out if their Respawn can make up for that potential slight downgrade. Of course, the Atlanta FaZe, very scary, so we might not learn too much.
Well, again, it's an interesting sort of situation as Florida Mutineers find themselves in. You're going toe-to-toe with FaZe, coming right off the back of the Major 2 win, incredibly formidable at every game mode. You're looking fine, close rounds, 6-1's not a very fair scoreline, but let's see how far this Florida Mutineers roster can go. Now, I know folks were asking about that when we mentioned the spree of Search and Destroy victories in just before the break. During the break, Tim from Stats got back to us. It was a 10 spree in Search and Destroy wins from LAG that Slasher was a part of back in Vanguard. Now FaZe find themselves on an 8. We'll see if they can keep that one going. Of course, later on in these qualifiers going into Major 3. But for now, Florida Mutineers back to them, back to Fellow back in the league. Capitals back in the league. Can we find the goods in control? Can we stop the 3-0 from happening? Let's find out.
I would say I feel a little bit bad for Fellow as well. I think the last time he was in the league, the Cold War, where he gets thrown into a Dallas Empire chaotic roster change situation where he's having to swap from SMG to AR and making career moves and decisions. And he got thrown into a tough spot, and he just ended up back in Challengers. And now he's like Ghosty Senior. He's been one of the guys that's been sort of like the talent pipeline to the CDL. And now when he gets his shot again, his first match is against Atlanta FaZe, who are coming off the championship win. So it's a tough look, but gotta say, played pretty well in the first hard point. I think he had the best stat line for his team as well in the S&D. So he is certainly doing the best he can given the situation that he's in. And obviously a player that is worth paying a great deal of attention to, not just in this series, not just in the control, but for this team moving forward.
Been a long time Tyler Fellow fan. Excited to see what he can do with this Florida Mutineers roster. But for now, yeah, it's a bit of a lobby crash. We saw one of the players drop out. Not sure who it is. I'd love to name and blame. Love doing that, personally, me. But for now, we'll know in a brief moment when that lobby's up and running again. Get into this LSC low control. Get game number 3 underway again for Atlanta FaZe. Win this, you're done. Hang up the controllers, boys. Dive into rank play. Get that SR going up there. Top 250. A lot more players need to be found up there on the board. I don't know about you, Chance, but I'm going for it, mate. I'm going for top 250.
Okay.
Why are you laughing? There you go. Good luck indeed.
I'm going for it too, Miles. I'm never going to get there, but I also have aspirations.
I'm just hoping for Crimson, brother. That's me. I'm happy to dial out a Crimson by the end of the season. None of these boys, they want that. They're looking for first place and first place only. Now, we've been flapping our gums about rank play. If you haven't played it, dive in right now. It's available in Modern Warfare 2. You can get all sorts of cool goodies. I do believe at rank 5, when you do win 5 matches, you get a sexy skin. Who doesn't love a sexy skin to show off your achievement, your greatness, your ability to survive the gauntlet? It is a little crazy, so do bring a friend. I don't recommend going alone, but if you have to, keep that mic open, keep the comms going. You never know, you might make some friends. Chance, that's exactly where we met, isn't it? In rank play. I'm only kidding. What a load of nonsense.
Absolutely a lie, but we have played a great deal of ranked play together. I mean, it's nice to actually have ranked back in the mix. The CDL mosh pit was wearing thin on my mind, so now I've been able to grind again. It's been a fantastic time, and again, I haven't played a ton of El Asilo S&D in ranked, but I just watch Atlanta FaZe play and try to mimic them. For the other ones, though, plenty of reps, and I'm terrible, so I'm not getting to the top 250 ever. So
I didn't think you were going to say that whatsoever. Havoc's left his station, so I do think this delay might be taking a tiny bit longer than we thought.
Oh dear.
For now, I'm going to keep laughing about our time in ranked play. I hope everyone's having a good time. I know I am. Truly, well and truly addicted. Can't wait to get back into it after these matches finish today. Study, I know you're listening. I know you're listening. More fun and games though, guys. Don't forget the OpTic Texas Major is on its way. Now, if you're not on a mobile device right now, make sure to scan that QR code. A pair of 4-day GA passes to Major 3 available to you there at Arlington, Texas. Sign up for Call of Duty League emails for a chance to win a pair of 4-day general admission passes to Major 3. Use your phone's camera, scan that bad boy, or if you're on your mobile device, callofdutyleague.com/sweepstakes. Enter for a chance to win. Come down to Major 3. It's going to be an absolute banger. All your favorite pros will be there. All the OpTic gang will be there. It'll be an absolute treat. The last time we were in Texas for a major, way back in Vanguard, Major 1, unforgettable time. One of the loudest crowds we've ever experienced. Now we're almost ready to get into this game chance. Here we go. El Asilo control.
And I think everybody knows just for a fact that I am without question the most biased caster in the league. I kind of like to see this one go the distance or at least another map. Again, I think the most interesting thing that happened in the pick and bans was just that Atlanta FaZe purposely picked the Al Baggard Fortress Hardpoint, where they have a 1-3 record. Throughout the stage 2, it was their most commonly banned hardpoint map. Now they're picking it against Florida again just to get those reps in, or maybe it's something they've been working on since, you know, the final end of the last major. So I'd like to see it. I mean, Florida has got to fight back and get past this control, but smiles out and bound for both teams is, I don't know, just recuperating after that S&D.
Yeah, it's a tough one to bounce back from. The mental game essentially is what we're all really fighting for here in the Call of Duty world. Everyone's thumbs work pretty good. It's them brains. It's how hard you can get hit and how many times you can keep getting back up after getting absolutely clotheslined by Atlanta FaZe. That's the question. But you know what I'm saying? Stay hydrated. Havoc's taking a good old sip of something there. Get rolling. Smiles are out. We might be back in the game. For Atlanta FaZe, though, Chance, I mean, we touched upon this a little bit briefly at the start of the show. They're back on top. Confidence is at an all-time high. You have to be feeling great in this situation.
100%. I mean, again, I think that's just, you know, if you end up losing in the finals of a tournament enough times, it absolutely just like gnaws away in the back of your head. And obviously these are 4 players across the board that anything less than a victory is gonna feel like you failed like at your job. So just to get back in the mix where you feel successful, just to relieve all that stress, feeling pretty great. And I mean, here's been a shining light for Florida, at least on this map specifically. Again, respawn has more so been the issue for Florida. They get Brack back in the mix because of stats like this, where he is having fantastic production, especially so on the defensive end. So be on the lookout for Brack, especially in this round 1.
Here we go. A couple of players down from FaZe rolling their way through the inside of El Asilo. That's going to be over directly towards the A zone, and a nade kill from Slasher to cleanups there. That's going to be a little bit of presence. Can they clean this one player out? It's all on a Simp. Solo capture towards A. Here come the reinforcements. 2 players on it. Get that stack going, lads.
Oh, this is just systematic. I mean, the perfect open break. Get the nade guy on the man you want. Get the tears into both the corners. And, I mean, they're just controlling the pace of the game as well. Nice and slow. And, I mean, that third tick nearly through. Florida, though, trying to pounce in the final seconds. And Cap actually from the top rope is able to shut him down. So, just in the nick of time, they're able to buy themselves just a little bit more. And Atlanta FaZe have to come back to work off respawn.
Yeah, time, the real question here. Slasher winning big fights upstairs. Just under a minute now to play with. Atlanta FaZe get themselves over towards B. Simp's going to be there. Trophy. No, you look. There you go. Good job, mate. I was going to say, why did that blow up? But there we go. Slasher now on it. Stacks in. Going to get a gunfight or 2 in here. His teammates trusting them to take care of those angles, and they do. Segment of B gone.
And this is going to be a quick one as well, because you got aBeZy underneath you. And yeah, if you don't take care of him, he's going to be a problem fellow. Unfortunately, the wrong gun for the job at aBeZy, terrorizing all the little corners, can stack the point for a bit. Now it's 2 ticks on both of the zones. Florida, you got to get them off of it, but they have to chalk it up. And now they're going to have to try to stop them over at A. But that's going to be 2 minutes to work with for a single segment. Atlanta FaZe is looking clean.
And this is a masterclass from aBeZy. And not only the approach towards the objective, but making sure all angles were covered there, the way he dips in and out of it, helping with that little bit of progression. And now the final segment of A and FaZe are starting to heat up. Mutineers now on defense, 3-man stack. This is huge out of FaZe. They could close it out right here, right now. Is anyone in position to even stop this? Trades are there. Slasher keeps the kills going. You buy a little bit of time for the Mutineers.
And they're just being like the information men as well for aBeZy, right? Dancing around the map to make sure no one gets behind enemy lines and killing those players when they do. So Atlanta FaZe, and it was the same thing for Slasher after the first push, by the way, of like not throwing away your life, trying to keep any bit of map presence so your teammates off spawn have more of a direction of where to go. And obviously Florida putting up a decent fight right now, holding strong over towards A, but that is a very long life for aBeZy, where him and Slasher are trying to keep that pressure in mid.
And this is great work. Mutineers, whoa, Havoc is tweaking right now. Shoot dead bodies. Anything that gets in his way is in a bit of trouble. Minute left. Great snap there. 3 dead there for FaZe. The last man alive on the other side of the enemy map is going to be aBeZy, and he's way up towards that top hillside again. Finding kills this time around.
Yeah, and you see like the difference, by the way. Like if you like lose your presence towards the middle of the map, FaZe, they're gonna have to spread out everywhere, but everybody finds the picks. Fellow last man standing, everybody's trapped in a corner. Too many players to shoot. The stack is way too quick, and for Brack, nowhere near the place he needed to be. Atlanta FaZe, in a moment like that, snap away the round win.
Fellow
I gotta stop saying snap when I cast Atlanta. That's my bad. Sorry.
Sorry. Fellow had to kill 3 players right then and there. That one kill from Slasher, great timing. Gives the opening there for the boys to jump on it. 3 players on a single segment like that. Bang, it was gone. No hope. Good stuff there from FaZe, winning the attacking round. We now swap sides. See what the Mutineers have got up their sleeves. Yeah.
I'm going to be like Bart Simpson. I'm like, I will not say snap when casting Slasher. I will not say snap when casting Slasher. It's been overdone. That's my bad. We'll work on that. He is, by the way, though, main Slayer once again in the lobby. So I know we highlighted Brack's stats, but Slasher was there to shut him down. And at least on the entries so far in this round, Atlanta FaZe, I mean, plenty of map control off the rip. Things are looking oh so sweet.
Such a worthy challenge there from Capsule with Simp. So strong in those ones. Couple of lives down now for Mutineers, not to deter them too much. Nice coverage there from Brack, keeping the play alive. Forward towards the B zone we go, though. Got to watch out for the flank, though. And who is it? It's Slasher. He's right behind Fellow. And that's trouble for the Mutineers.
Nice repositioning as well. At least Cap is able to get the trade, but now you're basically sort of forced to funnel through the field side of the map and work towards B, where Cellium has been snaking for the past minute. So, I mean, talk about an immovable object. Can't get past that one, but that is where they're trying to take the play and see if Cap can make something happen. Jesus. Great tags and a nice little dance, but the clearance on the point is not yet there.
Oh, incredible gun skill there from Capsule. The snaps were great. Not enough to really get anything going, though. Brack, though, knife in hand. Cellium, you just heard him. There's the kill. Brack now keeping this going. Mutineers, 20 seconds left. They've not done a huge amount of work, but they have kept their players alive and kicking in difficult scenarios. So that last one, that might be it. Is anyone able to get over towards the A zone? We'll find out, but this is not going to be easy.
Just stop the clock. I mean, you have 20 lives left, and they basically just like left the objective untouched. Someone has to stand on the point, please. Thank you. Oh, and he finally goes there just for aBeZy to get 2. Losing around with 17 lives left is not something that feels good. Atlanta FaZe just in complete control of the game, of the round, of the map, of the series.
Yeah, Mutineers, they're allergic to the A zone there, not willing to really get in on it. I think they were looking for kills first. It was more about the guaranteed time versus the, hey, just get in there and let's just start throwing punches. Just hit the windmill. You know, the double windmill. Get out of the way. FaZe, though, we're looking at match point.
Yeah, I mean, even from the opening break, Atlanta FaZe basically had the exact amount of control on the map that they wanted to and just never really looked back. I mean, this is a team looking to perfect their craft, and obviously they were on top of things at the major, looking to ramp things up just a little bit as we continue on. And maybe for Florida, a different opening break certainly is you actually have Atlanta FaZe players moving towards the B site off the rip. If aBeZy's got attack in hand, you know what the play call is going to be, and making it work so far. Slasher's doing it with the knife. You get 3, maybe 4 bodies on point. FaZe trying to run it up quick.
Yeah, this is the run it up. This is the absolute ruthless aggression now. The first segment gone, the second on its way out. Mutineers now scrambling to try to get players forward. Up the hill they climb, and at the tippity top of Snake Mountain, it's the King Cobra himself for Cellium, and he's eating them alive. There's 22 lives left for the Mutineers to defend with. And you've got kills, but you are well trapped. Cell staying alive. You hold them back, buy a little bit of time, 2 players on B, say goodbye, go away.
And one of the worst things you would ever have to calm out is, well, Cellium is behind us. Good luck with that one. We're just not even going to bother trying to root him out. And, I mean, now it's just stuck. You're going to get called out and shot and spawn trapped until Kingdom come. Brack, maybe just the next one in line. And, yep, falling like dominoes.
Oh, no, they are being devoured. 2 players on towards A now. First one's on the way out. Mutineers, a pin. Cellium. This is an unbelievable position to be in. He is unstoppable. Capsule finally gets it, but it's done. The game, the match is done. It is over. Okay. Atlanta FaZe. 3-0.
Dude, it's a tough spot, but if you're chasing a player down on the mountain when the other team is capping the actual zone, that's a bad sign. That was just not a good game. At least not for Florida. For Atlanta FaZe, it was great, but nothing to break down, nothing to talk about there. An absolute thrashing on Control.
Those boys are cheesing right now. Look at those faces. Yep. Feeling fantastic. Confidence truly through the roof. And God have mercy on the rest of the league right now. Them boys, them demons, eating Florida for breakfast. 3-0. And again, the first 2 maps, much better than that last one. LSC low control, very, very tough there for the Mutineers. Not a tremendous amount of production from anybody, and they really were stunted. A 6-minute-ish game there. Congratulations again to Atlanta FaZe. A big win to start off the run towards Major 3.
And I think that would be -21 in a kill count over 3 rounds of Control. I mean, hey, I've seen stat lines like that when I'm playing ranked, and normally I'm on the bad side of that equation. So Florida Mutineers, I feel your pain.
Yeah, that was a toughie. That was a real toughie. But that's that. Again, Mutineers, the only way is up from here on out. A fantastic start, though, to this new roster. Again, against Atlanta FaZe. We'll see how far they can go. We'll see what happens again over the next 3 weeks of play before we do get to that major. And see him on absolutely whopping. 250, 176, 6-1, and then the 3-0. FaZe does what FaZe does, and FaZe did what FaZe usually does do.
And yeah, dominate. I mean, technically the Embassy hardpoint could have been a little bit cleaner if you wanted him to, but they also put on a couple different Huke mixtapes and had some nice highlight reel plays. So yeah, FaZe, if nothing else, respecting our time for the 3-0.
Yeah, they really did. Now back over to the desk to see what they think before we get into the next match.
How did Chance pick Florida to win this one, Allie? We were blown away.
Man, these guys are faded.
Chance. That was nuts. Chance going off the rails here with his predictions. We saw this 3-0 coming from Atlanta FaZe. Allie, the #1 seed beats our #11 seed. Not a big surprise here if we're looking at the numbers coming in, but let's focus in on the difference between these 2 squads here. What separates Atlanta FaZe from the teams that are battling to even make it to champs right now?
I mean, obviously, you talk about the talent across the board on Atlanta FaZe. I mean, each of these very storied players. But again, their search and destroy, once again, just looks phenomenal. And obviously, they took this time off to really refine that hard point, to really refine that control. The respawns in this series, I mean, it just looked untouchable. The LSCLO, getting those offenses as well in the map, that's basically almost impossible. It's one of the in-the-middle ones. And the way that they played it, they were just like 3 steps ahead of Florida the entire time.
Yeah, and you know, I talked about before this series how they've been working on their map pool. Like when you look at the control, at the major, they're working on a CeeLo. They got so much better at it. You can see, like, it comes out to play in this series, the CeeLo control, now looking like they're dominant at that map. And then in Search and Destroy, it's pick your poison. You don't want to play these guys on Embassy, right? So you're going to have to go up against them on a CeeLo. And the way they play a CeeLo is just perfect, man. Offense and defense. Like, you could see how flustered Florida Mutineers were on that map. Like, that was Florida's best Search and Destroy map, Chris.
Right.
They come in and they lose it 6-1. And it's because of what the Tiny Terrors are able to do, you know, bottom mid. And then you see, like, later in the game, the very last round, when you go rewatch it, they stack bottom mid on Florida. What does FaZe do? Blind counter and push right through field. So there's literally nothing you can do against these guys on that map. There are a lot to deal with.
All right, well, up next, we have our scuff play of the game, and Nameless, it comes from a guy that you had in your S tier. Some people on the internet didn't agree with this. Let's go to it. It's our scuff play of the game. Mr. Simp dropping the 4K, the whole team wipe coming from the hard point.
This got to be in the kitchen, right? So, I mean, like, dude, Simp is just special, man. Like, this guy is an absolute monster. I feel like people forgot what this guy can do. And honestly, this hill was the difference on this map, simply because of Simp in it. He had like 2 minutes plus by the end of this game, and it literally was 120 seconds on kitchen that Simp was sitting in there.
Simp dodges that left hook, and the rest of the game, I felt like he just took control, slamming Florida bodies against the ground. The man is dropping numbers. He still has our control streak record of 16 kills in a row. And Atlanta FaZe, our most recent trophy holders. The question is, who else in this league is going to rise up to compete with him, Allie?
Can I just say, I hate how much COD I watch because I see the HP, and obviously it means his health, but I'm just like, oh, hardpoint. I'm like, no, wait, that is just not what that means. But honestly, I'm not looking at any teams really content with them right now. After that showing, we talk about Florida being that 11th seed, but they did come in with 3 new players plugged into the roster. You know, there should have been at least a little bit different in some gameplay here, but I mean, they looked unstoppable in the series.
Just agreed, Allie. And you know, it's a bit different because you see LA Thieves come back, right?
Yeah.
And they face like a big loss. So it's like, this is another, I guess, trap game, you would call it. You're going up against a team that just made like a roster change, but they come in and they hit them with the hot 3-0, just getting more separation.
Final thought here, does it matter that you saw FaZe picking maps that they haven't really played? Should other teams take note of that they might try and do the same in the future?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, FaZe has expanded their map pool, right? They got the same team. They have the data to go back and look at, right? Like, these guys are getting better and better. Definitely terrifying for the competition, but there's a lot of strong teams out there, man. Anything can happen in Call of Duty.
Let's take a look here at our CDL point standings as they've been updated. Atlanta FaZe continues to climb, 165 now, as you're going to see the Mutineers still down there at 11th, tied with the LA Guerrillas, who are coming up next. Right now, though, we got to bring in Slasher, the man behind the AR on FaZe. He gets it done once again. And Slasher, you guys were giggling throughout that series. Who's setting the vibes in the arena today?
To be honest, it's kind of all of us. I'd say the vibiest one is maybe MC, but I think we're all just having a good time playing the game, getting better every day, and just enjoying the process. So that's really important. And then obviously when you're playing like that, like, you're gonna have a good time.
Sasha, congratulations. A good win, a quick win. Honestly, there's not too much to ask you about the series because, I mean, you guys just looked so flawless. You, especially across the board, I feel like you stepped up following Major II, especially in this first series. And, you know, you been playing any ranked play? What you been up to? What'd you eat for breakfast, honestly, at this point?
I just had a Cliff Bar. To be honest, no, I haven't got my hands on rank too much. I've been a little busy, and honestly, like, before the major, I feel like I put so much time in 8s and everything like that. Like, I was in almost every series that I've kind of taken a little bit of a step back, and I'm starting to like ramp up again as we get towards the next major. But I think just our practice overall is really good, and like some of the best practice team I've ever been on, and like the way we approach and how we're working to get better every day. So I think that's just super important.
Austin, congratulations on the win. You guys look unbelievable. You know, we've been talking to you a lot as you guys have progressed throughout this season. I wanted to ask you, like, what's the mentality like with Atlanta FaZe right now, you and the rest of the guys, as you win an event now and you look around the league and everybody's making changes, right, to try and come for that #1 spot? What's the mentality in the Atlanta FaZe camp when you see those types of things?
I mean, obviously, I think a lot of teams are making changes and trying to figure out what to do with their teams, but we more so just always focus on ourselves. I think we're the best team right now. Obviously, we just won Major II. We even thought kind of in Major I we were the best team, but we're just focused on ourselves, trying to expand our map pool and become even better because we're ahead right now. So everyone's trying to catch up to us, so we can't let our foot off the gas pedal. And as long as we keep doing that, hopefully we'll win some more.
Final question for you is, how do we get a Cellium bobblehead made, and would you rock one on your desk every match?
Oh, absolutely. I'd have one on my desk here, one on my desk in my apartment. I don't know how we go about getting that made, but can we get that done?
Send Paul a message. Somebody's got to know somebody. Call of Duty community, let Twitter know. We need a Cellium bobblehead ASAP. Thank you so much, Slasher, for joining us after another W.
Thank you, guys.
That is Slasher, and it's Atlanta FaZe, your reigning champs, walking away with a hot 3-0. When we come back, though, will we go the distance, or is this going to be another quick one? We got OpTic Texas with a brand new man in the lineup going up against the LA Guerrillas, who are just 1 out of their last 5 matches. We'll see if they can pull off another dub tonight.
This is the Scuff Team of the Major, a super team built with 4 of the top performers at the previous Major as voted by you, the fans. First up, it's Dashy of OpTic Texas. It's crazy to think that Dashy started the Major not even on the starting roster, but he made the most of his return after the team's first game in the qualifier and was a huge factor in OpTic's run to 4th place. Although Dashy earned the top spot for damage in a single series, putting out 13,760 damage against Atlanta FaZe, the highlight of their weekend was OpTic's 3-2 victory over the LA Thieves in the first round of the bracket stage. In the intense back and forth, Dashy was the unquestioned difference maker, leading the series with 12,428 damage dealt and a 1.36 KD. If Dashy keeps putting out those kinds of numbers heading into the next Major, it would be no surprise to see OpTic as a contender for top dog once again. The second player to make the team is aBeZy of Atlanta FaZe. Throughout the Major, FaZe was on a mission to win their first title since the 2021 championship. While everyone contributed to their success, aBeZy's performance in the finals against the LA Thieves was undoubtedly the most important. Tied 2-2 heading into Search and Destroy, aBeZy took over, netting 12 kills in an incredible 1v2 clutch that allowed FaZe to steamroll the rest of the series and secure a Major 2 title. Next up is HyDra of the New York Subliners. Despite the Major 1 champions struggling and bowing out early, HyDra's performance was one of the highlights of the weekend. If you have to watch one series from the Major, make it the Subliners match against the Minnesota Røkkr in the first round of the bracket stage. Despite losing in the end, HyDra was unstoppable on hardpoint, where he went off for 62 kills across 2 maps and finished with a 1.59 KD. In total, HyDra ended the series with 102 kills and a 1.26 KD, and we can't wait to see them at the next Major. The final player to round out the team of the Major is Scump of OpTic Texas. While he only played 1 match in the qualifier and is actually retired, it would feel wrong not to shout out the king just one last time. With a 14-year career that includes 31 Major tournament wins, a single match at this Major was enough to get him on the list. Against the Boston Breach, Scump pulled out a 31-kill performance on Control and helped OpTic earn a 3-2 victory in the series. That's your Scuff Team of the Major for Major 2.
Watching for the opposition, out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. It get rocky riding on this road of riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any, we're the one out of many. 5 talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Always dangerous but rarely successful, the LA Guerrillas have been struggling in their most recent matches, but today they face off against a new look of OpTic Texas. After Texas brings in a new face, Illy is on the bench. We're going to see Ghosty in, a player who's elevated from challengers, and here's the maps and modes they're going to play on. Now, Ali and I are both going with OpTic still. We think the core is strong here, but Nameless is going with the LA Guerrillas in this series. So tell me the story. Why do the Guerrillas have the advantage?
Honestly, I mean, well, advantage, I don't think there's a huge advantage in the series either way. But when I look at LAG, I feel like this is a team that was very strong at hardpoint. They had a couple close matches versus Boston where they get bumped out there at the Major, but super winnable there in that games 1 and 2. I think going into this series, they're going to take that control, and Search and Destroy can be dangerous. You don't have your sniper anymore. If you're OpTic, it can get interesting, Puckett.
All right, we got to keep our eyes on Ghosty. Ali's going to be doing the scouting report after the series, but our casters are ready, so let's hand it over. We got Landon and Study once again.
Let's do it. Let's have ourselves a great series, guys. All right, Jay, here we are. This is the one that everybody has been waiting for, the first official series for Dan Ghosty. If you were to tell me, Jay, that we were going to see a roster change, let alone for Dan Ghosty, who's an excellent challenger player, it would definitely surprise me, given the history of OpTic Texas. They don't do moves like this very often.
Yeah, they definitely don't make moves like this happen. I don't think I've ever seen OpTic Texas pick up a challenger player, especially after just getting top 4. But when you make that change, it's obviously for a reason. So Dan Ghosty, he's going to have to come out swinging, man. I'm so excited to see this young man play because we saw the stat line from our stats guy, what he was able to do in challengers. The guy is unreal. Look at these numbers. He's like a superhero out there. So if he's going to put up these kind of numbers for OpTic Texas, let me tell you, they're going to be the top dog, no question.
Oh my goodness, that is just absurd to see. But here we are into game 1. We fly. It is OpTic Texas with preferred spawns for P1 as we fly in for Hotel Hardpoint. It's about to be a fun one, and understandably so. We take a look through the POV of Dan Ghosty. You can only imagine what's going through his mind, Jake, as he walks away with his opening kill.
Finds that first kill, reads the player on the pitch, but unfortunately nothing to show for it as LAG get the break, and now they are in control of the spawn. Spawns for OpTic come at bedroom, come kitchen. One already gets that flip, but Jodeci's reads that play. So LAG, even with starting on the bad side, they're doing a great job of just maintaining the better side of the map for P2 and getting a lot of time off of this P1. Now the break is eventually going to come in, but now OpTic have to work 2 times harder to get towards the next side of the map.
Yeah, that's exactly right. LAG, they managed to cause a bit of a dent inside of P1. They get their time and they back on up, making the smart routes. But we'll see if OpTic Texas can come through with an early break, as that would set them up quite nicely. That's gonna be the first 2 picks. 1 player spawns out. Ghosty's there to handle him, and now they deal with the fights from the front. An all-out headbutt going down inside of the lobby.
Oh, OpTic, but their guns are hot. Dashy finds one across the map, straight beamer out of the Batman. Now it's all about the middle map. He's able to cut them off. All of LAG spawning out towards bedroom. Would look like to be a great rotation from the Guerrillas. Gets instantly broken from OpTic, and they are not letting up. Huke finally gets taken out off of that 4 spree, but OpTic Texas just took control of this game instantly.
Jay, we're only, a hard point and a half in, but that is a terrifying break already. Not just because it was, a solid one on a money hill, but because of snaps like that. You got Huke going on a run, Dashy's on 4, and Dan Ghosty, clearly the nerves, not a problem, as he is absolutely styling right now to kick off this hard point. It's a break to kick things off for OpTic, and now they've got themselves a sizable lead heading toward the kitchen. And already, Jay, we're talking about how the Guerrillas are going to need a reply here.
The Guerrillas are going to need a reply, but there's only 1 player in towards the point. All of OpTic Texas. They set up the pinch. They get the break instantly. This is OpTic's best hard point that they have so far on the season. 7-2 overall record. And what makes them so great is that the majority of the time they are getting those rotations. LAG have not been able to stop the bleeding. OpTic are just growing this lead even more.
Oh, make it 12 in a row as a team. OpTic Texas are rolling right now versus the Guerrillas. This is terrifying, Jay. This is LAG. This is a team that was the best hardpoint team in our Major II qualifiers.
Oh my!
And they cannot be stopped. An unreal run, as it's going to be what, like 140 to 16.
Yeah.
As we fly in toward bar, Guerrillas have got to be dazed right now.
I'm pretty sure if you're LAG, you got all your time off P1. Haven't seen a single second on any of the hard points following up. But now you're finally going to be that team on the early rotation. You have to try to fight your way back into this game if you are the Guerrillas.
You do indeed. What a moment it is to kick off this HP, to kick off this series for OpTic Texas. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding right now with the boys.
Left point. Holding main. I'm holding main. Left point. You're
I'm just gonna run right. I go stun main. I stun in main. One's main lobby.
I don't see him. He's outside of mid. Outside of mid. One shot. Got hit.
Nice, you're top dead too. Right there.
Got it.
What's that?
Push out. Absolutely 2-2. TK. Number 1. Eldas. Challenge. T1 heading. Got heady. Let's hit the shit together. Yeah, he's
watch out.
There's heady. Yeah, let's play through the scrap. It's only got heady. I can't do shit.
Got heady dead.
There's one more here. One more heroes. Assault. Let's go through. Let's go middle. One guy's main. He's middle. One guy's gonna be bottom bed draw. Challenge beacon. I don't see him beacon. One was here though. We got that. One more. That's him. Double. Let's go kitchen. Last two were new. We're spawning satellite. There's spawning satellite here, guys. There's nothing in kitchen. Nothing in kitchen. One's TV. You're Arson Rooks around the corner. TV.
Watch out, Bricks.
Alright, one guy ran rugs. One shot.
Yeah, I'm about to cruise this.
Alright, heard that. Freezer, absolute.
Yeah, I'm cruising shit.
Yeah, one guy's going TV. One guy's going TV.
One's rugs. One's their shot.
I don't see TV.
Where should I this?
Down TV.
Yo, he's offset freezer, guys. Offset freezer.
One shot rugs. Freezer in time. Last two. Fly out.
I don't see freezer weak. He's pushing through.
TV. They're gonna get mid spawns.
Yeah, I spawned out. Yeah, I'm gonna play through.
Yeah, when freezer. He went TV. I think I heard him.
Put a sword right.
Yeah, he's good scraps. This is good scraps. Might be playing exits. Yeah, minute Røkkr.
Right, I got him. Alright, no, make him tell me.
I don't see him, Røkkr.
I got him.
Go, let's go front. Let's go.
And that's OpTic Texas just spitting absolute hot fire. I was worried, Lando, when this team made that roster change, how their communication was going to sound, because we all know how much communication iLLeY usually brings to the team. But Ghosty was keeping up. Huke was yelling. He was making it happen. And OpTic Texas, they are not slowing down. 185-70 so far in this game.
Jay, this is their first match of the Major III Qualifiers. They sound like they're in the grand final in front of the OpTic Texas fans already. They have come out with a point to prove. Huke is hitting long-range shots, and they're about to hit the 200-point mark before LAG has even crossed 80. This has just been downright dominant across the board. As we said, man, this team, lots of pressure on him. Obviously doesn't feel like it right now, just given the fact of Ghosty coming into this team. We talked about the first really roster change for this roster since Scump has left the team. So there's a lot of pressure on how Shotzzy and Dashy are going to be now that they're kind of making the decisions. But I know it is a very, very small sample size, but right now, early on, it is looking fantastic all across the board.
Oh, yeah, OpTic aren't making any mistakes. Finally, Ghosty's able to get into the double digits into kills, but who cares about the stats? You're almost up by 200 points. OpTic Texas, 35 seconds from closing this one out. This is where LAG did find a lot of time off of 16 seconds off of their P1, doing a great job of just maintaining this side of the map for now. As they're chaining a couple kills together, Exceed is able to find 3, so this is where you put the pressure on. Try to flip those spawns. Now OpTic spawning towards Bay.
That's exactly right, man. It is MW2 after all, so you got to be cautious of having those chains come on forward. This game is by no means done as of yet, but this next hard point is absolutely going to tell the tale of it. That's going to be 3 that hit the feed. Exceed, most specifically, still on that run, as that's now going to be 6 in a row for him. Make it 7. If there's somebody from LAG that's going to try to turn everything around, it could be this man right here. 25 still to go for OpTic, but you wouldn't be able to tell based off of Exceed's POV doing his best to get this team going as they finally hit 100 points.
Just trying to show some life, man. Trying to get right back into this game, at least make it close. A respectable scoreline towards the very end, as OpTic Texas are able to find all the kills, already flip the spawns, and they can close it out with a dominant P2 hold. All of LAG trying to push through middle. One player gonna flank through Sandy's. One push left, and OpTic, if they hold on, the game is over.
Yeah, they can absolutely win it here and then some. 8 seconds to go, LAG. They've got to get a move on. Somebody's going to jump on forward. Ghosty cleaning them up with the snap. Succeed, still alive, and 2 more points is all you need. Can Huke light him up? Not going to be the case. Dashy still has a chance. He will drop, and LAG stay alive for now.
LAG stay alive for now, but with only 2 points, OpTic Texas, they can fight scrap time. They can hold hill. They don't even have to rotate if they don't decide to. Just have to find 1 set of kills. Ghosty finds 1 towards the back. Huke's gonna strike from middle map. The break is in, and OpTic Texas are potentially gonna take map 1. Yes, they are. OpTic come out swinging in map 1.
I'll tell you what, Jay. That is a sight to behold. We got some smiles. We got some smirks. And if you are Dan Ghosty, you're thinking, hey, I got the pressure on me a bit. I want to try to perform in my first match. Hey, you know what? The rest of the guys, you're just going to completely fry. I'll have my moment. But rarely do you see a team come out in their opening match and light it up like that. Especially, Jay, versus a hardpoint team that we have held in high regard for the longest of times. This was a roster that could break any hardpoint they wanted. They started off like 7-0, 8-0 in hardpoints as a new team, and quickly into Major III Qualifiers. They could be looking at the new best hardpoint team in the game now.
Yeah, I don't know what's been going on with the Guerrillas, boys. Ever since this squad has been formed, they were dominant all throughout stage 2. Like you said, 8-2 in the online qualifiers, but when they got to the major, it started to shake up a little bit. They went 1 out of 1 out of 5 in their hardpoints, only won 1, and that was versus Vegas. So something's got to go. Something's got to give. LAG usually, all throughout stage 2, they were the best breaking team in the game, but you're not going to always find consistent success like that. You have to make sure you're doing the fundamentals, getting to these hills early, not dying off the rotation, rotation, because when you're dying in that last 7 seconds, you are now going to spawn all the way across the map if you don't win that trade battle. So LAG just making a lot of mistakes in that opening hard point, not winning their gunfights off rotation. OpTic capitalized on every situation that they had. And when you grow the lead the way that they do, you were able to take a couple risks, hit the junk time here and there whenever you wanted. OpTic just didn't make any mistakes, man. Dominant map #1 from that.
Yeah, without question. I know that the Scum Watch party, I'm sure, is going wild right now after performance like that. And something interesting, too, is that, you know, they had the opportunity to talk to Ghosty pretty early. I think one of his first days of being on this roster, they're asking him, you know, obviously how he feels, what's it like to be on the team, you know, how our scrimmage is going. And he's like, yeah, they're going pretty good. You know, we went undefeated in hardpoint. And from that point forward, everybody in the CDL, everybody around the community had their eyebrow raised. How are they going to come out? How are they going to look in the hardpoints? Incredibly impressive, 250 to 127. I know, Jay, that you could really not say anything in particular when it comes down to this question, but what did you like most from Ghosty? I mean, was there something that stood out in particular to you? Was it maybe the comms that we had a chance to listen in on?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that I took away, was just the energy that he was able to provide. Keep in mind, you're playing for OpTic. Like, this is your first time in the pro scene. The guy made it from the CCL, the College COD League. Then he works his way into Challengers, and now he gets his first opportunity as a pro player on OpTic. Like, that is not normal. You got to make the most of it. You got to see what the guy was doing. Obviously, the guy was getting some insane kills, but his communication is on point. Small talk is there, and you heard everyone with their energy. It's just insane. So I'm really excited what we saw out of Dan Ghosty in that map #1, but I'm even more excited what he's able to do in Search and Destroy, because we heard the Death touch on it. They said, OpTic, hey, we don't got a sniper no more. We know Dashy has the opportunity, but Ghosty, he's unreal with that sniper in hand. I've had the chance to watch him play rank play, watch him play some AIDS. The guy just does it with any weapon that he wants in his hand. 1.5 in S&D all throughout challenges. So that gap is going to be filled really quickly once he pulls out that boomstick.
You know, it's crazy, man. It really is, to think about the rise that he's had. 3 weeks ago, he's playing in Challengers. The guy's doing pre-law, all kinds of classes going on at the University of Illinois. And then all of a sudden, he gets a call from Dashy and says, hey, do you want to join the team? And he's like, well, of course I want to join the team as a substitute. And Dashy goes, no, in the starting lineup. A wild last few weeks for him, living in Texas, now at the Hex quarters. And one thing that I'm sure a lot of people are excited about, Jay, is that the guy's no longer on 90 FPS. That was one thing that I took away. He was playing at 90 FPS. He got to the Hex quarters, and he finally got to see how MW2 should be played. So if we're talking about how elite he can be when it comes down to the stats, how great he can be with the sniper, imagine the potential now that he's playing at the same speed as everybody else.
He was dropping a 1.3 overall KD in Challengers on 90 FPS? Like, what? That's insane. He probably can't see half the players he's killing on the map, but still putting up those crazy numbers is insane. Now you're at 200 plus. Like, you see everything. You see all the colors, especially on a map like Mercado. Like, this map stands out, brother.
Without question, and already for LAG, it is a mental check for sure, as they've got to wipe that away, get focused on the search and destroy. And I tell you what, man, like we said, when they've been so great at hardpoint, it feels like for them, they're typically up 1-0 in those series. And then when it came down to Major 2, they're not winning those hardpoints. That's where we started to see the issues with the roster. The search destroys were not guaranteed. The controls were definitely not guaranteed. Hope that these guys have been doing a lot of prep work in lead up to Major 3, especially on maps like this one. 0-3 so far throughout the season. As we get involved into the fight nice and early, it is Huke and Arsenes finding kills for the respective rosters.
Yeah, and they got to show the work on their attacking grounds, because they're 11th in the league, going against OpTic Texas, who are 3rd on the defensive end. The first blood comes in from Huke with the nade, but the trades are there for the Guerrillas. So now in the 3v2 situation, you know you don't want to try to put this bomb down instantly as they get the information onto Dashy. But look at Shotzzy. Is he trying to set up for a wallbang?
He is indeed. Seen this spot a few times. Starting to be posted on socials now that rank play is out. And I'm sure for LAG, they're at least now aware of his position. So with that, the bomb goes down, and it's up to the 2v3 retake.
2v3 retake. OpTic, Shotzzy, and Dashy are going to recoup. Get next to each other, try to play for a couple traces. They're going to work their way up, but Exceed is able to cut them down. LAG play the numbers correctly. They maintain map control. They get some information before they dedicate themselves to that bomb plant. And they secure the very first round of the map. Keep in mind, OpTic had no trophies to work with, so they weren't able to get in towards Cantinas. LAG, with the aggression, take round 1.
And that's just one of the prime reasons we talk about Cantina Control and Mercado. The reason why we focus so often in Search Destroy on this map and that particular location. Try to make a retake on a team that's got control over it. The bomb down, nearly an impossible task. We'll see what OpTic Texas looks to do now on their attacks. And a pretty common route for Shotzzy and Mercado. Make his way up through middle. Starting to cause some problems. First blood guaranteed. How about the second one? Do we hear 3? Not this time. Assault, thankfully, able to even up the numbers as he'll find 2 on the opposite side.
Oh, that's great work right there from Assault. He was trapped. All the players from OpTic Texas knew his positioning, but he's able to find 2 and get out with his life. Now they'll be able to make it a manageable play as the bomb is going to be down. Arcades pops that dead silence, is going to work his way all the way through back alley, while Assault is just keeping them looking at him, putting all the focus onto Assault. But Arcades with this position, he can make the play.
He absolutely can. Both AR combos facing off against each other. It's Arcades who comes out on top of that engagement, gets stuck on the bar, but does manage to get a good old haircut en route to staying alive. And now it is all on to the rookie, Ghosty, for a 1v2. Not going to happen. It is all Alec starting things off 4-0.
That's a great round right there from LAG because it was a 4v2. That was a 4v2 round. If you are OpTic Texas, you got to make sure you're able to find that trade onto Assault, so then you can eventually put that bomb down. But once he's able to get 2, turn it into a 2v2, OpTic slowed down their round. They're trying to see where they're going to attack from, but by the time Dashy turns around to pick up back alley, Arcades is already there. You take him down, then you get towards your teammate to play the trade. And then Arcades finds the final kill onto Ghosty. LAG, 2-0.
See if they can make it 3. Just try to get involved in the search destroy early. As you can tell, the vibes are definitely high now in the Guerrillas camp. That's now 5 in a row for Arcades. Does lose his teammate. Has to be careful with his life. Great job for OpTic Texas to single him out. However, once they find that kill, they don't really find too many after it. And as the dust settles very quickly, Jay, it is Huke in a 1v2.
Yeah, it was all back and forth. Nothing but trades, but LAG come out on top. But now Huke, he has the opportunity with that silence pop to at least take down the first. That silence is going to reset. Going to go for the challenge. He's able to clutch on up. What a play. What a route from Huke the Nuke. With that vast Nev in hand, keeps the engagements closed, finds the first, finds a snap onto Assault. Great plays from the Nuke to clutch up the 2v1. Now OpTic finally get 1 on the board.
The Huke is ready to go, man. He was absolutely locked in that opening hard point. He was dropping bombs. He was fiery in the comms as well. And right there where OpTic Texas very much needs an answer, he is able to deliver in a good old 1v2. Pops Daddy hits the route, and from there, OpTic Texas very much still alive in the search destroys. They head back to attack, and as we said, very commonly so, over toward that A side again.
Oh, but look at Huke. He reads the play from Exceed. They know where Jodeci is. Huke is going to fly. He's going to find another. Now, this time, you cannot let Assault. You cannot let him get 2. You have the numbers. Play your trades. As you have one player in Shotzzy working towards the deep flank. Going to run right into him. And that's a perfect round from OpTic. All on the back of Huke. Finds the initial 2. They don't allow Assault to get 2 this time around. And then they send Shotzzy on the deep flank to eventually take down Arcades. Nothing but aggression. This map is so damn fast.
Jay, Huke literally kills 2 people. He's got to be one shot and just jumps out. Ready.
He's feeling himself, man.
Versus Assault, who is one of the more steady ARs that we've got in the game. Just absolutely feeling it. Goes for the heat check. And thankfully, OpTic Texas do not throw that round away. But Huke, a lovely little force spree for the team. That one does come to a halt, but nonetheless. 2 rounds to start for LAG and 2 rounds to answer back from OpTic. Shotzzy out of the picture. And Joe deceives. He's got all the information that he could want. Regardless of that, though, Huke is just continuing to light it up.
Huke is still just flying and frying. Like, finally, you're able to take this guy down. Now in a 2v2. You know the positioning of Dashy and Ghosty. The shots are going to come in from Assault. Not able to pick up the kill. Now in the 1v1. Ghosty with the beat down. Oh. Come here, boy. Hit him with the Mayweather. That's what you want to do if you are the young rookie. 3 rounds in a row for OpTic.
We got to see this again. We got to see this again.
Oh, man.
Take the butt of the gun and shove it. Goodness sake. This little eyebrow raise says, yep, you know, it's what I do. It's what I do. That was a big moment, though, in this game, Jay. I mean, like, if Exceed clutches that out, we're talking about now LAG. Now they get the momentum back, but that is now 3 rounds in a row for OpTic Texas. Thieves still yet to get on the board. We'll see if that can start to change up. Exceed now is looking to bring out the big guns. We've still yet to see that sniper from OpTic Texas. Regardless of it, though, Dashie's at least able to find one, and we'll see if good old Joey D can get on the board.
Mr. Thieves, can you find your kill in this round? Because he's going to know that Dashy is going to be sitting in towards top canteen as Exceed with that sniper, watching that right window. Gotta get out. Gotta get out. You're in a 3v2 now. Just force OpTic to plant this bomb.
Still a lot of time on the clock. A lot of opportunity. Still, if an LAG player decides to peek on out, we'll see if Dashy can get that information. He absolutely has it. They still need to grab that bomb. We'll see if they decide to make that rotation. Player number 2 in Exceed is still holding the mid lane with the sniper. Ghosty and Dashy are going to know that. I mean, it's just shoulders aplenty right now for the Guerrillas, Jay.
Yeah, the Guerrillas. They just want to force in the bomb plant. They see what is that player that was watching the cross. He rotates back. He's able to take down Dashy. Ghosty now in the 1v3. Makes it a 1v1. Oh, my. Oh, my. If he would have clutched that, Lando, I don't know what would have happened. But it almost did.
I think the timeline would have
He's finally able to get one. Without question. But Jodeci was able to get on the board. Finally. Put one up there. LAG take the round.
He's just like, yeah, you know, no sweat. Started off 0-5. Really just allowed for Dan Ghosty just to come with a quick little 1v3. All good. Sweat off the brow. Got to focus up if you're the Guerrillas. Thankfully, you're able to finally stop the bleeding. After going up 2-0, you released 3 rounds in a row. The opposite direction. But, Jay, these have just been fast-paced rounds. What we expect here on Mercado. But you can tell both of these teams are just ready to showcase that aggression. Right as we say that, though, OpTic Texas does decide to back on up. They will hand over top cantina to the Guerrillas, and we'll see if LAG and Vendi get that bomb down early, or if they end up getting spotted out. Ghosty's in a great spot.
Yeah, that's their biggest thing, that you want to try to get this bomb down, knowing that OpTic don't have control of hedges. You also have Shotzzy, who's working his way all the way around the flank. OpTic are trying to put him in the vice grip, setting up the trap, knowing that all of the players are going to be over towards cantinas. They're just waiting for LAG to try to risk this bomb plant, so then eventually someone can make the play.
I mean, just look at those arrows right now for OpTic. They literally have everything covered, and you can feel it for the Guerrillas. I mean, they're dropping the bomb down. They just do not feel comfortable. 30 seconds still to go. And Arseny's finally looks to get down to that objective, but you just see players continually poking you out. Exceed's looking to jump on forward. He gets dropped as well. And now it's all on to Assault and Thieves.
And I'm pretty sure Shotzzy just wallbanged them on that situation. Was able to take that player off bomb. Now it's Thieves in the 1v3. He does find one, but not enough time to plant it. OpTic Texas, what a round. They set up the trap. You get Shotzzy to work all the way around the flank. Now you know that there's no players from LG towards mid. No players trying to be aggressive in towards B. They're all trying to attack towards A. And with that time dwindling, that player that was sitting mid alley puts down a couple shots to the player on site, but then it sets up Shotzzy to set up the wall bang. Look at him. Look at him. Shotzzy knows. He knows, and that's the Vazdev. That's unreal. That is unreal setup right there for OpTic Texas. It worked out this time around. They secured the defense. Now up 4-3.
I know that spot has been, around the TL already, but there are hundreds of thousands of people that now are going to know that when it comes down to rank. So best of luck to all of you in your Mercado search destroys. Great little play coming in from Shotzzy, but we are very much here into round number 8. Thieves and Exceed will have the responsibilities of finding all 4, frustrated after experiencing that wall bang as they get right back into it again.
This is just headbutt after headbutt in towards cantinas. But this time the LAG SMGs make it happen. Thieves goes from 1-5 to now 5-6. Has stepped up tremendously for the Guerrillas. All tied at 4. And one thing that really stood out to me, that Tim sent me some stats, Lando. He said LAG, they're 0-3 on this map. They played it all throughout stage 2, and they lost it every single time 4-6. So they got 4 rounds. Do they lose the next 2?
It's actually wild. Wow.
Yeah.
Of all the things of just, you talk about, like, curses and stuff. A very oddly specific one, but take a look at the route from Shotzzy again. So you throw out the utility. He's got dead silence. That eventually does run out, so now he's got to be careful and not going to expect it in the slightest. Information onto another, and there you go. The beams from Shotzzy feeling comfortable, but at the same time, you do have a route being taken from aBeZy. He also pops dead silence, so this could be an instant reply right here from the Guerrillas.
If I'm aBeZy, though, with your teammate rotating over towards B, you just want to watch this cross. This is a perfect play. So now OpTic Texas on the retake. In the 3v2, you're getting the sound because if you are aBeZy, they're coming back right in front of you. Just got to get this trade quick. If you are OpTic, they can't take him down. aBeZy makes it a 2v1.
Oh, give them all three, aBeZy. Not one to hesitate. See Shotzzy come through with the plays and says, yeah, I may go ahead and do that myself. And Jay, in a situation like that, you called it perfectly. All he has to do is sit and wait. He gets the sound cues, takes down Shotzzy, takes down Dashy, and has some words for Ghosty as well. The only man who did not bow down to OpTic in that opening hard point. And comes through in the search destroy and gives us a good old triple. LAG now up 5-4. And it's aBeZy again, who was doing everything possible to keep his boys up.
This time OpTic, they're going to switch it on up. Not going to send all 4 players towards Cantina immediately, so you're going to give up this side of the map. LAG, maintain map control, but it's all going to be about this 1v1 across towards B. Shotzzy versus Archdies. Shotzi's able to spot him, but you can't pick up the kill, so now you have to get out with your life. But at least you know that there's one player on that side of the map. You got some information.
It's a 2-2 split right now for LAG. You got 2 at B, you got 2 at A. And really, it's just a matter for OpTic Texas on which one do you look to bully out, which one do you feel more comfortable with. And given that Huke has just popped dead silence, it appears that a rush in toward A is all but imminent. He's got Ghosty behind him. Looking to make the route. Spots the legs, but can't finish off the kill. A big one for Assault as Ghosty looks to enter in toward the fight. There is nobody who's going to be there. If there's somebody in middle, that actually is going to be Archdies. He's able to cut away another. Ghosty gets bad timing, and now quickly, it is all up to Bruce. And what will be a 1v4 now turned into a 1v3, 15 seconds left. A bomb still to plant. Jay, this is not looking likely. It's not looking good.
Oh, yeah, it's over. It's over. LAG are going to be able to take map number 2. Back and forth, search and destroy. They have lost Mercado SD 4-6 every time. But this time, they are on the victory side. Closing it out in a 6-4 fashion. It was just the SMGs, man. The SMGs made plays. Keep in mind, OpTic Texas, they gave away a 2v4 round nice and early to the ARs on the side of LAG. But when it was OpTic Texas being aggressive over towards Cantinas, Joe Deceives and aBeZy had something to say about it. As they take over in this search and destroy, aBeZy makes the play. 12-7 overall in the KD department. Just played great, man. It was like him and Shotzzy running right by each other. That 4-4 round, aBeZy went all the way on the deep flank. Shotzzy went through mid. Shotzzy finds 2, but aBeZy finds 3 on his flank. So it was just a back and forth game. Whole bunch of head clashing over towards that A site. But LAG, they're able to take this one. Now tie the series up at 1.
Yeah, it's a big moment, right? That round, as you called it perfectly, my friend. aBeZy needs the big play in that 2 versus 3. He finds the triple, and from there, the team rallies behind him. We said that somebody needed to step it up for sure when it came down to the Guerrillas, and once more, he is there to do it. Had a great performance in the hardpoint despite the dominant loss. And he comes through with one of his better S&D performances here in this game number 2. And just like that, Jay, we talked about a dominant hardpoint, a well-replied S&D from the Guerrillas. Lots of question marks on this roster. What happens if they lose hard points moving forward? It clearly seems that they have been in the lab when it comes to search destroy, but have they been when it comes to control?
I don't know, man. The next control is LSilo. Neither one of these squads have had a lot of success on it, so I think whoever takes this control is going to be able to take the series.
Okay, well, that's a big statement. It is the swing mode for a reason. We'll see who can grab that advantage as we're all level at 1-1. OpTic Texas LA Guerrillas will continue right after this break. Howdy, friends, and welcome back. The LA Guerrillas taking on OpTic Texas for really both teams' first series here in Major number 3. As we're 2 games deep, and currently it is a 1-1 score line. Jay, as we get ready to load in for a LSCLO control, talk to me. What do you want to see out of OpTic Texas? What do you want to see from LAG? Give me one thing in specific for both of these rosters right now.
We need to see OpTic Texas take some attacking rounds because they are great on the defensive end. 3rd overall in the league. It's just they do struggle with their attacking rounds. So you got to try to find some success there. And then on the opposite side for LAG, they just struggle in control in general when it comes to slaying. Between all 3 maps, every single map, they have a team KD of a 0.8. So you're not going to win controls if you're not able to find the kills. We know it's 30-30 in lives, but you have to be able to slay to take somewhat map control and try to be the aggressors, be the tone setters on the map. So for LAG, it's all about the kills. For OpTic Texas, all about the attacking rounds.
Okay, that is the definition. What you need to be looking out for both of these rosters, as we talk about so often, control a game mode that maybe isn't focused on as much as it should be, but both these rosters, what it would mean to go up 2-1 versus the other. OpTic off of a dominant respawn, LAG off of a very gritty search and destroy victory. And historically for the Guerrillas, Jay, throughout CDL history, every year of the CDL, the Guerrillas have been bottom of the barrel in the league when it comes down to game 3, domination or control. They finally need to get a roster that can walk away with some dubs in this spot. We'll see if they can come away with a crucial one today. As OpTic Texas start things off on attack, and Shotzzy, well, he looks to hit some routes.
Yeah, Shotzzy, he's just trying to be a rat. Just trying to find the timing on a couple of these players on the side of LAG. But with his teammates dropping, you have to eventually allow them to get out of the spawn. You might want to try to back up, or at least stay aggressive to catch a couple players coming off spawn. As Shotzzy gets the information, 2 players are going to spawn out towards Cliff. The stun is able to connect, but OpTic, we need to get a move on it. Let's try to get over towards that A point if we can.
This is the life of an SMG on LSCLO. We go to A, we go to B, and now we're back at A. I finally got a kill, and let's see what they can do about it. Shotzzy, the first line of defense, has got to be careful inside of that A zone, as he'll be the man that helps grab that first segment. Meanwhile, Huke trying to do a bit of damage. He also will fall. So Ghosty drops, and now it is all up to Shotzzy. I mean, on his POV pretty much all round long, and somehow the man is still alive. He's lost all reinforcements, but he has been really been the guy to do the OBJ so far.
Yeah, he has not died the entire map. Still sitting at a nice little stat line of 1-0, but finally he's able to get takedown. Assault and Jodeci combined for 3. And are able to not allow OpTic Texas to close out this A point and extend time by a minute. So now with 35 seconds, OpTic have to try to fight out of their spawn. Couple stuns connect, able to find the kill onto Jodeci, and they see 2 dead. This is where you strike towards one of these points.
We'll see if Assault can stay alive, because right now Arshties is on the other side of the map. So he'll have to go clutch, wait for a few teammates to come off his spawn, and really, he looks to buy time by going on the flank. The smart route, the smart hits coming in from the vet, as he'll eventually drop, but everybody else will line up there for OpTic Texas. And with that, the stack will be in. That is 3 segments in the books and another minute added onto the clock.
And now look at the positioning right now of Shotzzy. Oh, he was able to get called out. Jodeci was able to take him down. So now if you are LAG, these kills are massive because you don't want to go forward in and then eventually spawn all the way to the back left. But as long as you're maintaining this cliff side, you will spawn closer to this B point. So OpTic is trying to chain a couple of these kills together. You have a couple players trying to go on the flank. Huke is going to get taken care of. LAG so far holding on.
You can tell right now for Dashy and Ghosty, they're just kind of waiting. Maybe Shotzzy to hit a route, waiting for somebody to reveal themselves. Jodeci's eager as ever to get involved in the gun engagements, and he's responsible for taking down both of the ARs for OpTic Texas at the same time, though. We're talking about aggression. That's now going to be 4 in a row. So OpTic with a bit of a lane. And right now for Arshties, he's doing his best to try to cut away someone who is in their base. Shotzzy eventually drops, but by his positioning being where it was, Jay, it has now opened up a lane for OpTic to get onto that B zone.
Yeah, the clock is going to be stopped. And keep in mind, when you're paying attention to those lives remaining, it's 7-10 with 30 seconds now. You're able to take Ghosty off, as that first tick is going to be done. OpTic are trying to set up this pinch. This is going to be their last push. The player that's coming off spawn, which is going to be Ghosty, has to play nice and slow, but Arshties is cutting them down through the back end. With only 15 seconds left, OpTic got to go.
To do indeed. However, Arshties does get sniffed out, so that's going to be the first pick. Jodeci, the farthest pushed up player right now for Guerrillas, doing his best, and it's all on the rookies. to come away with 3. Assault will clean up the last one, and from there, the Guerrillas are able to walk away with what was a very, very hard-fought defensive round for them. They go up 1-0.
I think the good job from LAG, though, is that they didn't give up A that easy to OpTic Texas. They were able to trade efficiently when they needed to. And then with them giving up that 8 point, it was 18 of 14 in lives remaining. OpTic Texas didn't have any white control. They were forced to overextend throughout that backside through courtyard. And they just played right into what LAG wanted them to do. The ARs were holding down the back end, finding the kills. The SMGs were pushed up. LAG holds strong on the first round.
But you called it, my friend. We talked about OpTic Texas in the slang. We talked about, rather, LAG in the slang. We talked about OpTic Texas on their attack. So far, great sign for the Guerrilla fans. But now this is really where the questions come in. How are they going to play in their opening attacking side? As we said, this new roster struggled mightily very early on with this team when it came down to control. We're not able to find W's on any map that they played. Slowly but surely, they've started to figure things out. And with the rookies coming into the team, oftentimes it could fall into them to see where the success will lie. As Thieves does eventually get found out that his 30 seconds wiped off the clock. And so far for Guerrillas, Jay, nothing to speak for.
Yeah, nothing to speak for, but you at least do have the positioning from Arcities in towards bottom lockers. So now you can potentially stop this clock by hopping on towards the B point, but now it's going to set up Shotzzy, who's working his way on that late flank. He's canceling those spawns. Now going to force the remaining players from LAG all spawn to attack towards A. You get that player off B, but it's looking like LAG are going to transition over, try to close out A early.
See if they'll be successful in that venture. Meanwhile, Arcities is just having a phenomenal time right now in Elasilo. Can he find another? You bet he will. It's now 4 in a row for Alec. Wants to keep that streak intact. And as he will quickly pivot, pirouette back toward that A zone, or rather just the warehouse. He realizes his team have done just fine on one side of the map while he has handled business on the other. Arcities doing his best to try to come away with a round number 2 victory. Spots Shotzzy from afar, can't clean him up. Gonna communicate that over to the roster as he'll continue to take over and map positioning. Finally sniffed out from Ghosty.
Yeah, LAG are just trying to find where OpTic are playing at, but all the players are scattered across the map, and they all win their one-on-one. So now with all the players from LAG coming all spawn, Huke reads the overextension, is able to find another kill. Currently on a 4 spree, picks up that tack to hold this down. But now it's a minute left. LAG have to slow this one down. You have to get these players out of your base. You don't have any white control. Huke is just flying. He's frying. That's another 3 dead in the feed. OpTic showing why they are one of the best teams on the defensive end.
I was getting ready to say, Jay, I mean, for LAG, you kind of like this style a bit where you're able to, I don't know, kind of allow for OpTic Texas to not be in these high engagement situations, and they quickly find a few, but we'll see if Guerrillas can have a spectacular end. 30 seconds to go. They're down dramatically when it comes to lives, so we're thinking early about those round 5s. They're going to sit quite comfortably as long as this round goes their way, and currently it looks to be that way. Exceed pretty much soloed out. He's got a nade at his feet. He's got Shotzzy right in front of him. 18 seconds to go as OpTic Texas continue to wipe away the Guerrillas. There could be a flank though. There could be a position. This is where Ghosty has got to make the right play. He eventually does get found out, so now all the pressure begins to fall on Shotzzy. He's got to stay alive. He's got to go first when he drops. A team kill is inbound, but you got 2 players on the point.
Got 2 players on the point. Huke is at least able to take down 1. So now you just want to wait for your teammates to get into the play. You're just going to go for the ego chow. At least Ghosty is able to find 2 in the feed. Last player on the point is going to be Assault. He gets taken care of. And OpTic Texas holds strong on the defensive round. All tied up in segments at 4. LAG almost made that happen.
They did. I feel like for Assault, he was just dodging nades. He was dodging bullets. He's just waiting for a teammate to come off the spawn. And that is what we know on Elasilo control, my friend. Like, it's just a matter of, like, you find a few kills in a row, and then instantly what seemed to be a pretty well-controlled defensive side from OpTic Texas ends up being a scary situation toward the stretch. And in the end, as you said, they give up that 1 segment over at that B zone, and now we are tied. In need of a big moment here on the attacking side for OpTic Texas. We'll see what they can do about it. They send 4 strong through the middle of the warehouse. Meanwhile, Thieves is looking to get all kinds of comfortable inside of their base.
Yeah, Thieves is just going to take his time, but that stun is going to connect. The nade is going to connect. Ghosty is able to take him down. So now with 2 dead on the side of OpTic. Probably just want to transition your way over towards B because the spawns for LAG are going to be towards the back left, but that's already 3 dead in the feed. Would look like to be a great play about to be set up from OpTic. Instantly gets shut down by all the kills on the side of the Guerrillas. OpTic Texas now all spawning at white. Have to sprint on forward towards that B point.
Really the biggest player right now on the map. Very well could be Thieves, given his opportunity. The same thing, you could also call it for Assault. Nice little flank being established from the Guerrilla side. His OpTic, they all spawn up to the top side of the map. They form a line going into the soccer field. And from there, LAG able to poke away at them. A frustrating start to this control. As for the first time, we've finally seen somebody get on an objective. How long will it last?
OpTic Texas have a lot of bodies on this side of the map. It's all about chaining it with a couple kills. As the first tick is already in, the second tick is in now. I've also just got word from the stats team that they weren't able to complete that segment over towards B, so it's currently LAG up by 1.
Oh, okay.
With OpTic Texas, only 22 seconds left. You got to fight out of your base. You only have 2 segments.
Still to be able to do it. Well for Guerrillas. You've got Exceed trying to hit around so far, having a slow performance in this control, but he eventually does get found out. So right now for Ghosty, trying to be the sole man on the objective. He's got to go big, but he gets wiped away. It is a clean 3 down. Last man alive is going to be Huke. He's looking to hit the routes, but he will fall, and all OpTic can do is shoot from afar. Another defensive round, and a solid one at that for LAG.
So now if you are LAG, you're only down by 1 segment. We saw in their attacking round, they found a lot of success early on. Towards that A point, Jodeci just sprints right through the double door and gets on that time. But your main focus is you can potentially close it out on this attacking round. They almost did it. They just couldn't find that kill onto Huke. Just do the same exact thing that you have been doing so far. Make sure you complete at least 2 segments to guarantee yourself that defense going into this round 5.
Yeah, like you said, for the Guerrillas, it's pretty standard. You know the situation that you're in. You know the score. Just a matter of doing the basics. Make sure you're doing little stuff to guarantee that round 5 preferred side. As Arsenes is able to wipe away with 2 off the rip. I'm sure Huke not happy to see a spree like that. He's eager to try to turn things around. And we know when it comes down to the nuke, he is all about aggression. Feels like he's got dead silence at all times. Jay, he goes for the ego chow again. Not sure if we're all in favor of that gun engagement, but you can't really get away from the typicalness of him trying to go for a fight like that. And I think Shotzzy, he's stuck in a wall right now. I don't know what's going on, Jay.
Yeah, there's something going on, but it doesn't look like we're back. I think it's all good now. 45 seconds. LAG had to try to get pushed up as the timeout has been requested, but don't know if it's going to be needed as a team kill does come in for Huke. LAG now able to stop that clock by getting on over towards A. 35 seconds as the first segment is about to be complete.
Yes, indeed, folks. We'll look to see what exactly is going on with the game. Meanwhile, we'll cast it as if it is all official. Currently, right now, to the side of OpTic Texas, they're able to find a few there in a row. And right now for the Guerrillas, they've got to get a move on. They've got to get something going. 20 seconds. Move has to be made, as we said. When it comes down to segments, they can guarantee things as long as they grab a few of those. However, a team nade ends up rolling on through, so that's not going to make things that much easier. Huke's been trying to make a play in the back for the longest of times, and now it's time for dead silence to be rocked again. And boy, do they need him in a spot like this.
Oh, but if you are OpTic, you don't want to give up this last segment because you have been able to outslay, but with LAG stacking towards his B point, they're able to secure themselves that defense going into round number 5. That's 3 dead in the feed. Last player up is going to be Assault, but job done if you are the Guerrillas to at least secure yourself that defense going into round 5. I thought OpTic had a lot of map control. Like Huke, he puts himself into white, but you want to try to set up that pinch. You want to get him off of that point because you were outslaying him in this game. You would have guaranteed yourself that defense going into round 5, but unfortunately, they don't find the kills in the right time. LG, they get that extra segment, and now OpTic have to win an attack.
And what do you want to see? I mean, Jay, so far, what do you want to see from them? Like, what has been going wrong on their attacking sides? What do you want to see them try to come out with in this round 5 that maybe they haven't done up to this point so far?
I feel like OpTic are trying to make the perfect play happen, trying to get a clean 4 dead before they execute towards one of these points. I would love to see them just commit their way over towards A, get that one out the way, extend time by a minute, so then you have 2 minutes to work with over towards that B point. All it takes is 1 to 2, 3 down, and then the round will be yours. Just try to close out one of these points nice and early so you have a lot of time to work with.
All right, getting word that we are currently pausing the game for the moment. We're still trying to figure, I think, exactly out what is going on with the game. That's the only thing that I've been given. So with that, we will continue to discuss this round number 5. So the map has been paused. Everything has stopped at its track. So with that, we'll, like I said, do our best to give you guys as much information as we can. I know we saw a few moments where Shotzzy's running into walls. So again, we'll see exactly what's going down with the game for right now. But as we said, Jay, for the moment, we have to act as if that result is currently what it is. Like you said, LAG, they do secure that defense moving into round 5. Preferred position nonetheless. And it's a huge spot, right? This is a massive, massive spot for both of these teams in the swing round situation. And with it all being said, Guerrillas going up 2-1, what it could mean for their confidence. OpTic Texas to come away with another respawn. That could also be huge. So we're being told that we're getting right back into this game, Jay.
Okay.
A brief little pause.
Oh, baby, we love that.
This is great. I love this.
We love that feature. Right back 2-2. Stat lines are still the same. Great feature in the Call of Duty. Is now OpTic Texas. Now have to win an attacking round. They're going to send this time 2 players over towards A. They instantly get on the point. Great game plan so far. Not exactly what you want to do, though, if you are Huke.
Dash, Huke just watches Shotzzy's body just fly across Elasilo, and he will be able to escape for the moment. Trying to stay alive behind enemy lines, but he quickly does get found out. Now for OpTic Texas, they begin to pivot. They begin to force their way toward the other side of the map, and that is right where LAG are waiting. Into the jaws of death they run as Guerrillas up early in lives.
And now OpTic, with only a minute left, and all the spawns coming over towards white. You have to try to get these players out of your space. As Ghosty's at least able to take down Jodeci's from top mid, but now you're focused on where is Assault, where is Arcides, where is Jodeci's? As they are just finding all the kills in the feed. OpTic, they go on 1 by 1. You need to take your time. You need to play trades because it's just making it super easy for the Guerrillas.
Yeah, right now, based off of spawns, I'll let you know exactly where they're coming from. They just continue to pounce right into the line of fire. Exceed.
Oh my.
Our game is starting to heat up. Now at 5 in a row, putting tags in. OpTic Texas continue to run out into no man's land. Can anybody get onto the objective as they manage to find 2? It feels like this one is about to be over quite quick, especially if Exceed is able to find a few more. That's now 6 in a row, nearly makes it 7. Shotzzy still up, but he's the only player that is pushed up. Huke is trying to stay up over toward this other side, jumps on the point, and he gets found out too.
It's over, man.
The time is ticking away, and OpTic Texas, they have one last good look. Can they stay up? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. This one is done.
Wow. What a round right there from LAG to now put themselves up 2-1 in this series. I said LAG needed to bring the slaying. Pretty sure they outslayed by almost 20 kills in that final round. They did just enough to secure that defense, put them in the trap, control the spawns, know exactly where they're coming from. That's got to be devastating right there for OpTic. They outslayed, they held strong on the defensive side, just allowing LAG to have that one more segment complete. Yeah. Doesn't allow them to get that defense in round number 5. And now, Lando, this series gets really scary for me because OpTic Texas are going into a Fortress hardpoint where on the season they are 0-2 compared to the Guerrillas who are 3-3. But with this new roster for the Guerrillas, they are 3-1 on this map. And it all comes down to their rotations, man. The SMGs put on a lot of pressure, but the ARs on the side of LAG and Assault and Arcides are always going to set their SMGs up on the better side of the map.
And you and I chatted about it, you know, coming into this series. You and I go over, you know, the maps and modes, talk about the vetoes, etc. We're like, okay, you know, the hardpoint could be great for them when it comes down to this next Fortress, but it feels like at times, at least the previous iterations of OpTic Texas sometimes get overwhelmed. Like you said, those little fundamentals start to go out the window. So many things to think about. And I think it's fair to say, man, this is really where they're going to need Ghosty, right? We talked about how great his communication was. Somebody, I think, and someone like Parasite, who's talked a lot about Ghosty's performance in challengers, how he's almost like a human radar in hardpoint when it comes to spawns. Can do a great job at giving really a good, like, bird's eye point of view on what's going on around the map. And I think they're definitely going to need it when it comes down to this Fortress hardpoint. Will it be enough? We'll see. But if they do anything like they did in that opening hardpoint when it comes to slaying, rotations or not, they could just break every hill, buddy.
Ah, but that's what you think. But a map like Fortress is not really that kind of map. You know, for that P3, even for the P2s, we know that if you don't have that favorable spawn, you're probably not going to get time there. You give it 1 or 2 good pushes, and if you don't find success, then you have to rotate early on. They are dead last in rotations, and they are dead last in breaking. So Ghosty has to come in, and he has to change that all around versus a team in LAG who love this map. So tall task ahead for OpTic Texas. Obviously, they come out swinging in that map number 1, but it's been all the Guerrillas in the last 2. Very close nail biters of those maps. But now if you are OpTic Texas, you just got to fix those fundamentals. One thing that really tends to irk me, though, is that I know Huke is out there getting all these fancy kills and stuff. Can we stop ego challenge so damn much? I'm telling you, like, he puts himself in these great positions. You find 2. Let's just play your life instead of trying to go for the 3rd kill. We need to play more fundamentally sound versus a team like LAG who will capitalize on that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we're in the hard point. You know, it's totally different when you're up by like 100 points, 150 points at a hard point in comparison to a 3v2 in Search Destroy, for example, or in a big spot in a control. I completely agree. I know at times we've talked about, you know, how he is that explosive player, and at times, you know, your greatest strength can also become your greatest weakness. Great opportunity now, though, for the Guerrillas to potentially close out this series in just 4 games after just getting absolutely pulverized at that opening hard point. To say that LAG would come through and just, you know, potentially walk away with an X3, momentum-wise, we think you'd be crazy, but they answer back in the Search Destroy. They have some great moments in that. As you said, they guarantee that defense here on LSC low control. It's not been perfect, but they've grinded it out to this point. A young team, 3 members from the Challenger side just entering into their first qualifier together in Major 2. Really just trying to get back to a solid statement. We held them in such high regard, and then it feels like right now we don't really know where to put these guys. A W today versus this OpTic Texas team would surely put them on the right foot for sure.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. If you are LAG, not the best performance all throughout Major 2. You want to bounce back, and you want to bounce back immediately versus a team in OpTic Texas who everyone had a lot of high hopes in ever since the addition of Ghosty. But now OpTic Texas, this is where we find out what they're truly made of. This young rookie, down now 2-1 in the series. Communication has to be on point. The fundamentals have to be there because that's where LAG do not make mistakes. We know that they have the ability to slay, but you have to make sure you're getting to these hard points early.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we talk about a Fortress hard point, it can be crazy. It can be chaotic at times. You can get overwhelmed by the amount of things that are going on your screen. So far, how about this performance from Exceed? I mean, as we said, just in that opening hard point, had a phenomenal performance despite getting absolutely destroyed. And that Search Destroy goes 12 and 7 to the control. Not an amazing performance, but he goes on like a 5 or 6 spree to close out things in that round number 5. But what could be the final map of the series or the ticket to getting us to a game 5? We'll have to find out as we fly in toward Fortress. P1 is in, and it succeeds, starting things off with the first kill.
Yeah, Exceed starting it off, but that's going to be Shotzzy and Ghosty combining for all 4, and already the spawns are now going to flip for OpTic Texas. Exactly how you want to have a start. Only giving up 8 seconds at P1. You get all your gunfights, and now you're forcing LAG to break out of the trap. As now with 25 seconds left, it's all about staying alive. You do not want to drop as now Exceed finds that kill. He's able to push his way on through P2. You got to pay attention to where Shotzzy's now going to spawn.
Yeah, he absolutely do. So right now, Huke decides to jump on the objective, wins that 1v1. As we said, with Exceed being where he is, he gets that close spawn. So now he's got his good old rookie compadre, his SMG duo, and Joe deceives now to try to make the plays in the back. But Ghosty, nice little headshot. Nice play that LAG nearly make. It is on to the rookie to make the play. He secures the spawns, and now OpTic Texas have got P2 control.
Yeah, OpTic Texas have full P2 control, and they are trapping LAG in towards the back. Guerrillas probably have one more good push before they have to chalk this one up, but Assault taking out Dashy from top single is a nice opening. But try to execute this break. Shotzzy trying to hold down Art. Shotzi's able to find 2. Last 2 players from LAG are going to push right on forward, but it's on Shotzzy now. The only player from OpTic Texas trying to hit that early rotation.
You can see he's almost like trying to make Assault give the comm that he's going for the rotation, but how in the world is he alive? He's making LAG absolutely sweat it. not only are they trying to get to the hard point, but they're just trying to figure out where this guy happens to be. Pops dead silence, and like a thief in the night, once more continuing to haunt the LA Guerrillas. Is that about to be another one? Thankfully, Joe Deceives eventually there to cut him down. A solid start to this hard point for OpTic, looking like the last one, but can this be the HP where LAG turn it around? That's a 3 men down situation to start. Solid job as we head to Fountain.
Yeah, they're able to hold on the first push. You have Joe Deceives, that player who's slowly trying to work around this pinch. She's just keeping those falls from OpTic Texas all the way across the map, as now they take care of him. Gonna put a lot of pressure. Use all your attacks to blow up all the trophies. Fly right on through the front. They're able to find the break. Now the kills are big if LG can pick them up.
And they absolutely do. Exceed just runs through with 3 again. That's 5 in a row. Once more for him. A great opportunity as he's able to seize it, and LAG continue to pile on the points, trying to get back in this game. With those 20 seconds, I'm sure for OpTic Texas, they're going to go ahead and decide to chalk it. But at the same time, LA Guerrillas, they do a wonderful job at not just getting the time, but also breaking through the setup. This could be a chain of hard points, especially if Exceed's able to stay alive. He eventually falls, and so does Joe Deceives. A great opportunity for Guerrillas, but this time it's squandered.
Yeah, now it's all on to Assault, though. Last player up sitting towards top rails. He gets taken care of, so OpTic do a great job of just fighting back to get control of those spawns. Now growing this lead a little bit more. Peekaboo, I see you. You're gonna have to drop on down from that window. This is Arcides. As OpTic Texas with the full setup, gonna force LAG to try to break out through stage, sending multiple players towards this side of the map. Arcides with the SMG finds himself on a 3 spree. They're trying to set up the pinch from all angles.
And they also get the close spawn, so solid work there from Arcides, not just to put the Vaznev to good use, but also help get those spawns nice and close. Again, Exceed, every time we're on
He's
his field,
frying, man.
it feels like he is going for 4, 5, 6 kills in a row. There's the 5th again, 14 and 5 right now from Exceed. Just feels like nobody can touch him right now. Jumps inside the hard point as if he owns it. And right now, LAG find themselves down by 30.
This young man is taking over the game for LAG. Already double positive in all the respawns that he has played. Now we find ourselves off the rotation over towards P5. It's going to be OpTic with the early setup. They have trophies down. Exceed is going to invest that cruise missile. This way you tell your teammates, throw your attacks so we can get these players off of the site. And that's exactly what's going to happen. He's able to find 3 down. OpTic Texas now pushed out towards the back.
That is perfect work. It is perfect work from the Guerrillas. They toss out the utility to make sure those trophies cannot be utilized. And then just from the top, it is the cruise missile who comes in and collapses the setup. After being down what was like 100 points, Guerrillas have come alive once more in the hard point and are even threatening to maybe take that lead. We've got a 2v1 over at Blacksmith, and they're able to find that one as well. So currently, no question about it, Jay, who has really been able to bring this lead back. As we head into the second set of rotations, it is Exceed now sitting on 19 and 7.
19 and 7 from the young man. Let's step aside and listen to the comms with the Guerrillas and see if they can close it out now.
P5 and top L guy.
P5 weak. Damn, he played.
Okay, I'll get.
Open.
1 second round. Open. I spawn maps. Secret, close on you. On the truck, behind you. From maps.
Gate, one shot.
Gate from maps, I think.
Truck, one shot. Truck from maps. Coming from maps. Nice, good job. I didn't hear anything. Top up, kill me, guys. Chill, yeah.
Don't play straight.
Try help turn. I got through. Double, single. Double,
on P4, bottom P4. One is P4 too. Okay. Third attacks. P4, one bottom.
I'm ready. Okay.
P4, one bottom.
I'm through right now.
Should third axe play, Joe. You shouldn't. Yeah, we should try to play through all.
He's close. One shot. Close shot.
Nading and stunning it. Nading and stunning.
I
think he's our side. Ghosty street too. I'm a bullet. I'm crossing. I got naded. I died. Somebody's gonna have to cross.
I'll get time.
Nice job. I'm jumping top, bro.
Side on me? Yeah.
Heard you. Work it together, guys.
Top up, I can't. Top track, hold on, give me a second, Joe. You're good. I got double stun. Go
top single. One top single. Yeah, dead.
He's up.
Single's one shot. He got me in Q2 as well.
Fuck, bro.
Okay, one is top single. I'm working left. I'm working left.
Singles are single. Got one. Single.
I'm working the back.
Yo, he went double. Double dash. There's 2. On P1. Let's track it back. There's one P5. P5 pinch.
Deep one shot.
Hang. So we. Nice.
Frame. He's there.
I just want to I'm looking at you.
I got you.
My goodness, this Guerrillas aggression, it's understandably so. While they're playing at this kind of pace with comms like that, the boys are fiery. They're feeling good, but they got to be careful. Because when it comes down to that scoreline, Jay, they desperately need to have a solid hard point here at Fountain. Considered one of our better hard points in the game, but if it is OpTic Texas who comes away with the break, that very well could be what decides this game.
Oh, yeah, but that's a big kill. At least aBeZy is able to find one, but look at his teammates spawning all the way across the map. aBeZy is not making any mistakes. He's reading every play that he needs to as he finds another 3 in the feed to secure the spawns. The pitch is now in. LAG with a great hold so far, now forcing OpTic to just run straight on forward. They are set up for the pitch. I haven't seen OpTic get a kill in such a long time. The SMGs from LAG so far putting on the pressure.
It's a 12-team streak, as we said. Take a look at them now. The boys are flying, and right now they are frying. Hello, Joe.
Oh!
That's now 5 in a row for him. Everybody having their opportunity with the spotlight item on them. An absolute highlight reel lately from the Guerrillas as they are about to reclaim the lead over at Fountain, a full 60, and right now Thieves is going for the routes. Now making 7, nearly makes it 8, but at the very least, he's got a cruise missile for the rest of the game.
He's got a cruise missile to work with, but what a play between Thieves and aBeZy to now allow LAG to take the lead for a little bit as OpTic Texas is going to be fully set up for this P4. We just need to get a hold, man. You know what the push is coming in. Thieves finds another 2. Now you have to get out of the point. You have to play for kills.
Ghosty goes behind the cells. Trying to prepare for what could be a break. You can tell he just doesn't feel comfortable to get inside of that hard point. Who could blame him, especially with the way that the Guerrillas are playing at the moment? They've got a full-on swarm around the cannon. Shotzzy doing what he can to stay alive, but he's got no reinforcements. They've singled him out, and they've broken again.
They have broken again. Is now OpTic Texas. Their spawns all the way across the map. The only player here that can contest is going to be Shotzzy. He gets taken care of. So the final 10 is going to go in favor of LAG. And now the split spawns come in. They're going to be able to win that rotation over towards next. OpTic still putting on a lot of pressure. We have to make sure we're setting up for new because you got to keep in mind, Thieves still has that cruise missile to work with.
That's exactly right, and that very well could come into play when we're thinking about the future. We're thinking about, you know, the P1s, the P2s. So here comes one of the few streaks that you're going to have if you are LAG. Thieves looking to bring it in. It's got Shotzi's name on it. However, the trophies are able to save the day this time. Last time around, it was a good old 3-piece that opened things up for the Guerrillas. This time, the trophies are able to remain stable. Back and forth we go. Now it's OpTic who has grabbed the advantage. 200 points. And right now for LAG, they've got to contest this. They cannot allow for this P5 to go the opposite way.
Yeah, they have to get out of this trap, man. You have to win a couple gunfights. Thieves and aBeZy once again, man. These guys are just all over the kill feed. And now with them getting those kills, Archides is now going to get that split spawn towards stage. He is going to get red, but at least if you are LAG, you get OpTic off. 200 to 204. The game has the potential to be closed out at P1, and it's going to be OpTic Texas there early.
However, at the same time, aBeZy is trying to make a play for P2. As we talked about, you got to be aware of the current time, but with how close it is, it's going to be all about those spawns. And right now, it is up to Dashy, the man to try to do the job. Again, P1, that's fine. How do you handle business when it comes down to the spawns? They've got the close ones now moving forward. However, Ghosty puts through a big gunfight victory. And right now for LAG, they've invested a lot in trying to go for the spawns. Meanwhile, it has been uncontested time over at P1. They finally get involved in the fray. 225 to 201. It eventually works out for the Guerrillas. A long-term play that finally manages to go their direction.
Oh, but now LAG, they're thinking that they have them in the trap. 2 players from OpTic Texas are going to spawn out towards stage. So now you have to watch your back. You have to watch your front. You have to watch all the angles as OpTic Texas are able to get 3 dead in the feed. They cannot win it at P1. It's all about this rotation over towards next. And it's going to be aBeZy here nice and early alongside Assault.
It's about to be a trade. It's about to be a trade. Dashy, can he stay alive?
It's gotta be.
He does. Bruce able to stay up. However, eventually does get found out. And take a look at those spawns. It has been such a battle between both of these teams to have this position. And we'll see now that the Guerrillas hold it, what they can do with it.
Oh no, that's 3 dead. All 4 dead now in the feed. LAG can win it here. It's about to be game time, Lando. 220 to 238. All you need to do is hold down 2 more pushes.
Can it be a break or will it be the hold? potentially the final hard point of this series. Here comes Huke, eager to dive on forward. He's the only guy. One, Exceed also will drop. It's 3 down to the feed, and it's only 5 more points that is needed for us to go to a final map. Shotzzy able to put away another, and they will be able to do it. A crazy and wild hard point that had all of our heads spinning when it came down to who was going to hold the spawns for Gallows. Guerrillas eventually awarded it, but OpTic Texas find the late break. And with that, Jay, we've got ourselves a game 5.
Another one, Lando. Another one for us, man. I feel like every time we cast, we're always going to a game 5, brother. And I wouldn't want this series to end any other way. What a performance from both teams. LAG had great holds at that P3. That was where they always were able to respond. But OpTic Texas dominated that P2 hard point. The turning point of the game, though, was at the very end of that P1, where LAG, they got all 4 dead. They're thinking that they have them in the trap towards the back of statue. But with 2 players spawning out towards stage, things get a little freaky. OpTic Texas are able to clutch up in the very end. Wasn't the best stat line from all the players, but you see the guy who stands out, man. Shotzzy was all over the map, just dancing left and right, making his kills look easy. As OpTic Texas finally get their very first win of Fortress Hardpoint on the board.
And what a way to do it, right? It just feels like for the old OpTic Texas team, you know, back in Major 2, it was about them holding, and right now it feels like it is all about the breaks. As they finally are able to do so at Gallows, they get the W. It's back-to-back hardpoint dubs. And so far, it has been everything else for LAG. It is either going to be a great respawn victory in the books for OpTic Texas, where they clutch it out, or it's going to be a 2-3-5 for the likes of LAG. It has been a crazy, crazy series up to this point, but somebody's got to close it out. Somewhere to starting off with a good old 1-0 record. Will it be OpTic Texas or will it be LA Guerrillas? We will find out right after this break.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Oh boy, howdy friends, and welcome back. We've got ourselves a good old Game 5 that's getting ready to be on the cards between the LA Guerrillas and OpTic Texas. OpTic sporting their new lineup and their opening match with Dan Ghosty. On the other side for the Guerrillas, Jay, they are looking for some retribution. Had some great moments throughout the Major II qualifiers, but did not deliver when it came to LAN. A big spot for both of these rosters and their opening match here of Major number 3. As we fly in for LSCLO Search and Destroy. How do you feel like this one's gonna go? Because I'll be honest, man, I have absolutely no idea how this is gonna wind out.
Well, OpTic have only played this map once, and they were able to win it versus LA Thieves at Major II in a 6-4 fashion by just dominating the defensive rounds alongside the 13 bomb that Dashy was able to drop. But you just have to be prepared for what LG likes to do on their attacking rounds. The second best team in the game at just getting that bomb down quick and then forcing them to retake as the first blood already comes in for assault.
You can kind of tell, I think, for OpTic Texas, aware of what we all know that LG like to do here on LSCLO Search Destroy. Get the bomb down fast and allow for the opposition to retake. Shotzzy looks to make the early hit to the soccer field, and he gets found out. Right now, Exceed with the big gun, and understandably so. Right now, he's sporting a 1.2 plus so far throughout this series. Yet to deliver a first pick for LAG, though.
So now in the 4v3, if you are LAG, you get that information. Unfortunately, the hit marker not able to take down Dashy. But it's 35 seconds. Look how much ground RCDs was able to cover. He's slowly trying to work his way up towards A. He's able to spot Dashy. Now this opens up that B plant for free.
It absolutely does. Oh my goodness. It was a great little challenge potentially there for RCDs. Just say Exceed is actually looking for the second pick there for the Guerrillas. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 2. That sniper continues to raid on out. He's found his pick on the Ghosty, and now it is all up to Huke. Going for the challenge. Able to find one onto assault, but he's got a lot of ground still to cover, Jay.
Yeah, a lot of ground he has to make up. 30 seconds. He has a chance to make this opportunity happen. Keep in mind, Joe Deceives, he's watching this angle. He's able to get that information, throw a shoulder. Now the double challenge is about to come in. Huke has to find both kills.
He headbutts the door. He's focused. He's ready. Huke says there's an opportunity to challenge. I'm absolutely doing it. The problem being is that the Guerrillas are not giving him anything to work with. As the time ticks away, LAG holds strong. They hold true. And they end up walking away with our first round.
That's good stuff right there from LAG. Just completely throw the stats out the window. We know that they're one of the fastest plant teams that we have in the game. This time they slow it down. They know that OpTic have a couple players who are going to try to get aggressive. As Assault is able to take that first blood. Then RCD's edging his way up all the way towards that B-bomb to find the second. Freeze up that site. LG just take their time, fill out the very first round, and take it. Now up 1-0.
A very well collective round from LG. Everybody getting a kill. Love to see that. And how about this opening strategy here from the rookies, the SMGs of the Guerrillas. Both players making a quick flank, and Exceed knows exactly where Ghosty's going to be hiding. Great work from the Guerrillas to instantly cause a bit of problems toward the back lines. Meanwhile, OpTic Texas trying to get that objective down. They're able to do so. 3v4 LAG with numbers.
3v4, 40 seconds on the retake for the Guerrillas. OpTic Texas need to try to even up the numbers. Want to play it patient. You plan it for that stretch so you can see it from multiple different angles. It's all about these kills after. As Huke is able to find the first. The nade comes in. He's able to snap onto the second, and Dashy finds the third. What looked to be a 4v3 is now a 1v3, all left up to Assault.
And best of luck. As he runs right into a nade. He just doesn't know where anybody is. He's looking for some help. He's looking for some support. Rounds the corner, spots a nade, and then from there, he eventually drops. I was going to say, Jay, that looked like a very promising start for the Guerrillas given the plays, but it is Huke who ends up having words for both Exceed and Joe Deceives, finding that 2, forcing them in to that bomb site. And great work despite being a man down 1-1.
1-1 now. So now if you are OpTic Texas, let's just fill them out. Let's spread map. We also want to put someone in towards that A site to not give up that bomb plant for free, but no one should really try to be over aggressive here because LAG, they're prepared for it. As you're going to have Shotzzy trying to go on that flank. He finds the timing onto Archides. Should be able to find the first.
Shotzzy
Oh,
always
but look at his dead silence. His dead silence about to run out.
Make a play on the flank, but as you said, that I was going to say for a moment that dead silence runs out, but Archides there for the quick peek. He eventually falls, and it's 2 early ones here for OpTic Texas, 1 for Shotzzy and 1 for Huke. And currently for LAG, you're inside of the warehouse, and you are completely surrounded.
2v4. Joe Thieves is just going to try to get this bomb down, make the play come to him, as Assault has not been able to earn his dead silence yet. But they're able to get the sound cues. Dashy jumps down from top mid. He's able to take him down, and Huke finds the final. Shotzzy and Huke start the round off, and it's Huke to close this one out. I was talking about less ego, Charles, but 7-1 stat line on a fire spree. You can do whatever the hell you want, Huke the Nuke. OpTic Texas now up 2-1.
Huke's having a great time, man. He's just enjoying a bit of LSC. You don't get a chance to do that very often. You know, when you're in the middle of a series, it's a game 5. You know what? Let's do some parkour moves. Why not? Props to that man. He's doing it all right now, whether he's hitting some cool little 180s or if he's hitting the 180s in the actual game. Great start so far for Huke, as he's obviously led the way for OpTic Texas throughout our first 3 rounds, giving the boys that 2-1 advantage. But you still see it. The smiles are out for the Guerrillas. They're still feeling good, Jay.
Yeah, you should definitely still be feeling good, because the scoreline is only 2-1. So now for LAG, have to respond with another defensive round. As OpTic Texas gonna play it nice and slow this time around. Use your attacks to get some information in towards the site. Do we see the Cellium wallbang? Yes, we do. So that player is gonna be a little bit hurt behind that couch, but the nade doesn't connect. OpTic Texas have to slow this one down.
However, 2 players making their way up through that ammo alley. Just behind the door is going to be Archides. He puts in a few bullets through the door. Dashy tries to go for the flank, but it's Shotzzy who's able to handle business regardless. Continuing to fly. Dashy and Huke come away with 2. It's the cruise missile confirmed. It is earned, and OpTic with the aggression end up finding all 4. That is 3 rounds in a row now for them.
I thought that was going to get scary when they got double stunned in towards the alley, but Archides does not open the door. He doesn't commit to the challenge, and then eventually gets taken down. But Huke is taking over in this game 5. 9-1 stat line, already a cruise missile earned. So you're basically going to be able to shut down that push if LAG try to push over towards B. This is where you potentially change your setup, double stack your SMGs in towards that A bomb.
Goodness sake, I mean, just look at the score line. Like, you have 5 kills to the other 3 players combined. Incredible work for Huke. This time he'll be able to watch his good old buddy Shotzzy find that opening first blood. So as we talk about for LAG, a team that is very tricky on their attacks on Elasilo. This time it's OpTic Texas who at least start things off quite nicely. But at the same time, Archides looking for information and hunting for what could be a huge pick. A massive round right now for them. The potential of going down 4-1. And right now they're relying on him to come away with the plays.
Yeah, Joe Thieves though. With 45 seconds, OpTic, they're not budging. They're just trying to hold strong. They're going to give up this bomb plan. It's time for Archides to strike. The sound cues come in, and Shotzzy's ready for the gunfight. All left up to Assault in another 1v4 situation. He finds the first onto Shotzzy, but Huke has him lined up. Huke is able to hit the shots with the Vaznev. And I'm pretty sure that young man in the nuke is now on an ace spree. 10-1 in this game 5.
Feels like we've talked about everybody coming into Major 3 but Huke. We've talked about Shotzzy. We've talked about how his game's going to be impacted. Obviously, Dashy. And no surprise, Ghosty, the talk of the town. But you've got to give some love to Huke the Nuke. Performing great at that opening hardpoint and coming to play when the team needs him most in the search and destroy at 10-1. He's already got the cruise missile. And right now, he looks like a streak himself. Could look to invest it in this round. We'll see what the look appears to be right now for OpTic Texas as they come into a valuable round. And understandably so. We'll see what information he can find and what kills potentially that Huke can find.
And keep in mind that Ghosty is that bomb carrier, so now he knows that all the players are playing over towards that middle map. Ghosty, you should have a free reign over towards this B site, but Exceed, he's able to at least take him down. So now that's bomb down. Shotzzy's able to find 2 over towards Courtyard. 3v2 left up to the SMGs on LAG.
See if the rookies can come away with the big one. Jonas Thieves able to find 1. Now it brings it to a 2v2. Problem being is that Huke is still alive. Thankfully, Dashy lightens the load that much more. Brings it in now to a 1v1 in terms of this position. Huke's going to wait for Dashy to arrive. Pops dead silence, and can he escape with his life? You bet he will. And right now for Jonas Thieves, can he make his way here in time? Oh, Huke with the snapper again. I think has some assistance potentially in that gunfight, but he can do no wrong. And of course, it is Huke to do it. 11-1 and 1 round away from closing out this game 5 for OpTic.
Man, that guy is just taking over. Just chows after chows, winning all the one-on-ones that he needs to. Alongside his SMG duo and Shotzzy, who opens up that round with 2-piece. But now it's going to put OpTic at game point in this game 5. They usually have a lot of ice in this game 5. 6-1 overall record. Can they potentially make it 7-1 in this final round?
Honestly, man, can Huke just hit double digits? That's my question, Bruce. Off to a great start. Thankfully, if you are an LAG fan, Exceed is at least able to even things up with a 3v3. Shotzzy on the ladder somehow stays alive. Movement continues to impress. And for LAG, that's going to be a frustrating fight to not win.
Without question, man. Because now it's in a 3v3. The bomb is still going to be down. Arcitys invested that dead silence alongside Assault. So this is when they have to try to make a move. As Huke is just going to chow again. Finds another one-on-one versus Arcitys 10 streak in the search.
What in the world was that? That was an
snapper, brother.
Snap. It's about to be.
Oh, my.
11 in a row. 13-1. And Exceed has got to be terrified as Huke does it all. It gives OpTic Texas the game 5 victory.
Who said Dashy? Last time we played this map, we did win on it with you dropping 13, but I'm going to one-up you this time around, and I'm going to go 14-1 on a 12 spree to close out the game. Basically a flawless search and destroy in this game 5 from OpTic Texas. Game plan was on point. LAG did not have a lot of success on their attacking rounds. We know what they're usually strong at is their quick plants, but it was the SMGs, the presence in towards bottom mid that did not allow the Guerrillas to get that bomb down. As you see the stat line, that guy, he's a man on a mission. That's a nuke for real, my dog. That guy's unreal, man.
I mean, he's going to drop a nuke, like 25 kills in this game. Saw past 7 rounds. By the way, Shotzzy 4 first bloods. That is insane. Huke, no first bloods, but it does not matter. He got every other kill, it felt like, on the map. And that's what we start to talk about. You know, can it be a crazy game 5 victory for the Guerrillas? Can they come away with, I don't know, I guess you could kind of consider it an upset, consider that OpTic Texas are off that top 4 finish. Whatever it may be, regardless of it, it is quickly figured out that this map belongs to Huke the Nuke. Drops 14-1 just through 7 rounds. Impeccable stuff. And just like that, Jay, it is the first W here for OpTic Texas in Major 3. And also on top of it all, the first W in the CDL for Dan Ghosty.
And that's a big W indeed, my friend. You're able to take 2 hardpoints versus a team who used to be really good at hardpoint, but ever since Major 2, it's been like, what, 1-6 for LAG when it comes to hard points? They have been struggling in that mode. You take both of the hard points because that's the mode that you play a majority of the time when you're practicing, but then you clutch up at the very end in that game 5. Obviously, OpTic, they got to go back. You got to do some more reps in search and destroy. I'm pretty sure we didn't see a sniper for the first time on the side of OpTic Texas, so I'm excited to see how they develop going forward.
Yeah, wasn't the perfect series by any means. Definitely had their moments where it wasn't the greatest, but you'll take the game 5 regardless, considering the schedule that you have still to come throughout our Major 3 qualifiers. But job done here for OpTic Texas, and job done for myself and Jay as we toss it over to the desk. Take it away, guys.
Great work, gentlemen. 5 games from them both times they're on camera today. Glad they're done for the night. But let's talk about this one, because we were originally planning on giving Ghosty a grade, going over his grade card. Instead, we just got to talk about the guy they added. Huke comes in, everyone on the green wall questions the decision. I don't think there's any haters questioning him right now. He sets the new record in Search and Destroy with 12 straight kills, passing Simp, who had 11.
Yeah, you know, when I talk about this team and sort of like their shortcomings at the major, it always came with one of the SMGs. It was either Shotzzy or Huke making a frantic play or doing something wrong on the map. Throughout this series, we did not see any of that. That's why the hardpoint looks so much cleaner. We saw Huke opening up on the map 1 on rotation P2, a fantastic 3-piece that led to a phenomenal performance out of him the entire time. Like, when you get these two guys going, they are so much to deal with. The pace that they set, it just always come down to those small decisions that are being made on the map. And Huke, this series, absolutely on point. The guy deserves a lot of praise, man, for what he was doing, especially in that Search and Destroy.
I just think the tone and overall pace that both the SMGs set in this series was just absurd. I mean, from that first hard point moving on, I know things kind of slowed down in that Mercado and that LSC low, but I mean, OpTic Texas, I just overall moved so fast as a unit, setting the pace of this game, and I feel like LAG just didn't really have an answer for that.
5-1 turned into 6-1 as Huke drops 14-1 in the final game. That's a 14.0. As we look across the board on the numbers, though, the SMGs were the difference maker, as you called out, Nameless. Was Huke the MVP? Is Shotzzy the entryman the MVP? Who are you giving it to
today? It's Huke 100%, man. The plays that he's making on the map were just unbelievable throughout this series. You know, he's a guy like a lot of people are talking about. Some of the plays that he made at the last major cost him maps, but in this one, you could tell he has been working on his craft, trying to get better to make these smarter plays on the map, and it looked way more comfortable for them in a lot of these situations.
We were questioning OpTic without a coach. Who's making the decisions on the players? Let's get your initial impact, initial reactions here, Nameless. You can go first. How did OpTic do it? Dan Ghosty now in the lineup instead of Illy.
Yeah, I mean, well, the one moment we got to listen to their comms on this map 1, like they were just rolling. This is that 3-piece I was talking about. Like it felt like Dan was providing a lot of help and like calmness to the comms in a team that sometimes can get chaotic at times. But I see you got a hand about it.
I was just kind of like, to your point, like I think the comms that he was like telling everybody, you could hear him saying this area is open, there's nobody here, looking towards this side, this is what I'm hitting out. I think it was just a very clear, calm, cool, collected, like you said, but also just great comms overall of communicating what he sees, what he knows. We call him a genius, he's still in school, and he proved it, I think, when we went into that listen-in, and I think he did overall solid. I think maps 2 and 5, I think Texas just need more reps with him on their squad and reworking their S&D and restructuring it, because at the beginning it was very much well-rounded around Illy and that sniper. So I think that's kind of what we saw in this series, is OpTic Texas just not having those reps yet in Search and Destroy.
I agree. I'm going to keep it a buck, though. Dan Ghosty was feet kicked up. Like the subs were going crazy in this series. I mean, OpTic are the last roster of his championship squad. But from seeing what Dan Ghosty did, like I like what the kid brings to the team. Like he's playing his role. He did solid.
I was looking at his interactions. He only got in 5 gunfights in that last map. It was all Huke running the show, and he earns our scuff play of the game. Let's relive it one more time. 14 bomb dropped in just 7 rounds. Ridiculous numbers from a man who just didn't run out of confidence.
I mean, Christ. I mean, like, Huke just, I mean, every single gunfight, it was going his way. His movement was insane. There were times when we were sitting there, we were like, we know Huke wants to peek this corner. Like, we know he wants to hit the gas, but he definitely slowed himself down a little bit in moments that he needed to. I mean, just an incredible performance at map 5 overall.
That is your scuff play of the game. And of course, we have to update our standings now. OpTic, they were threatening the top 6. They got the number 1 seed going into our last event. They're off to a great start here. You're 1-0, and you add 10 more points to your leaderboard. If you're the LA Guerrillas, you got into the top 8 last time. Are you worried, though, that maybe you won't make champs? Is this a team that you're concerned about, or is this just a tough matchup?
I mean, given where you are in the points, you got to be a little bit worried about that, right, Chris? But I think you're, like, okay with that performance throughout that series. I feel like, you know, early on, Thieves was struggling a little bit, and he's started to get some big kills in that game, too. Really got going. Just got to find more consistency on an individual level. But either way, what I saw from Exceed, like, we got shown.
Exceed was doing
That's literally what I was just about to say. Is I was going to say, if LAG takes anything away from this series is to hope for some consistency out of Exceed from this performance today.
Exceed, I'll be looking for your highlights on Twitter. Guerrillas, please put them out there for us. And also, we want you all to get your gear right now. What kind of gear? Your new cards, Upper Deck. Start your digital collection today with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. You can collect your favorite teams and players on UpperDeckEpack.com or scan the QR code on your screen right now. Shout out to Upper Deck for being a part of the party, and a big shout out to a new rookie starting lineup member of OpTic Texas joining us live. Hair's looking on point. Ghosty, congratulations on your first win in the league.
It was in my face.
What was this like, man? Tell me about your first matchup here.
It was really good, man. It was really fun. I'm not happy that it went to a map 5, obviously, but it's good to get a gritty series in for the first one. I kind of got slam maps 2 and 5, but Kyler's literally the greatest, so.
We got a chance to talk with I Hold Shift at the start of the show, and for anyone who missed it, he kind of highlighted your path, that you started as a competitive player at the Call of Duty college level. Then, of course, you went to Challengers. Now you've got a starting lineup spot. How tough has this grind been for you, and what are you going to look back on with positive thoughts in the future?
Honestly, it's definitely a grind, but if you put your mind to it, it's not as hard as people say it would be. And looking back, I mean, I'm just so much less stressed, to be quite honest. You know, the weight of school has been lifted off my shoulders. Whoops, you know, it's less school, obviously, but, you know, it's off the shoulders for sure.
We feel that.
Yeah, less school. I mean, I know that you are taking a bit of an underload from what I've heard, so you're still going to hopefully finish that out. I mean, typical for sure across the board. And congratulations on your first win in the CDL.
Thank you.
Will you be bringing out a sniper? Will we see some of that in Search and Destroy up and coming out of you?
Yeah, we will. I don't know if you peeped. I had it out 1 round in Mercado. That's it, but, you know. And maybe if we play a little bit different of a map, but it's all good.
Ghosty, I want to ask you a little bit about, like, this is a crazy moment, right? Like, you come into OpTic Texas, one of the biggest organizations in esports, right? Coming from Challengers, you're moving states, and you're going to play with some of these guys who have won world championships. How has this been for you? Like, what has the family and friends' reaction been? And how's this experience been for you in the last couple of weeks?
It's been surreal, honestly. Like, there's no other way to put it. It's a surreal moment. I'm really excited to be working with these guys, and I'm really excited for the future.
Content. We got to ask you about it. You're part of the machine now. Where can people find more Ghosty if they want to see you between now and your next matchup?
All my socials, Dan Ghosty. I'm looking to get a new you know, a little cleaner of one, but until then, we're keeping it Dan Ghosty.
We'll see if we can find you some check marks to go with it. Ghosty, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your first dub, and we look forward to your next match.
Cheers. Thank you for having me on.
Awesome stuff from the rookie. You gotta love his story. He has gone to every level, and now he's picking up his first W at the highest here at the Call of Duty League. We've got one more match to go on the night. Why should everyone stay tuned here? Are we gonna see another upset?
I mean, I don't know which way you call it an upset. It's going to be the Seattle Surge versus Minnesota. It will be a rematch. Last time they came up together, Minnesota ended up on top.
Minnesota, Seattle, coming up after this. What's up, you beautiful people? Welcome back in for the final battle of the night. Minnesota Røkkr taking on Seattle Surge. It's our Major III qualifiers, and the Røkkr coming off a tough loss to New York. That went to a Game 5 round 11, and HyDra, he won the MVP award for the Subliners. But this Røkkr team is playing as a squad, and they've been consistent. On the other side, Seattle Surge, nothing but struggle bus. We saw them bomb out 9 through 12th. They had that tough matchup against Boston. A missile took them out, ended their tournament run there, and they have been abysmal when we look at some of their stats. Let's look at our maps and modes for this series. And Nameless, we could have a record set by Seattle, and it wouldn't be a good one if they lose that game too.
Yeah, if they lose this Search and Destroy, it will be the record for all-time worst losing streak in Search and Destroy in the history of Call of Duty. That is terrible. They will be at 11, and you know, looking at this series, like, and the Search and Destroys, it's probably gonna happen, so they gotta dominate the respawns.
Allie, does it happen today?
It probably will happen, but I think Seattle will close up the series, but that record is definitely getting broken.
I think they're gonna stay tied with Vegas from last year. We'll see if the Legion and Surge will share it, or will Surge take the title? The game is ready, I'm told, so let's get right into this one. Put your channel points on the line. We got Miles and Chance ready to go. Miles, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chris Puckett. Wow, Chance, are we setting records today? Ali seems to think so. Hey, it could happen, and not a great day for Surge fans if it does, but a very interesting series ahead of us nonetheless. Seattle Surge, Minnesota Røkkr. Surge coming off a very tough loss there at the Major, of course, that cruise missile that will go down in history as maybe the worst of all time. But for now, we can wash ourselves, not only in the joy of a HyDra hardpoint Chance, but in the cool, refreshing waters of Al Mazrah.
And look, these cool, refreshing waters will be the first time Seattle Surge get to swim on this map. An 0-0 record, so we've yet to get the first look. And I think it's one of those things that when your first look is like on a brand new map and you wait till stage 3 to actually get in the mix, it's a terrifying sight. You've been auto-vetoing it the entire year. That means they're not exactly confident. Maybe a little bit of good news for them, though. Minnesota on this map, 0-3. So if you're gonna try it out and try to like build it up, might as well do it against a team that's struggling. And Minnesota Røkkr, at least on this map, haven't been quite on point.
Well, we'll see if they can remain somewhat on point. I mean, they had a fun run Chance at the Major, turned a lot of heads, of course, defeating New York Subliners winners round 1. Absolute madness. But of course, see if Afro attach Bance and Cammy, the aBeZys of the Call of Duty League. See if they can keep things going. And Bance, he's gone. That's fine. We're going to look at Seattle Surge now, of course, on the other side of the board there. Very, very, I suppose, it's a degree of frustration coming into this series, Chance, of course. The armchair and the Twitch chat sort of GMs were demanding change, demanding something happen, but no, the team have stuck by their guns. The coaching staff, the management, they're seeing this one through, and again, a very strong roster, wins on Vanguard, incredibly explosive turnaround, transforms Seattle Surge as an organization, transforms the team. We'll see how far they can go. Can they get it going here on MW2?
Honestly, my 2 cents is I think they did the right thing by not making a change. Like, not only did they stick together all of last year and turn it into like a very successful season, especially with 2 rookies, they just have to not be world's worst at S&D, and they'll be back to like getting second in tournaments. I think they literally were still under the 500 mark in Search at Major 1, and it was good enough to find a spot in the grand finals. Like, there is one game plan and one game plan only for this team, and it is quite literally to fix that game mode, and they absolutely have the tools to do so. And I mean, I don't know if we're gonna get the look today. I know that hotel for map 2 against Røkkr, a little bit scary, but I think they can get it done. Like, it seems like that is one of the game modes that you can like properly grind out, steal strats from other teams, get in the mix, like truly go back to the lab. And like, we've seen what Surge can do. It's not a skill issue. Like, they just have to figure out the maps and they'll be fine.
Sam Phoenix in the background right now, burning Sage, trying to get rid of that Juju. It was Nate shot not too long ago. Sage in up around, I can't remember, something to do with hotel control. It was not a good look, but all of a sudden their season turned around entirely. Second place, of course, at the Major, if they can't find any more success this year. But for Seattle now, and Pred, man, what an unbelievable start he has had to his professional Call of Duty career. Last year, an incredible turnout, not only getting a big major win in Toronto, but quite frankly, Chance just being a nuisance. A truly incredible player individually, and a wonderful addition to the Seattle Surge lineup.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Rookie of the Year, almost without question. Yeah, I think his main competition was his teammate Sib for Rookie of the Year. And certainly towards the tail end of Vanguard, Pred was having performances of like, dude, I don't know about just Rookie of the Year, like best player in the game. Started to pop up in the conversation. And I think that initially popped up in the conversation for him as well. But obviously, if you're on a team that is plagued by a single game mode, like that is not a title you're going to be able to claim. So obviously it is a brand new stage, a brand new look. So I mean, high expectations for Pred, especially on a map like HyDra, but it's all about that 2-5. I'm going to beat this S&D to death with Seattle Surge, more so than it's already been.
Well, I think Røkkr would also like to beat Seattle Surge to death in S&D as well, and add the 11th loss in a row, which would be the record currently held by Paris Legion way back when.
Paris.
Now, though, yeah, Paris. Hey, got it right that time. You can't find me. But yeah, very exciting to see how this goes. Chance, the lobby has dropped again, guys. Just in case you're wondering, we are waiting slowly but surely to get back into this. HyDra, going to be a lot of fun. Røkkr chance. Let's give them some love, man. Let's give them some turnaround. Of course, on paper, coming in this year, very, very exciting. Not necessarily delivered as much as I think the Røkkr fans would like, but plenty of time to turn that around. For them, last major, a great run. Very, very solid. Not a lot of people predict them to go very far. This guy did, at least in that round one anyway. But I'm excited to see how far they can go, you know, this major, this stage, running up to Major 3. I think Minnesota Røkkr, again, a very, very high ceiling team. Cammy getting back into form. Bance and Attach, sort of the big brains on that squad. And of course, Afro, incredibly explosive player. Very, very fun to watch. We are going to go to a very quick break. Charles is going to think about a very well thought out and, you know, deep answer to respond to my question about what Røkkr can do to turn their season around. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We're going to get into this game ASAP. Don't go too far. We'll be right back. Surprise, Call of Duty fans, it's game time. Seattle Surge, Minnesota Røkkr, take number 3. Let's get into this one with fist bumps. Everyone's fist bumping. Are you fist bumping at home? Fist bump your mobile device or the whatever device you're watching this game on. Fist bumps. Fist bumps in the chat. Can we get a fist bump in the chat? We get a fist bump. My dog just gave me a fist bump. Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, at least one person for sure like stood up off the couch and went and fist bumped their TV, and I appreciate that person. Lethal threats though. We talked about Pred, obviously Rookie of the Year, and talked about how his contention for that like accolade was Sib, who has been bonkers in hardpoint so far this season. Top 3 in at least the categories listed. You know you can slay. You know the man is just dripping with talent. It'll be the first look though again for Seattle on HyDra.
No one dripping yet though. Everyone has stayed above ground. Oh no, there he is, Attach. Ooh. Afro going down low as well. Battle upstairs. That's really where we're going to be keeping our eyes for a moment. Mack, though, Spidey senses. Good work. Unfortunate timing. Gets the old water pinch. The pair of them coming out the sea like little piranhas. Nip, nip, nip. Devour him. Down to the bones. Hard point open for now. Pred trying to keep those players at bay. Great work. Cleans up mid-map. That's all Pred. That's all Surge.
And they have to know, without question, Afro's behind him. Afro killed 2 people while he was in the water. I would love for an arrow to turn around and start looking for Afro. So they have to know. And there you go. Sib finally making the move. So Seattle coming out, knowing that they need to hunt this man down. And Sib delivers exactly that. The opening break search we're looking to get. Pretty much a perfect start.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, stop the count. Ah, they're in. That's it. No, wait. Who's that? Spawned right at the back. Mack did. What an awkward gunfight that was. But Mack's still there. Spawn's still good. Bance has got to do a hell of a lot here. Stun check, keeping these players at bay. Over to P2 we now go. This is where the hard point really gets going. Afro, lovely work there. Nades over the top, indirectly helping out the squad. Now the battle close corners, and it's all Bance. Great work, 4 down, Minnesota Røkkr.
Yeah, all of that was beautiful for Surge until Cammy picked them apart, and then the teamwork from Røkkr after the fact, absolutely flawless on the hill. And frankly, they have a setup on the map right now for Seattle. I know there was 30 seconds left on the hill, but you might just have to chalk it up and just play for this new time. And I think they're going to do that. I mean, Mack gets 2 kills towards the middle of the map, but no one's making crazy moves just yet. And for the players that actually got a little bit aggressive, Bance has found an opening to get to the back. So the question is again for Seattle, can they count to 4?
We love those sort of sneaky plays. Again, it's number 5. Sib's like, something's up.
Again.
Here he is. But Benjamin Bance from the depths of HyDra creeps out towards the back, finds a kill or 2. Now, will his teammate spawn next to him? That's the game plan here. Stay alive for as long as he can. Maybe pick up the pinch. But right now, his boys are winning the fights. Lets the Pred go by. No problem. This is a great play from Bance. Take notes. Future rank play teammates. I need you to be as smart as this.
I mean, it also just, yeah, there you go. The spawns come through for his team. Even knows that Pred is going to be nearby, but the trades are not in just yet. Afro, by the way, in the meantime, you got smart plays on one end, you got the skill cap plays on the other, but Afro does get shut down, and Pred also making the play towards the back of the map to keep Røkkr at bay. So a lot of funny business taking place on the map, courtesy of Benjamin Bance, but Surge have handled it very well on that P3 hill.
All you can do is just bring raw skill to that situation. Great work from Pred there, keeping that spot alive and well. Over to the other side of the map, we oscillate once again. It's an attach. He's trying to get the job done now for Røkkr. Oh, but Mack's on the inside of Ruins. He cleans them up. He's going to have a quick dip, wash off the guts and the glory. He's just picked up from that kill. Hopefully he's got spawns for his teammates. Here comes Røkkr through the top side, but accuracy's got the hill.
Dude, look at this map. It's like a 2-2 foot race over towards the old hill, and then like the 2 versus 2 towards the back of the map. And while Mack gets traded, his teammates trying to play catch up. So Pred has the PF flyers on, is trying to get to the hill as quickly as possible. But for the moment, Røkkr have the back spawns, but they do not have all the pressure as Seattle is picking them apart.
Oh, Banceman's fighting the outside. Mack now bring it from the down low. Pressure is on. It's still a pinch. Spawns are getting wild and crazy. The one-handed Vaznev there from Mack gets another. And they hold it down. Backside of the map all safe now. Seattle Surge, all eyes forward. This is great time.
And so much of this is just off the back of Slang as well, but you got Slang on one end, and it may be a play. That could have been for a good chunk of time if Cammy wins the gunfight, but Mack shutting it down secures the final 20 for Surge. So a little moment like that can go a long way in a close hard point, which so far this one has been. And even for this rotation, there are players all over the map right now. Pred's going to be very loud, though, so Afro hears that the entire way.
Oh, he does. Sub points up. Sib cleaned up on the inside. It's going to be a clean set of kills. Lovely work out of Minnesota Røkkr. All the members of Surge dead now. They've got to make the journey across map.
I think, well, Bance is the first man to get past. Yeah, guess who has Dead Silence pop? That was Bance with it, and that was a lot of damage before he ends up getting dropped. So comfort right now inside the hard point. Attach knows what he needs to prepare for, and even has the Vaznev in hands. Attach no stranger to using the SMG.
Oh, he ain't. Blast from the past. He finds himself one in and out, though. Keeping these players to Surge on their toes. Mack, though, from the tippy tops of the kill feed, he's going to get another one there. 11-11 so far. Keeping things going. Lead now firmly in the hands of Røkkr. They're starting to walk away with this one somewhat. Eyes over to Cammy now. He's trying to get himself in the mix. Already, though, Surge have cut the entire map in half. No one's getting across that halfway line unless maybe they take a swim.
And this is sort of a reset, basically, from the start of the game. Obviously, Røkkr, though, with a 20-point lead going into new, but last time it was Afro in the water spot. This time it's Bance, and, I mean, he trusted himself for the gunfight, but similar to last time, it is going to be Surge in control of the hill, and the question is, how well can Surge try to keep maintaining these spawns? And it's the exact same thing. It's Afro versus Simp in the back. You love a little bit of deja vu.
First hard points up. Second set now upon us. Seattle Surge looking to get the lead back. Attach, waiting for this one. Slowly but surely, out he comes. Oh, skipping a dead. Accuracy, holding it down. Hard points all his. Pred's got the inside covered. Anyone now from Røkkr, whatever direction they take, you can hear it. Whether it's top, whether it's bottom, wherever they're going, whatever their preference, they're going to find these kills. It's Pred once again, just being a pain. Truly, his teammates keeping the hard point in hand as well. Eyes on the minimap for Sib. Number 5, he has stayed out the fight, but he's doing a great job keeping that spawn set. Doesn't have to move. Heads up play still.
Well, honestly, even for that first hill, that's the first time where it felt like things were like very stable for Seattle, where they actually had control of the map, where there's no messiness coming through, no water routes being taken. And speak of the devil, and he shall appear from the water. Afro on one side, Bance from the other, and he wins the gunfight as well. So tough to watch, and for a team playing it their first time, Røkkr are not making it easy for him.
Bance now from the back. Spots out Mack. Nades are going to do a bit of damage. That's going to help a lot. Can he keep his teammate alive? He can. Great work there for Surge. Afro's up next. Steps up to the plate, and it's none. It's just crack chaos.
Wins.
There's a smoke. Nades going off. Couldn't see a bloody thing. He's down as well. Seattle Surge. Keep this lead in hand. Keep going forward.
I mean, they've just been like dealing with chaos nonstop, whether it's Afro or Bance taking the water routes, getting behind enemy lines, trying to like make the spawns mixy. And now this is perfect right now for Surge. I mean, if Simp can win an extra gunfight or two, it would have been nice, but at least you set yourselves up for free on this rotation. Everybody on Røkkr is spawning up, and I think Seattle even making sure they're nice and careful. You have people taking deep routes right now to make sure they lock down those spawns. So this is as good as it gets for Seattle. Again, it's been difficult to stabilize this game, but they are in a good spot.
Yeah, great work. Back and forth here on this HyDra hardpoint we have gone. Sip's up next. Can he get two? Oh no, Afro, great shots there. Back over the hardpoint, we now have it. Minnesota Røkkr are in. They haven't quite got a foothold. His fingernails right now. That's what's keeping them together. Holding on. Here comes the wind up hit. Oh no, it's Cammy doing the feed. Cammy cuts down two. Pred though adds another to the kill pile at 14 and 9. Madness back and forth on the point. Seattle Surge with the closest spawns. They've got the numbers. Can they find the kills?
They got them all too. I was going to say, if Attach can make a play, you could actually pin Seattle in the back, but as soon as Seattle get the wipe, that is perfect. And now Seattle can leave the back spawns open. You already see players like Attach now getting forced towards the back. So this is a beautiful moment of opportunity for Seattle to run the score up.
Doing what they can. Seattle running the score. We're going to look now across the map. Oh, big wins from Mack. I was gearing it up. Exciting stuff, though. Minnesota Røkkr, they're in control. Let's go for a listen in.
I just want to know. He's on the Godrock. Godrock Dylan, he has a trophy.
One's P5 on me.
He's still me at the back. On time in Godrock.
One's close. P5 dead.
Backside close. Backside close. Hold on. Let's double shot.
I'll pitch in front.
I'm hard. Don't shot that. Don't shot that.
One's going globe, Cammy.
Stay left back.
Cammy's gonna go P1 or something.
One shot. He was back globe. One shot globe cut.
Front ruins on me. Front bridge heady. Front ruins on the heady.
Clear time.
On the heady, nice.
He's close side time. I don't think there's Godrock. He's right now close probably. Nice. Once we be in the Godrock.
Yeah, Cammy was what?
Need stunning. I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah, somebody else stay back.
Yeah, I will.
Nice.
One shot dead.
Nice. Nice.
I don't know where he's on top. Out. Dylan, laying down.
And open. Got me going to time. 2 on time.
That's 10 seconds.
Okay.
Make sure you get to the back. Yeah, I'm playing low right.
I spawned out, guys.
Spawned out, Mack. Okay. I'll run back. I'll get the back. There's nothing low right. They're going through ruins and shit.
What's the front time? A trophy just coming.
One's ruins, man. In the back. Back deep push rock. One's in you, guys. Bance. Top push rock as well.
I'll spawn back here.
Hold on. He's push rock gonna spawn to yes.
Push rock dead.
Bance. I'm going on top.
He's close back on time. I'm coming top with you.
Weak behind the gym. Bance.
Behind the gym. No more front door.
Front door, Dante, and
Røkkr over the 200-point mark now, chance, and they're once again full hardpoint control.
Dude, it's just the comms from Seattle or the stress of a team that have just been dealing with chaos the entire time. Røkkr are so annoying to play against. Always flipping spawns. Someone's always able to get through and get in the back and make things annoying. And Seattle constantly have tried to deal with this and actually just get control of the time. And again, a very tight game right now where both teams just clinging on for dear life. But a nice little 3 in the feed right there for Surge. They get the 4th. They're spawning them in the back, and this could be the moment of the game.
Could be. Sib, eyes up. Tags in. Cammy somehow alive. Stays a foot. And Sib doing what he can to hold this position. Ball over to P1, but the nade lands just in time. Another kill from Attach. Røkkr have got the kills. Røkkr are through. Can accuracy? Can he make his way up from the depths? Dive into the timing here. He's got a Baz name in hand. This could be a big moment. Catch these players out. There's number 1. Here comes the second. Oh, my word. He does get them both. The kills are still going. And it's an open hard point for his second. Surge throwing the bodies.
And now Now Minnesota, though, they're going to be desperate for these kills because that rotation is not looking very sweet for them. So you want to try to get this P1 time. Not able to get it. You expect the trades to come through, or maybe Bance a little bit too quick with it. Drags 2 to the grave before he falls. And as mixy as this game is going to bend, we are guaranteed at least another hill. Although admittedly, this P1 time still very important. You see Surge putting on the pressure. At least for Surge, no one's got behind enemy lines.
Oh my God.
It's all about this P2 hill.
Oh, this is crazy. P2's coming up soon. Seattle Surge set up for it well and truly. However, the final few seconds going to go the way of Røkkr. Makes their charge towards the end that bit easier. Here we go. Steady. Slowly. But at the end, it's going to be an absolute photo finish. 240 to 222 and climbing. Here we go. Afro, first man up. Can he get these players off the point? It's accuracy from behind. Split spawns. A slow route from Bance on the outside. Here we go. Another point.
Oh, well, you just spawn yourself in the back, though, so Surge can actually try to keep him trapped. And you see the pressure is on, taking the gunfights to him. And this is going to be it for one more break. Røkkr got the splits. Bance trying to wait for his teammates.
One break's all it's going to take, though. Through the front, it's not going to happen. Slowly but surely can bend Bance to 200 IQ play. Is it going to work out? Does he have the gun? Need help? His teammates are there. Trades, no! Mack, no! Nades! Pandemonium! It's done! Seattle Surge somehow pull it out. Røkkr, they took their time, but not their chances. And in the end, a wild finish. Seattle Surge take the lead.
And that is just a spicy map 1 to kick off the series. Maybe expected for Seattle to be strong in the hard points, but that was their first look on HyDra, and I think the reason they might just veto it like almost automatically is because of the stress that you have to go through to get those wins. I don't know how many times Røkkr had someone behind enemy lines, flipping those spawns, taking those water routes, but as annoying as Minnesota was to deal with, Seattle took care of business, got the job done, and set themselves up in the series. And off the back of quite a few nice performances down the line, Pred and Mack putting in some serious work.
And again, that is the typical Seattle Surge performance you would expect. Wonderful composure. It's never over until it's over. The Iceman struck in the end there. 1921 overall, but big kills towards the end. Massive plays on the Vaznev in that P1 situation again. Crazy, crazy stuff as Røkkr and Surge. First map comes to a close. Now the highlights, and man, I've got to say, whether it was the water routes or big individual plays, Pred had a couple of big pop-off moments. Good stuff all round, an exciting way to get things going.
It really just like felt non-stop as well. Like the number of like individual gunfight wins or kills that are coming through on literally so many different hills or what's gonna like set different teams apart. Because I mean, even towards those final moments, Afro would have been in like prime position to start killing a couple of those players off spawn, but the Seattle guys were aggressive, leaving the back spawns open. And maybe that should be the credit to Seattle of like the number of times where someone from Minnesota did get through or asking if they can count the 4 or keep track of things. It seemed like every single time they were on point with it. Admittedly, sometimes Bance was making plays hopping out of the water, so it's never perfect, but heads up Call of Duty gameplay, it seemed like for Seattle.
These are the final few seconds here, and this was it. Mack had to get at least one. Great job from him. Sadly, the nades start flying on through, but there you have it. Crazy close out there. HyDra never disappoints. Seattle Surge managed to nail that one, a 10-point difference in the end. GG's to them. Now, this, though,
the big question.
This is really where the series begins. Minnesota Røkkr, a very formidable search and destroy team. On the other side of the board, Seattle Surge. I'm getting ahead of myself, Shots. I'm getting ahead of myself. Reel me back in.
I mean, you know, we could just talk about the stats for a bit. Pred had the most kills. Surprise, surprise. I think Mack honestly probably had the most impressive performance. Not only like the clutch kills in the final hill that he needs to shut down, but I know Mack had about a minute and 20, minute and 30 inside the hard point as well. But really just a group effort. I mean, well-rounded stuff. A lot of shots hit, great accuracy. What more do you want to say other than the fact that, Miles, this could be it?
Here we go.
Record-breaking moment, man.
Here we go.
This is it.
This is it. This is going to be a historic search and destroy, however you dress it up. We go to hotel. If Seattle Surge win, they avoid the pain and the embarrassment of now being the team with the greatest search and destroy loss record in a row of 11. If they lose this, it'll be 11. Currently sitting at 10. If they win this, they break the curse and they win champs. That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? That's a bit much. Yeah, I see
this is it. This is where you're making the chance call just straight away. I mean, hey, why not? Go
Happens
for it.
I mean, quote me. Bookmark it. No, but this is going to be a good one. Either way, I think, yeah, Røkkr on paper, very, very strong. Seattle Surge, it's a big deficit. We're getting all excited. I can't help myself, but it's going to be a banger. Now, I'm just looking at the bottom side of the screen. I'm looking at Surge, and I'm thinking to myself, you boys are down bad. What do you do now? What do you do? You sit, you listen to Sam Phoenix, you listen to the rest of the team, the rest of the entire, you've got a wonderful coaching staff behind you. Listen to them, trust your guts, and get going, because this is it, a big one. You do not want to lose this. Next Search and Destroy.
They are definitely not talking about the Search and Destroy. I don't know what's going on here. Either something with Pred's setup, or he's showing a breakdown of something he did on the map one. I have no idea, but
this is the ultimate.
That is not hotel S&D conversation.
He's like, hey, yo, Lamar, come check this out, bro. Yo, you gotta see this, man. Yo, I don't know what this is crazy. Oh, you see that two-piece in the back?
That's another thing I'd actually like to bring up. The conversation about how important those flank kills are, how important spawns are on HyDra. Pred was the guy holding it down most of the time for his team. He was the man trying to sniff out the Bance or the Afro, whoever was in that back line. We saw Sib do it a few times, but those fights are so important. Those fringe battles on the outside of the map, really important.
But for now, let's go in a hotel, search and destroy. Oh yeah.
And, you know, if I'm looking at an individual on this map, I think Civ is the guy that I'd be paying attention to. Like, if I'm thinking S&D woes for this squad on a map like Hotel, where like the pace isn't always very quick. Like, you can be aggressive on offense if you want to go for the 8 plants, but there's just a massive amount of long-range gunfights where it's just gunny on gunny who wants to go for the chow. So I think I'm looking at Civ to try to step up and fry, because, you know, whether it's done from a gameplay or game plan perspective rather, or just someone to step up and fry for this team, it's got to be Search and Destroy. It has been months now. I mean, quite literally, 2 months on the dot. There you go, since their last win. And the crazy thing it was, the map they beat Atlanta on was El Asilo, which is one of Atlanta's best. So nothing about Seattle makes sense.
I'm nervous. I am nervous. Here we go. 2-2 split for Surge. 2 towards B, 2 towards A. That's going to be the bomb in hands for Mack. Mack, nice first blood. What a kill, son. Not over yet, though. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Now it might be done. Get that bomb down, son. Here we go. Bance and Cammy do what they can now to pull this one back.
I mean, good luck on this clutch, right? No dead silence is going to be active. Sib can obviously see him down low, and whether or not he hits the shot, I mean, Bance, there's just nowhere to go. Another gunfight. Cammy just gets taken down by Pred over towards Hotel. So that's how you write it down, Mac. Just gun attached with the Vaznev, like from the top window when you're on the desk. I don't know how he does it, but Mac delivers for 2.
All right, here we go. Good job from Mac there. Nice snipe there from Sib. Everyone pulling their weight, everyone getting the job done. 1 round down. 5 to go. Big wins there for Mac.
I don't know, hey, that's an ego chow if I've ever seen it. Not just for the second one, but mainly for the first. So, again, try to figure something out and go for those pop-off plays. And whether it's done with an AR or with a snipe, Sib, again, I still think is going to be a very key player on this map. And for Minnesota, of course, on the flip side, the series is important for them as well. I know we're gassing up the S&D quite a bit, but you are down 0-1 in the series, and this is not a team you can afford to lose the S&D to.
I don't care about context anymore. I just need to know who wins the Search and Destroy. I couldn't give a rat's, mate. I just need to know. Heavy stun checks. That's going to sting. Oh, is Mack going to win it again? He does. Afro, though. Oh, baby. Wow. Flies in, gets 2. Picked apart from behind, though. No problem now, 2v2.
I love the aggression, though, right? You're on defense. Just go out and punch him in the mouth. 2 SMGs flying through, and now it's about how many nades do you have. Sib's going to connect with 1. Cammy sticks it, though. Doesn't cross, gets the bomb down. Accuracy, though, sent in for the kill. Doesn't check it. Attach for the clutch.
Oh, my.
And there you go. He's got the first.
He's the man to get it done. And he's popping. He's locking. He's moving. And now the Deddy. And I love this from Sib. Sib just crept all the way. Oh. He crouch walked the whole way, baby. The quads were burning. Burning. That bomb's getting a fuse. Seattle up by 2.
I mean, that's just a misstep from Attach in the clutch right there. I know everybody's thinking reposition, play S&D like a smart person. No, man, you can just snake that forever. Like, that is the only play you ever have to make. Never look back. That is COD right now in 2023, and Attach literally, the moment he gives up the snake, he dies by and sit there to take him down.
I mean, why'd it have to be snakes? Here we go. Round 3.
I had a joke geared up and ready to go about how Attach played for FaZe too, but it just didn't come to fruition.
Hold it, brother, hold it. It's a long season. We're nowhere near done. Round 3. Afro manages to get that first blood. Backs up immediately. Big comes this checks. Now, this little brick archway is about to get lit. But we are going to take control of that B-bomb site for Seattle Surge. And there's the plant.
Sees them all.
Oh, chef's kiss.
And look at what this does to Røkkr now, by the way. They actually have to spend so much time looking for Sub, who's going to be able to work the flank, that they're just going to be like caught in the crossfire. It is all about the timing right now on these gunfights.
Attaches aware. Oh, more than aware gets the kill. 3v2. Clock's ticking. Accuracy has got to go grande. And we're talking muy grande. 20 seconds now on the bot.
He can hear him, but too late yet.
Mack, can he get another one? Clock's still ticking. Last man up. You got to send Cammy out there. Or will they stick the defuse? Mack, he's going all the way around. Mack, oh, baby, gets them both. And oh, my goodness, what a play. Mackenzie melts the pair of them in kitchen. What a steady run.
That fries him up 400 degrees Fahrenheit, had it preheated on there for the wraparound. And honestly, the player, him in accuracy, the most criticized by a mile on this team. Mack delivers game number 1. Man on the objective. Minute and a half in the hill, kept up with Pred in slang, and now is frying in the S&D. Gets the first bloods when he needs them, and well, now clutches the 1v2 as well. Mack right now having himself a very strong series.
Technically a 1v3. You think about it, the two fellas on the defuse as well. Great stuff from Seattle so far. But when will the bubble burst? Afro, are you able to get another first blood for the lads? Uh-oh. This is going to get real awkward. Mack is just atop the plant pot, or whatever that is. He's on a desk. Look at him, one leg. He's holding that angle for his dear life. Bomb down now for Røkkr, and they're a man down as well.
Oh, and Afro, yeah, just gets caught as well. I was going to say that is the man to sort of seek out and identify. And now attaching Cammy, at least they have ARs for the clutch, but Cammy is in a very tough spot. He gets sniffed out immediately. And right now, Seattle Surge.
Oh, no.
This is domination.
Who's this Seattle Surge? Where have you been for the last 10 games of Search and Bloody Destroy? Tell you what. I don't think a Seattle fan could ever be more nervous.
They don't trust this lead at all.
Just saying, it's not over yet. It's 4-0. You're feeling great. The players are feeling good. However, it's not over yet.
Definitely not, but I mean, hey, they're getting the first bloods when they need them. When they're not getting the first bloods and Afro's there to pick them apart, they're there for the clutch. I think they get the 2v3 as well. They're clutching the 1v1s against Detach, which, make no mistake, that is not an easy feat to accomplish. Seattle Surge have everything working for them in this moment.
Unbelievable. 4-0. 7-1 for Mack. All the haters certainly feeling a bit funny right now. Cammy and Bance, pair of them on a bit of a donut situation. We'll see if that changes. Here comes Bance. There we go. Donut to breadstick, just like that.
Yeah, Pred, way too aggressive in that moment, so does get traded out, but still, clutch opportunity here. Mack doing his job, already has 2 plants, is looking for the third, and barely has the angle to not get killed by Attach. Great help right there for his teammates.
Holding it down together. Here comes Mack with a deadly play, looking for kill number 5 in a row. It's Bance, though. Oh, baby! Cuts him in half. The Grim Reaper. Mackenzie melts, catches another. Whoa, he stays alive as well. Good God. 25 on the clock.
Oh, he knows he's getting chased as well. Those are loud footsteps in top bedroom. By the way, another gunfight going down on the flank, and Sib is able to catch him. Seattle Surge right now looking for the 3v4, or maybe not. Accuracy. Last man standing, 12 seconds on the clock.
Classic Iceman moment. Will he win the fight? Oh, no! It's Iceman on Clutch King. And God save the king after that one. Attach wins a crucial gunfight. And Minnesota Røkkr have finally stopped the bleeding.
And Attach has had a few of those. Even yesterday, just flying forward, caught in sprint, but just brings the gunny. 3 bullets hit, 3 for the kill. Attach getting the job done, and make no mistake, he loses that. Obviously, that round is gone. So Minnesota found themselves down 4-0, but at least for the moment, they have stopped the bleeding.
That's an insane gunfight to win as well. Tough on flying at that speed. You don't ADS as fast in this game, for those wondering about it. Jump aiming, not so keen there from the assault rifle players. Now the question, can Cammy turn his donut into a go nuts and get a couple of kills? Here we go.
oh, wow. If I'm attached, I'm screaming on my teammates to go push B. I think he just got eyes on 3 different players. And you can already see how much like map control Bance has gotten on one side of the map. And finally, your bomb carriers headed that direction. But by the time they make this call, Seattle Surge, as aggressive as ever, are swarming on Bance. And Bance is about to have a lot of pressure on him in kitchen.
Yes, chef. What will he find? Accuracy's about to pop the back door wide open. He might do it. He does. Bangs the door. As soon as he hears that dead silence get activated, which is an oxymoron when you say it out loud. Simp down on the flank. Big tags in the number 1. Can he get the second? Røkkr have been caught out. They have been sniffed and dealt with. Tatch has made the run. He might be able to stay alive, but that bomb is down in a bad spot and you'll run out of time.
Dude, I just love seeing Seattle Surge actually playing with confidence and playing as a team in this game mode, right? Making those aggressive calls on offense, on defense, everywhere, and shut them down. Read them like a book, and for all the intel Røkkr got off the rip by Attach, way too slow on trying to make the wrap, and Seattle Surge way too fast. I mean, how many times have we seen Sip behind enemy lines, being annoying on the flank, on top of the fact that where Sip has like 7 kills, Mack has 9 and has been cooking them up.
Crazy. It is not over yet. What a turnaround from Seattle Surge. What an unbelievable performance from Mack. Map point for Seattle to take the lead in the series to save FaZe. Cammy still on the donut. He will be the 3rd of the season so far if Seattle win this round without him getting a kill.
Yeah, and it's just the team, man. It's everybody here for Seattle. They don't even need the trades if nobody dies unless Cammy can deliver. But everybody was grouped, so everybody gets the trades and Attach right now for the 1v2 in accuracy. Barely gets away. This is it to keep the dream alive for Minnesota. Attach has to clutch this.
He has to clutch this. It's a 1v2. The bomb has been planted in kitchen by the B-bomb site. This is it for Seattle Surge. Save FaZe. Make history.
Minnesota, I mean, he's going to wait for Deddy too, but he's just going to walk straight into a site where people are laying down in corners. So it's just,
this
is
is
not easy.
No, never before has a situation been so seemingly won. Can Attach do the unthinkable? He's loud. He's here. It is not looking good. Accuracy, guns up. He does it! Play the music! They've finally avoided it, and the Band-Aid has been ripped with some elation across the face of Seattle Surge. The search and destroy record remains in the hands of Paris Legion. You've done it, Seattle. You've done it, and now you'll win champs. Mark my words! Maybe not. GG's, though. They take the lead 2-0 in the series.
Yep, let it be known that no one, and I mean no one, beat Seattle Surge 11 times in a row, I suppose, in Search and Destroy. So, hey, they get one on the board, had some dominant performances. Mack completely took over. Sib, I mean, honestly, had a pop-off game as well. Had the clutch that he needed against Attach for the 1v1 and whatnot. But, I mean, you have your bomb planner that is taking over games and getting the first bloods. Right now, Mack is Mr. Do-It-All, and I mean, hey, if they could play Search and Destroy like this is a terrifying team that will be in contention. But obviously, only 2 maps into the series, still have a lot of Call of Duty left to be played.
The curse has been broken. Seattle Surge 6-1, and that is a very frightening prospect, Chance. You are not wrong, mate. Cammy managed to get a couple of kills in there, so he does avoid history this time round. But Røkkr down 2-0 here in this series. Surge, that is an unbelievable look. They're on Hotel, 6-1, a 10-point difference to the HyDra. We can let that one slide, but now Fortress Control coming up in a moment. We'll all be looking back on this series with fond memories. Where were you when Seattle Surge didn't get 11 losses in a row? Where were you? I don't know where you are. Wherever you are, we're going to a break. Well, on the other end of this one, Fortress Control, ladies and gents. Will it be a 3-0? That'd be a surprise. We'll find out. Who walks away with control in just a moment. Don't go too far. Sorrel Pal Lottie Van Prague telling everyone to find the book and let the world burn. Well, right now, Minnesota Røkkr, you're burning, boys. About to get 3-0'd. Thanks, Chance. Here we go. Fist bumps are out. It's time to go to Fortress. It's time to play control. It's time to watch 3 defensive round wins for one of these teams.
I was about to say, you're going to see 5. I don't know if you mean 5, 3, but yes. One team will indeed likely take away 3 of these. Honestly, though, if there were 2 teams that actually have a significant threat of pulling together an offensive win, these would be 2 teams on that list.
Yeah.
I mean, there you go. 50% right there for the side of Seattle. Obviously, only 2-1 record, but those 2 wins is when they're pulling together an offense. And obviously, normally I'd say be on the lookout for Pred because that seems like a given, but Mack has been frying. So I feel like almost by default, definitely the player to keep in the back of your mind.
Here we go. Guns up. Afro, 1, nearly 2. Will we get any more of this one? Yeah, good looks from Røkkr. That's 3 dead.
Ah, well, all right.
And that's what you'd expect here on Fortress. Kills come through. Bance is going to be upstairs. Do what you can to stay alive in the situation. For me now, the key for Seattle Surge, it's pace. It's keep those players out of these power positions and do what you can to find those kills. Not an easy thing to do. Bance is now posted. He's having a good time, but that's it. Aggression. Forward. Drive the spear. Sweep the legs. Good luck.
Oh, don't do it, Johnny. I mean, if we're just doing illegal moves right here, you can't go for the leg sweep. And I would be curious as well as like whoever, like the number of offensive rounds that are won in round 1 compared to the rest, just because of like the no tax and dead silence. I feel like it would make it harder to actually get out of your spawn if you don't have trophies to help you out. But it looks like Seattle, not a care in the world. Opening break didn't go well. Since then, they've even up like the kill count. They're gunning people at range. At least they have the tack at their disposal, and it is a slow capture of A.
Well, it's slow, but it's working out so far. And this is Pred. Oh, I was going to say it in his happy place. Once he gets into those Fortress halls, able to cause a lot of damage. Here comes the hit, though. Røkkr right back onto the point. Slow and steady. Not quite done yet. That's the second segment of A gone. Oh, Afro's been cleaned up as well. That may as well be the capture. A's gone. It'll be a minute 36 to play with.
Yeah, those are great nades as well. Just protecting accuracy towards the tail end of the capture there, rather. And I mean, now you get Pred, as you pointed out, back in his home. He's on a 3, Sib's on a 4, and they have swarmed this B zone. Mack's already on the point, playing the objective as he always does. And just making sure that clock is stopped. The Seattle now can win this 1 of 2 ways. A minute and a half to only get 12 kills on this map. Super doable.
Super easy. There's a couple. 5 now for Pred. Afro once again. Man upstairs takes care of it. Captain on the boat room. Afro and Cammy finding those skills, keeping the defensive hold going now for Minnesota Røkkr. Run out of lives though, boys. See how long they can keep this play alive.
You know, it is a standout thing of the fact that Sib is 7-3 that has a cruise missile. I think one of the few players that runs the score streak rather than the kill streak. So just throwing that in the mix out there is, I think Sib ends up getting dropped and Røkkr attempting to stabilize, and never mind. Q just killed me right there. He's back on the kill streaks. All right, well, there you go.
It's my guy right there, baby. 4 in a row now for Cammy. Back to capturing B. Cammy makes it a 5. So now slow and steady from the Mar as he does what he can. Can accuracy keep this going? Nice shots into the first. Here comes the second. Oh dear, he's out of ammo. Quick reload, can't get it done. Cammy there, once again on the cleanup. 6-7, oh! Cameron McGilligan springs to life. Final lives though for Røkkr.
Yeah, good luck with this one. Again, Seattle, you just have to trade out your kills. That is it. Group up together.
Jesus,
and well,
son.
that's not the start. That is a beam from attach. Still though, just 4 lives to go.
Look at Mack. He's so sneaky, the jump check there. Bance is a dead man if he creeps around this corner. Lovely work with the trophy though. Keeps the play going. Stay alive. 30 seconds.
He loves this spot. Røkkr have stabilized. This is almost how they play S&D.
Whoa. Not the last round of S&D, I hope not. Mack finds it. Accuracy. Oh, wow. It's falling to pieces. It's all falling to pieces. Oh, but Cammy gets 2 out of that one. Jiminy crickets, what a finish. Somebody appeared in the left-hand side of Bance's camera. They thought the map was over. That was so lit.
And attach, he just connected a little like 10 or 11 bullets on accuracy there, and accuracy just walks it off, and Pred in there for the final swoop. But hey, able to trade your kills after the fact in the middle of the round. They absolutely push the pace. That is a very difficult round to win for Seattle because they got obliterated on the opening break, and it took a little bit to stabilize, but they ended up taking over. Sib got a cruise. And I think everybody right there on Seattle, I mean, they certainly woke up on the day and were ready to play.
Cammy in particular, 11-4, who did not have the best search and destroy, is very much active in this game. Over to Pred. The defensive work now from Seattle Surge so far, working out all right. Fred's going to get into the side of what we call maps, bottom maps. Cause as much damage as he possibly can. Very, very strong spot to be in. It's basically the pivotal point of defense here on Fortress. Ow.
Good stuns though, and Afro is there to take him down. So this is the slow crawl to try to get out of here. Spawn, and Mack, next one in line, takes down 2 with him, and that is job well done, because then Simp can pick up players off the cross, and Cammy, that last one standing on the push. So no zone control, no pressure just yet for Røkkr, but at least it's about 50-50. You're not quite pinned in the back.
Oh, that's a big win from Pred. A tough one indeed. 3 straight kills there from Seattle Surge. Get those boys over towards those points, slow down any kind of progress you may have got for Røkkr. Now we're going to see the counterattack. Final 30 seconds. Good luck, Røkkr. You'll need it. Can they get out? There's the tag. Sib lines them up, knocks them down. Final 20 now. Good luck, Røkkr.
And now you're pinned in the back, and this is, I mean, just as bad as it gets. 0 pressure on either zone. I think there might have been like a few seconds, maybe 2 or 3, where Røkkr actually had someone standing on either point, and after that, just nothing to offer. 4 seconds left on the clock, though, for Cammy to make the hero play, and they just get absolutely stuffed, as Seattle have been looking perfect so far on control.
Minnesota Røkkr now staring down the barrel of the 3-0. Not only in control, but here in the series also. Seattle just got to capture those points once again. Lead out the kills. You've done such a great job of it so far. For Røkkr, what a comeback it'll be.
I'd say for Seattle, though, they obviously only have to win 1 more defense, and they have the game, and now they're in a situation where their record on offense is officially better than 50-50, so I think they might have the best offensive record in the league at this point on this map, at least for teams that have played it more than once. So Seattle going to take another crack. A little bit of a standoff with Afro. Does not last for long as Pred just fries him.
Sliced him right down the middle. Cammy wins a big one. He's trying to keep that A zone safe. Accuracy, what timing it was. Bance is going to be there for the trade immediately, though, but Pred is working on streaks of his own. 5 in a row now, looking for number 6. Playing it very, very slowly. Waiting for his boys to get in position, and he might catch Afro, or they might just have a little crawl fight. This is awkward. Afro's going to dip.
That's an incredibly patient play by Afro as well, because his teammates just got 2. Well, there's the lack of patience as you at least get the cruise missile on Pred, and now you get Mack in position as well, so they jump on it immediately just to get a Vaznet behind enemy lines, and Mack right now just wants to be the thorn in their side.
Bance just a little too turnt, man. He flew around that corner, max speed. You've got a life lead now for Røkkr. Can you keep this one going? Common spot to be found in. Afro reads it perfectly. Pred from the inside of the truck gets a second. Oh, lordy! It's attached, though, to finally put him to bed. 30 seconds now to remain. And I tell you what, it's been a good hold from Røkkr so far.
17 kills in only the 3rd round right now. So Mack again has been frying in this series. MVP for sure. And he's not done yet. 20 seconds left on the clock. It's a good chunk of time. You get 2 bodies on A, an extra tick captured. And Minnesota Røkkr not quite stuck in your spawn, but they got to work their way out.
Oh, here come the trades. That's great work from Attach to stay alive. But oh dear. 1 man remains. Sib. Will he get the capture? Attach has got to go. You've got to just bang him through the truck. Let him have it. Don't let him capture the point. Oh, no, it's another minute to go.
Oh, they're challenged too, and that is just extra lives being thrown away, and now Sib has an opening. Him and Accuracy, the 2 ARs, working the bottom side of the minimap. They know what these gunfights are going to look like. It doesn't make them easy, but they still have that pressure.
Here we go. Hang on, Røkkr. Try to force another round. 5 now in a row from Sib. He's still got the streaks to go. Pred's finding kills in there, inside of Fortress as well. And Bance from the back line, taken care of. Sib rips the head clean off. Final 50 seconds.
Well, if you wanted a second cruise, he was able to earn it. 11v9 on live, so it's not nearly as advantageous for Seattle as it was the previous go around. It looks like Røkkr are a little bit more stable on defense, but I say stable. They've already given up his zone, and they're still having all sorts of problems. And Sib adding an extra problem to the category. Here comes the cruise.
Here comes the cruise. No good. He remains safe for now. You held Accuracy at bay. Come up on 20 seconds, and Røkkr have found that special source. Whoever was in that book, taking a page out of it for now. Just still ticking the time away. 7 lives either side.
It's going to be so tough, though. It's just you're going to have to get past this front line of players, and yeah, the trades are too easy. Watching these front 2 doors. Well, it should be easy unless Pred can pick up 2. And now it's a 5v4. And now Cammy's forced to invest his. But honestly, this might be time for all these players on Seattle to just reposition.
They're stacked up. Here comes the hit. Trophy saves the day. First segment's long gone. Second, here it goes. You gotta get in there. Whoa, my God, it's all down to Afro. Last man. Can he stop the capture? He's got to kill Mack. It's a straight 1v1. Here comes Pred. To back him up. It's done. It's a 3-0. And Seattle Surge are back.
Well, welcome back. Not that we ever thought they would go too far, but the extra threat when this team is winning searches. I mean, they were dangerous before. But if they can play with a little bit of flow, and I tell you, they were playing with all the confidence in the world this entire series. That is a scary looking search.
Oh my word. What an unbelievable turnaround. Røkkr just not able to find anything there on the defensive rounds on aBeZy Fortress, and that hotel search and destroy chance. I mean, not only did it save Seattle Surge reputation here in the league, it worked so bloody hard to repair. But what a dominant performance it was indeed. That was a game changer. Mack absolutely slaughtered them in game number 2. And the first game as well, I mean, Røkkr had a brilliant lead, good hold, all the right decisions were there, but they could not win the gunfights against Surge, and a 10-point differential in the hard point. What an incredibly close series, what an exciting one. But a 3-0 nonetheless. Seattle Surge, a big win for them.
And I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that might only be like the second time this year where a team is just like gotten a 3-0 on aBeZy and won 2 offensive rounds. I think Boston did it to Atlanta in like the first series, at least we casted of the year, but that is one of the heaviest beatdowns we have seen on this map all year long. The same can be said on that hotel as well. And admittedly, the HyDra was a nail biter, but that was the first time Seattle have played it all year, and they still took care of business. That is a way to kick off your stage 3.
Fantastic stuff from them. And they can see Seattle Surge
in shorts.
Joyous scenes for them. Great catch, Pred. Good hands, man. He almost dropped his phone. That'd have been embarrassing. Everyone getting the tweets out as you should. GG's. You know, 3-0 against Røkkr. GG's. Play someone next. That's how it goes, man. Wow. Crazy day of games. Crazy. Was that the second 3-0 that Seattle Surge have had this year, Chances? London was the first one. I think we saw in the stats there. So kudos to them. Congrats. Back into it. Who cares? Des, take it away. What a day. What a day.
What a day and what a finish here for the Surge, a 3-0. And before we break down how they got that victory, I want to call out something that might be happening in Minnesota. The unraveling. As you saw, Afro rage quit at the end of a game 5 against the Subliners yesterday. Tonight, he slaps his camera at the end of the match, and that is going to earn him a fine. So, Afro, we feel for you. Enjoy your Sunday off. We hope to see a happier version next week. But Seattle is the team that is going to have all smiles tonight. Allie, let's start with you here. This was a team, 10 straight losses in Search and Destroy, a potential opportunity to set the record for most consecutive Search losses. They look good.
Yeah, not the record that you wanted to break and or set. You just tie it for now, thank goodness. But, I mean, Seattle was a great showing overall. This is a team that at any point, you know, when they are all on the same page, you know, sticking to the GP on GD is kind of their saying heading forward. And we finally saw that here at the start of stage 3. So a big turnaround, a big bounce back as well. It's against a team, the Minnesota Røkkr, that played fairly well at our Major II LAN event and have been playing fairly well since the beginning of the season. So to take this in the fashion that they did after that close map won by 10 points, it was Mack, it was Sib in the game number 2, 10-3 for Mackenzie Melts, 8-2 for Sib, and then heading into that Fortress control, I mean, it was just dominant overall.
Nameless, this is a squad in the Røkkr that went to a round 11 against the Subliners, a team that we've always considered to be one of the best in the league. Is this just a matchup advantage for Surge, or was Røkkr playing a little flat tonight in your eyes?
Yeah, you know, we were talking about this in the green room a little bit. Sometimes you just match up really bad against some teams. I feel like versus Seattle, it might be that, especially when they're playing well in Search and Destroy, which we will talk about here in a little bit. But, you know, in terms of the respawns, like, we just seen Bance and Afro look human once again. Like, they didn't have those superstar performances like they've been having throughout Major II, and that's the big concern when you look at the Minnesota team. But just talking about the Seattle team, how it's been such a struggle for them, man. man. Losing so many series, not playing well online, bombing out at the major, and they have a turnaround like this when everyone, myself included, is saying they need a roster change, and they just stick to their guns and trust themselves to fix it. And what do we see in this series? They played maps that they don't play, Puckett. They played HyDra for the first time. They win it by 10 points. We see them go into the hotel search and destroy. 0-2 on that map. They get a victory in this series. That's a lot of improvement.
Congratulations to the Surge. That first map, by the way, the difference was about 2 bullets if you're looking at it, and 1 kill. The 10-point advantage, though, was enough to start the 3-0. We have to take a look, though, at our scuff play of the game. Allie, we were getting really excited because Mack Melts did not have the finish he wanted back in Boston. But today, he started off this Surge hot, and he had so many highlight plays.
Absolutely. I feel like Mack is definitely one of those underrated players, just because sometimes he's had some of these slow series, and he's the one that kind of catches the flack. But there's also so many situations where he's the player leading the way and making these ginormous plays, just like when they fell short, unfortunately, in that series against Boston when it came to the cruise missile. He's the one that went on a spree in the first place on that Fortress hardpoint to get them into a possibility of winning that series. So to see him come out the way he did starting stage 3, it's looking good for the Seattle Surge.
That is our scuff play of the game. Mack Melts in Search and Destroy, and the Subliners get their first win in a long while, a much-needed victory. We're joined now, though, by Mack, and we got to talk about this series. Mack, first of all, do you have any epic handshakes with Lamar like we saw between Sib and Lamar at the end there?
Nah, no epic handshakes yet, but that's in the work. Don't worry.
It's in the works, so we'll have to keep our eyes out for that one. Congratulations on the win. You know, a bounce back that you guys definitely needed. Talk to me about the work that went into Search and Destroy heading into stage 3, because obviously 10 spree loss streak, not very favorable.
Yeah, so I mean, the practice leading up to this match was just night and day compared to how it was, especially in S&D. We're just playing more confident, more loose, talking to each other more, and yeah, we're just kind of working together, and it's hopefully we keep this up.
Mack, we see you guys playing some maps you don't typically play. Hotel has been a great one for you guys. Haven't had a big sample size. We see that in this series, and we also see HyDra hardpoint. So are you guys coming into this stage, working on your map pool, trying to expand to get a bigger edge?
Yeah, we're trying to expand on the map pool, but really just practice leading up to this match. We've gotten better at HyDra and stuff like that, and yeah, I mean, really the main thing for us has just been the intensity in practice. We've really stepped it up, and yeah, it's showing. So
Mack, I wanted to ask you specifically, because I watched the video that Seattle released after your guys' major, your performance, and you had something to say that you guys weren't taking Search and Destroy practice seriously. What did you mean by that, and what specifically was the change where it became more serious?
I don't think there's anything specific. We just kind of, we just woke up. We just weren't really going as hard as we should be. And yeah, we just kind of got tired of it. We knew that we weren't playing like ourselves. So every time we walked into that practice room, we just gave our 110%, and yeah.
Okay.
Looking back, you guys had a tough time in the Major I qualifier. I know Lamar had some family issues going on, that he was in the hospital in and out after practice. Major 2, you guys came in, though, again with a 9th through 12th seed. Has online play been a struggle for you? Is it a LAN issue for you guys, or do you feel like you're just now finding your form?
I think we're just finding our form, honestly. Our practice has been fantastic, and yeah, hopefully we use this as momentum and keep the rest of the split good.
I had to ask it for the chat. Some people are wondering, not me, Mack. I knew the answer all along. Mack, we're going to let you celebrate tonight. Congratulations on getting a dub with the team.
All right, thank you, guys. Have a good one.
That is Mack Melts from Seattle Surge. They walk away with the final victory on the night, but we had 4 matches today. Let's break them all down, starting with the beginning with Boston matched up against London. Now remember, London was coming in with the 12th seed. They didn't make any roster swaps. Meanwhile, you had Boston coming off a 3-1 with Beans having a rough series against Toronto yesterday. The man turned it around today.
And to that point, though, I will say the London Royal Ravens didn't necessarily look bad in this series, but you could also turn that on the side of its head and be like, Boston maybe didn't play the cleanest map for Mercado that we've seen from them, and maybe not the cleanest hotel S&D, but can I just say that El Asilo 3-0 was just prime, and I feel like we really got to look into what Beans is looking to add to this roster. Again, our first look into him was a little bit underwhelming, but in this series, I feel like there were so many clutch moments that went on top of his gameplay and his shoulders, and I'm excited to see what they do moving forward.
Nameless, I felt like London dropped the ball, though. That first map, 248, your opponent needs about up 35 points. They let them back, and it seemed that this series could have been theirs, the 3-1.
It could have been, man. It just comes down to like the small plays, right? Like it's very tough. They let Vivid make a big play and break on in to Diner. But either way, like London, they looked a little bit better today. It's just tough. You keep getting lost. You need points, Chris.
Our second match of the day featured your champions from Boston. Atlanta FaZe came in and slapped the Mutineers around. We saw Fellow in the mix, Brack on the lineup, and none of it mattered because Atlanta FaZe had Simp frying once again. The man took over that game 2 and 3.
This was a terrifying match for the rest of the league. Like, we're all sitting here talking about it. The whole community is like, all right, Florida, we really like this change.
Yeah.
Right? You look at the Betos and you're like, oh, Florida's got a CeeLo Search and Destroy. It's their best map, 5-0. Well, what happens? FaZe comes in this series and absolutely cooks them. We didn't get to see if this Florida Mutineers team got better at all because they just ran into a red-hot FaZe where everybody was frying and Slasher was putting up MVP numbers. So I'm just excited to see this FaZe team continue, see if they get better, and also Florida versus the rest of the league.
Allie, what's your takeaway on Florida? Should we be worried?
I don't know so much about worried. I think I agree with Ant here with the fact they just ran into a red-hot FaZe.
Red hot FaZe. That's Atlanta FaZe. They hold down the #1 spot. OpTic on the left side of your scoreboard when we look at the standings today, going up against the Guerrillas. And, well, this one, little too close for comfort until that final game 5. Huke shutting it down with a 14-1 run.
Yeah, I will say this is a huge win for OpTic Texas. Obviously, not just because of the addition of Dan Ghosty on this roster and our first look at him in the CDL, but more so because of that strength of schedule that is coming up. This is a loss that they did not want to take at the start of our Stage 3 qualifiers. And I have to say, the Search and Destroy, I think, was pretty impressive for me. We still have yet to see those snipers pulled out, but I think it was a good showing for the amount of practice OpTic Texas had overall heading into this matchup.
LA Guerrillas still looking for some more W's. That is now 1 win in their last 6 matches. On the other side, Dan Ghosty looks like he's comfortable on OpTic. After the match, he joined Methods and Skunk at the watch party. Looks like he might fit right in with this squad.
Absolutely. He's well spoken to. We did the interview with him. I really liked the answers that he gave us. And also, he had some great comms. Did what he needed to do. Fit right into the system. But feet were kicked up today. I'm waiting to see some highlight plays from my guy going forward.
There you go. Here is a look at our numbers. You got Atlanta FaZe in the #1 spot with Subliners right behind them. You've got Ultra, Thieves, Røkkr, and OpTic in your top 6. And remember, it's a battle for top 8 at the end of the year. Only our top 8 teams are going to be playing in the Call of Duty League World Championship. The Surge currently in that spot after tonight's win. They go up to 80 points, still ahead of Legion, Allie.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of some fraud alert here. You know, if you're the Minnesota Røkkr, that loss is not something that you wanted to be handed by the Seattle Surge, especially after their Major II showing and forcing their way now into the top 8. And, I mean, once again, London Royal Ravens, 30 points separates you all the way from the top 8. 80 there. They've got to start getting some wins.
Thank you all for tuning in tonight. And remember, this is just day 2 of many here at the Major III Qualifier. We continue tomorrow, another big Sunday with the Mutineers taking on the Subliners. Vegas looks to play spoiler once again as they take on Toronto Ultra. And we get a rematch of that Boston Finals. Octane's going to be ready to take on Simp and the gang. That one should be a banger, Nameless.
I cannot wait for that rematch, man. Like, even in that series, some small moments were the difference, and LA Thieves need a bounce back.
Let us know on Twitter the highlights for you today. We got more highlights coming your way live tomorrow. It all starts at 2:45 p.m. Eastern with headquarters. Matches start at 3. We'll see you then.
Let's go. Yeah. This an action-packed Rambo rap, no sample, I'm strapped. Hard like Geronimo Pratt. Go brat, I just move on them, advance on them, groove on them, then dance on them, put a trance on them, with this tool on them. Tell all my young MCs, put some move on them. Mass tragedies when I grand groove on them. Put in long hours over strong flowers, the money's all hours. This is all power, we getting it.